hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
dose him.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlott, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to week 3, day 2. It is crunch time, ladies and gentlemen, with the final 2 days for the teams to get the bracket spots that they want. So yes, welcome to MPL SG Season 5. My name is Cheryl Yao and I'm your host for this season. Now we have seen some epic plays and major movements right here in the overall standing, and with 2 days left, our teams have to pull out all of their stops already. No matter what tricks they have up their sleeve, this is the time for them to pull them out. So yes, if you guys have missed out on any of the action, let's check out today's schedule and the upcoming standings. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, these are the current standings that we have here. RSG Slate SG is still undefeated at this point with 15 points to their name, a perfect score record. And right behind them, we have Team SMG SG with 12 points to their name, sitting comfortably at the second position as well. Right behind them, hot on their tails, we have Bleed Esports with 10 points. And Revival securing the upper bracket spot with 8 points as of right now. Whereas Stellark SG is currently at 6 points, just teetering there on the lower brackets. But of course, anything can change. Now we also have Team Flash SG with 5 points and Alchemy SG and Evil both with 2 points to their name. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, even though we are almost to the end already, right now everything can change, especially in the middle positions between 3 to 6. So yes, keep a lookout for all of these different plays that we're going to be getting right here today at week 3, day 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, presenting to you today's match schedule. As you see here on your screens, the match that is about to kick off happening at 10 a.m. today, it's going to be Bleed Esports going head-to-head with Stellark SG. Whereas on the other hand, match 2 is the highlight match of today. It's happening at 1 p.m. and this is going to be Team SMG duking it out with RSG Slate SG. It is a highlight match for a reason, because these are the first and second positions respectively right here in our overall standings. And best bet, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna be getting games fit for playoffs. So do not miss out on our highlight match happening at 1 p.m. today. Whereas for match 3, we're gonna see Team Flash crossing swords with Alchemy SG happening at 4 p.m. today. And closing off the show, does Revival want to secure that upper bracket position? We can only find out how bad they want it as they duke it out with Evil today at 7 p.m. closing the show. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, every day right here at MPL SG Season 5 is such an exciting day. So be sure to tune in on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to thank our live audiences here today. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday right here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Any photos and videos that you take, remember to hashtag our pride, our passion to show support for our boys, and tag us on Instagram at mpl.sg SG.official and show it to any of our friendly crew members, and you will be rewarded handsomely. Now, we haven't forgotten about you too, our online viewers. Thank you so much for tuning in as well, and you guys are going to get some juicy treats right here on stream as well. All you guys got to do is just listen out to our amazing casters, and they will share all of the juices with you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors for making MPL SG Season 5 possible. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moontown and Zenray Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Garnier. Our partners in esports, My Republic, OSIM, and Suntech City Mall. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're gonna kick off match 1 for today, I sure hope you guys are excited. Now, without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? Presenting to you, Bleed Esports. Now the boys are getting comfortable over at their battle stations, and let's waste no time, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the team that's gonna go up against Bleed Esports. Let's meet the team of Stellark SG. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a match, a battle against veterans. Right here beside me on either sides of the panels, we have players that have been here since MPL SG Season 1. They know what they're doing. They're veterans right here at MPL SG. So without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to the casters to slice and dissect the situation. Take it away, guys.
Hello and welcome to MPL Singapore Season 5. My name is Holler. With me are my esteemed colleagues, Kin and Jace, and we've got a smash of a game. This is going to be an amazing game. It's going to start it off in the morning with 10 a.m. Bleed, Stellark. Kin, your thoughts on this game?
I mean, what a game to start the first day, right? This is the first game. It's going to be Bleed and Stellark, two of the monster teams across the season. And of course, what do you think about Bleed, man? I know you're a very huge Bleed fan.
I mean, like, it's no secret, right? I'm super supportive of Bleed all the way since Season 1 or all the way to Season 2, and then, you know, all the way down to the fact that they clinched 2 times champion, but then they've got a lot more to prove, right, in the past few seasons, especially a very rough week 2 and 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough time. I mean, there's only 2 more days in the regular season left, right? So there's not a whole lot of time. But this is the thing where they got punched in the face, and it's like, how do they respond to that? How do they get back into this one? Bleed Esports, what are your thoughts, again, just kind of going into this one?
I think it's a very shaky time for them, but it's also a very important time for them, right? They are now on 3rd place with 10 points. So this win today will actually elevate them to have some security in that position for upper bracket as well.
But of course, we should be going into a bit of a, you know, take a look on how these two teams are going to fare, right? So let's take a look at the Stellark lineup for now.
Yep, Stellark going to be fielded by Smelly Cat, Chesty, Sink, Odia, Bambi, and Forza.
Yeah, and it's going to be, what is it? I think Sink is stepping in. Jace, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's correct. Like, usually you see, okay, it's not Sink replacing Chesty. Chesty is the mage player. Sink was the mage player last season. In fact, it's Sink replacing Chu in the EXP lane.
Wow, kind of changing things up. I mean, is this more of a shake-up, or is it more as kind of like a, you know what I mean, to kind of catch Bleed maybe off guard a little bit? What are your thoughts?
I think number one, of course, the realistic answer is I think there are some scheduling issues for the team. Chu is in NS as well, so he's serving our nation, right? But of course, with that being said, Sink, a good addition. He has been playing for many seasons already. Correct. He will bring much needed experience and composure.
Yeah, I feel like this experience is definitely needed, right? Especially when going up a monster of a team. Of course, Bleed have proven, have a solid track record and proven accolades as well.
Okay, but let's take a little bit. Bleed Esports here, FMM, Sayla, Gear, Deck, and JPL. Gear kind of has been the all-star thus far. I think he's really showed up. But again, just kind of your thoughts. Is there anyone else that's really helped Gear put in the, you know, be able to be that alpha dog, so to speak?
He has a new fan, and that new fan is me, Mr. Deck, right?
Okay,
I mean, I've seen him from community challenges and stuff like that, but Deck has really improved throughout the season. He's had a, you know, shaky start during week 1. I think it was very obvious. But, you know, the team banded together, kind of get him used to what it's like in MPL, and he's really grown a lot, so I'm really impressed by him.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Deck, you know, known player as a Fanny player, right? But I feel like in the first game against Evil, that Fanny wasn't a bit of a threat. It's the same problem as Bray last season, right? When he played the Fanny, did really well, and then, you know, Deck also same results.
All right, but let's go to the KTV keys to victory on this one. I think that this is going to be Stellark. I mean, Ken, walk me through some of these.
Yep, Stellark, we know that they want to be very aggressive, so they need to contest the early objectives. Both teams not exactly known for that super huge early game, right? But with that being said, Stellark this time, they need to fight against Bleed, because if you give Bleed the advantage, they will walk all over you. Now, the fact that Chu has been replaced by Sink, now it's going to be a change up in the draft, right? I want to see what they have for Sink's EXP. His Cho is quite sick, but whether Cho is still viable here against the monster of a Team Bleed, that's something to consider. And of course, the master himself, Mr. Forza, my favorite out of all the members of Stellark, he should be the one that sets up the team fight. So we need to make sure that the team plays around Forza's plays.
All right, but let's go to keys to victory. Bleed. What do they need to do to get themselves back into this one? They're only top 3 right now, but they have a better chance with this victory. But what are the thoughts?
So Bleed is a very interesting machine. It's like the kind of machine that needs a lot of time to start up. And that's where, the keys of victory for the side of Stellark is correct. They need to prioritize in the early game. But Bleed, sometimes when they go to the late part of the game, they kind of like stall just a little bit. And that's very alarming, especially some games, especially against Revival and Evil as well. So that's why they need to take things slow in the game. Focus on their early game lead. They need to start the engine even faster. And of course, more importantly, prioritize Sailor's pick. Sailor, I think in this particular meta, doesn't really fit him as well. His Kagura is not really one of the meta picks, but it's still viable. But of course, apart from that, his Lilia is also not one of her picks as well.
True. I feel like Bleed Esports, they really know how to like win the laning phase. But that mid game, where the late game, they kind of they have some gaps in their strategy, so to speak. They kind of you can see the cracks, and that's my issue, is that they really need to shore those things up.
Yep, they need to be more patient, but I think they've already shown the patience in yesterday's games as well, so hopefully they can continue their behavior. When they're patient, they really do get the win. And yes, I agree that late game, very important for Team Bleed, because if they can manage themselves well, it should be a W for them.
Yeah, but of course, you gotta think about, Bleed. Yesterday was a wake-up call, right? Stellark, on the other hand, is starting to wake up as well. They're putting the big guns, especially Sing coming in. If you notice, we don't have information for this particular season.
Go on.
But across the board, if you take a look at the average assists and KDA, they are quite in the mid-range of the table. Of course, not as high as other teams like RSG, but with this performance so far, they are pretty good. And most of the signature heroes that you see across the player base now, they are part of the meta. We have not seen a lot of Khaleeds, but we have seen very scary Khaleeds when there is one in the game, right? And of course, Odia Bambi, he did try that Hellcut yesterday, didn't exactly work out, but I think it's just an execution error. So I want to see if he will have something fresh for us to take a look at today as well.
And one last thing is that Sig, look at his profile picture. I mean, he's coming in angry, right?
Same all the time.
Be happy. He's definitely going to make a name for himself on this one. I think that this is the right time. I mean, Stellark are on the bottom looking up right now. They're in the bottom, the lower division, so to speak. They're bottom 4. So this is a game that they definitely need to get themselves back in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, if you take a look on the other side, right, Bleed, I feel like the stats will show that it's a lot more favorable, especially just take a look at JPL, a higher average damage taken. But apart from that, I feel like the more importantly about Bleed is not about the statistics as well, it's about the execution and that patience that we talked about in the later part of the game. They sometimes give it up by accident, and it's just very hard to watch, especially if you're a Bleed fan as well. But Stellark, on the other hand, with Sing coming in, I really want to highlight this player, right? This is a wild card that Stellark is looking to abuse.
True. And I just want to comment on JPL's here. The average damage taken. I feel like this is the average damage taken that I do, but I'm not a pro player. What's going on with that?
I mean, he's a pro player for a reason, right? But another thing I want to highlight is I think there's a very huge battle between the marksmen, right? Both Smelly Cat and FMM, their signature heroes this season is going to be the Melissa. Will they fight over this, or is it not worth fighting for this Melissa in the first place? They probably might consider banning it out, I'm not sure.
I think Melissa is a generally very strong marksman in the lane, regardless of who is ever is playing it. But I really have to echo what Hollow was talking about, right? That's a very high damage taken, and this is about, being able to just soak up the amount of damage for your team, peel, CC, pick up the right opponents, and that's where JPL shines. But looking on the other side, Forza also have the same kind of archetype when it goes into roams. He likes to play the Cho, likes to play the Kaja. Heck, I remember Forza's Jawhead all the way in Season 2.
Oh man, that's a classic. Yeah. I mean, he was amazing with that. He was very tanky. Somebody you had to account for. Wherever he was in terms of the battle, you got to make sure that you know where Fasa is. It's going to be one of those same situations that, even in this one, you got to know where Fasa is. But let's look at the predictions here. I think it's straight up across the board. I was not expecting everyone to go Bleed on this one.
Especially you.
Yes. Okay, wait. Let me explain the real reason why I chose Bleed. This is purely statistical basis, right? Okay, most of the picks that I have, they're based on the results that I'm hoping that it will happen, right? But I think now is really a crunch time for Bleed. They need to make this happen. Yes, they are in the upper bracket, but they also need to have an extra chance, because once they qualify in the upper bracket, they will have one extra life, per se. They need it. This season is really tough.
Boys, like seeing Bleed all across the board in the Castle's prediction, it reminds me of Revival, that Revival game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping we don't cast or curse them. I think it's the same situation where that's going to go on. But again, I think to kind of Kin's point, it was like, you know, the stats say Bleed is probably the best team for this one. But again, it's one of those things where Stellark is still in my heart. I still think that they have a chance, and it's going to be very exciting to see in this first game.
Yep, of course, we're going to go into the big bands for game number 1, boys and girls. Stellark going in first pick. Bleed coming in second. Right off the bat, Ken, you talk about this. The Minister banned right off the bat. This hot commodity just got taken out.
I think they just want to make sure that they have a clear headspace, right? So no need to stress over whether who's going to get the position. Let's just ban it out and we'll figure out the formula from there. And of course, Stellark banning out this Martis, it's very important. Martis is one of the fastest junglers we've seen in this patch. And following that is going to be Odia Bambi with the ban on Glue as well. We've already seen how teams have
Your team is banning.
and I'm pretty sure we will see a ban out on Joy as well. Sailor gonna ban out Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa is like, you know, the standard picks in terms of long-range mages, right? And the counterpart is usually the Eve, but I feel like if you ban away the Eve, you also can kind of limit what you do. But it's also point taken, right? Sailor can always fall back to the Kagura, what we mentioned about, but I don't really like Kagura in this particular meta.
Well, he has maybe Eve as an option as well, but that remains to be seen. His Lilia yesterday was actually quite awesome, but I want to see what Stellark has in mind, because the way that Stellark has been drafting in this past few weeks have been quite unorthodox, right? They've been
what's your
trying new
command?
things and
Team
stuff
is
like that. You
banning.
can see the Hellcat yesterday. I think that was a very fresh perspective that they offered. Perhaps the execution not as clean, but if you know, they could potentially shake up the minds of Bleed with another unorthodox draft again.
Yeah, but like, you know, if you go with this unorthodox draft, it's basically like a gamble. It's a coin flip.
Yes.
And it's a coin flip that you don't really want to leave to chance, especially against a team like Bleed. You give them the momentum, you give them that early start that we're talking about in the before the drafting phase. Bleed will just snowball out of control. But Stellark can always fall back to one way of drafting, because look, the Eve is still really wide open. I feel like Chesty really needs to take on them really strong with these like fortification. I built this massive fort. You come and fight me.
See value in me?
Your team
Okay,
is
so the
You
ban
should.
respects here for both teams, right? Yeah, Stellark is going to ban out the Fanny. They do not want to allow deck to shine.
Time
in this
to
game.
drop
And
the
definitely
beat of the
JPL
flag.
gonna
Your
ban out the
team is
Frederick. So
picking.
similar to Odia Bambi, they are giving respect to him, but this opens up Joy. And we have already seen Joy across the board. 50% win rate. To be honest, it feels like it's much higher than that.
Oh.
Like the Joy is always a monster to deal with. Yesterday, we have seen
Yeah.
Ray's Joy. What a menace, man.
Yeah, especially in this particular meta. Like recently, Joy has been buffed. Not only is that she's a lot easier to play,
Yes.
you don't need a lot of stacks to actually just pop off, and you put it in the hands of Odia Bambi. He used to play like the Lancelot a lot in his heyday, right? This is a big
Welcome
hero
to
that
my
Bleed needs
imaginary
an answer
world.
to, and here,
I
don't
am
say
the
here,
power
but
of
FMM is going
light
to lock in the
incarnate.
1-1 and the Kaja perfect counter for the Joy.
Exactly, but of course with that being said, the setup must be perfect as well, because the dash, once it is completed, it offers full anti-CC properties as well, so it's going to be difficult if Bleed actually allows Odia Bambi to really play as how he sees fit. At the same time, you know, Bray offered us that jungle Joy.
I didn't cure
This
the
Joy
pain.
could go with the roam
I
as well.
harness
okay.
it.
That's interesting. I was expecting, you know, let's build this fortification up for Stellark, but instead, they're going to go for a lot of heavy dives. Like, the Valentina could dive very easily with the Divine Judgment over the other side of Bleed. They can take it up. Joy would like to dive in the back line. Yeah, it could be going to hands of Odia
Time
Bambi,
and
but don't
tide
forget,
wait for
Sig
no
can always
man.
pick
Your
that
team
up.
is
And
our
Smellican,
girl.
oh my goodness, that is one of his pocket picks going in for game number 1.
Yep, it's looking dangerous for Bleed here.
Yes.
On paper, right, 1-1 against Beatrix, I think it's pretty even in this case. But as the game goes later, it's going to be a shift in momentum, because Beatrix has higher burst compared to 1-1. 1-1 needs a bit of time to set up for their crossbow of tanks, and in the meantime, she could be chunked down by other members of Stellark. Considering the fact that you have a Joy as well, it's gonna be a sticky situation for Bleed to deal with.
Yeah, especially after 1-1 with the nerf on the lockdown, it's pretty hard to transfer your targets from one point to another in crossbow with the crossbow tank. But looking at how Stellark's lineup right now is very
Your
squishy.
team
It's
is
perfect for the
banning.
1-1. But here we go. Sailor's Kagura comes right back up.
Ooh, the yin-yang overturn. That's a nice one for Sailor. We've already seen how Sailor was playing yesterday. Very impressive with his Kagura. Still the same, right?
Yeah.
And what I mean by still the same is still the same scary Kagura that everyone's expecting when they meet up against a Sailor Kagura. Now, the only question is, how is Chesty going to plan this around? Like, definitely, I think the IMU is going to be more focused on that Kaja. That Divine Judgment is going to be more important compared to the other ultimates available to steal from Bleed at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing like this is the power of picking the Valentina first. You get to dictate and control.
Where is my
enemy
target?
on
Your team is
which
banning.
kind of ultimate, which kind of heroes that they can pick. Now, speaking about the bans, Bleed will take away the Natalia, one of the Forza's could potentially one of his picks going into game number 1, and I think it was also used against by Alchemy yesterday.
Yes.
Now, Akai,
It's very
enters the
important,
Your
right?
team
I mean,
is
the whole
banning.
point of Natalia is not just the physical capabilities of the hero in the game. It is also the mental game that
I
you
will
get to play
protect
when
you.
you have a Natalia.
Your
on the team.
team is
And of course, with
banning.
that being said, they're gonna ban out the last ban using on the Lolita. That Numenal Blast as well as Charge is gonna be very vital to stop a lot of the team fight setups on the side of Bleed. So I think they do not want to deal with that. And of course, on the flip side,
I might not be a lighted man,
Your
but I
team
do
is
know my
banning.
trade.
And like see how Stellark is drafting this right now. Look at that. It's really targeting deck as much as possible.
I will choose my own
and
path.
technically
Your
the March as
team
well.
is
But this
picking.
leaves the Arlot wide open for Bleed to take.
Yep, not sure which one they will go with. Probably gonna go with the Unbending Will, as we have seen quite a lot of people play it so far in the season. But question is, what is going to be the response? Because Sync is going to be the one responsible to go up against this Arlot.
I think Arlot, really strong in the early game. You can dive as well, and that final slash, that cooldown is just way too much. You can turn the tide very easily. I think a Grok could also work very well, right? Like, you're immune to the CC, you do a lot of AoE damage, and when he dashes on top of you, just spin to win. But apart from that, what I'm looking at from the side of Stellark, and that is a Hayabusa, which means that Sync will be playing on that Joy instead. Hayabusa goes into the jungle.
This is a very interesting one. You know, they got
Your
tagged left
team
and right
is
by
picking.
Hayabusa the other week as well. So Stellark, I think they're taking a page out of Team Flash's book here and potentially looking at, if this really goes late game, we can cause a lot of destruction, we can cause a lot of confusion across the lineup of Bleed as well. So now leaving deck, that final jungler, is it going to be a tank jungler? Is it going to be a assassin jungler? It really depends, because right now, the ball is in their court. Stellark has already shown their hand. We are going to go with the assassin jungle. We're going to have the Hayabusa as well. And if you take a look at the lineup, Forza on this Kufra is quite dangerous because they have quite a lot of nice lockdowns as well.
Yeah, and not only just nice lockdowns, right? The Kufra is a big problem against any assassin junglers, but question mark, that is a Cho being picked up by deck. JPL is already secured. The Kaja, there's no jungle Kaja doesn't really work well. That's definitely going to the jungle boys.
Yep, it's going to be a push and pull here between JPL and Forza, the two roamers of the teams, and this is a giant matchup. We've already seen these are the two veterans we have known since early seasons of MPL SG, right? Even when it was MPL SG MY. And we know that these two, they are at loggerheads with each other. They are even Stevens. They are really neck and neck in terms of skill and execution. So it's really interesting how we want to see them set up the plays for the team.
Game 1 is in the works right now. We're loading it up right now. It's going to be Bleed Esports, number 3 in the standings, going up against Stellark, number 5 right now. Who wants to get in the upper bracket? Who can really fight their way in? We've only got 2 more games remaining. This is going to be one of those. We're going to get into the game right now. But again, thoughts real
5
quick. Finn,
seconds till the
what are your thoughts
enemy
on this
reaches the
I
battlefield.
think for now, I'm still
Smash
confident
them.
of our pick on Bleed. If they can execute it properly, it should be done. But the most important thing
Welcome
is they
to
need to keep their
Mobile
eye on
Legends.
Joy. It's going to be a double-edged sword for them, because if they focus too much on this Joy, it could potentially tunnel vision themselves into a huge bad fight.
Yeah, and it potentially could be there. It's just the mobility, everything that you just talked about. Oh, Fasa tried to go in for the charge. He's going to be back up here. But again, a little bit of a skirmish just to kind of start things off. Nobody real damaged. I mean, this creepway will end up hitting the tower a little bit, but Bleed Esports just making sure that they have a decent mid lane to start the game.
Yep, they need to have this aggression from the side of Bleed, because, you know, Stellark has a decent lineup, but they are somewhat late game centric as well. So if you can give them a bad start, it's good.
Okay, and Sayla getting a little bit low. JPL has to dash to safety, but Sayla's getting riddled away. He's going to give up first blood. Sync will secure that one. Welcome on board, Sync.
That's right. What a welcome here, as Gear is going to get picked off as well, probably very shortly. Going to be forced to use that flicker, and that's a good one, right? That's a win in my book.
Yeah, it's a win. I mean, probably it would have been better if you were kind of not in that position, 1 versus 3.
Yeah.
But again, you know, you got away with your life, so you'll take that one.
Yeah, so Joy, I think, of course, sync with this very early game lead that they can do for themselves, right? But they have the super late game insurance as well. You have Smelly Cat as well as Forza. He will get tanky and tankier as time goes by. But more importantly, it's about Smelly Cat Beatrix.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be all about that, right? And making sure that Beatrix gets enough farm to just kind of blow people up. It's one of those moments where, you know, can Smelly Cat have that space? Can you give him enough time? Obviously, you were up, you know, 1-0, still very early at the stage. But again, you want to prioritize as much as possible to Smelly Cat.
Yeah, well, Stellark looks good, you know, simply just because we're describing what's happening on Stellark's end. Bleed is not too far off as well. They actually have two very good catch capabilities, which comes in the form of Cho as well as this Discarder. So one Divine Judgment as well as that Way of the Dragon. So they can actually pick off two members or displace two members at the same time. And that is quite detrimental to the lineup of Stellark as well.
Definitely have that opportunity, but Deck trying to just, you know, maybe contest here. This is going to be a weird situation. JPL, they get the turtle. Over your Bambi will take that. Chesty will go down as well. Deck as well. And Stellark are all over them as they're looking to turn this around. JPL does get one Ring of Order and he's going to back off. Gear gets the nice little stun on Sync. Backs off for now.
I think, you know, they were not in sync. So with the addition of Sync itself, they're so much more well-rounded this time. Stellark having a 2-1 lead. Bleed, they're not really far behind by any means, about 600 gold only, but more importantly is this experience lead they're able to get themselves. Bleed, you know, punished for that one mistake. They did lose the turtle, but they lost Deck as well.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. The turtle was probably the most important thing, especially at this stage. I mean, it's only 600 gold lead at this moment. Stellark, this is what they wanted to do. We talked about the keys to victory, making sure that they had a good start. They've done that thus far. Can they continue to do that by, you know, just taking over some of the map? You need to do as much as possible. Just make sure Bleed play your game and not play to, you know, Bleed's initiative, so to speak.
Yep, so right now, if you take a look at the late game potential from both teams, right? 1-1 is great late game as well, and Forza here might be getting chunked out. Oh, what a nice Tyrant's Rage here. They will get a fight started, and Chesty gets that pullback, and they will not have any kills so far.
Yeah, no kills, just a lot for nothing, but this wave is going to crash. That's going to do the damage. Oh! The second one, and they do get the nice charge. FMM goes down. JPL now running for his life. Chesty, can he get anything out of this? He got the Divine Judgment, pulls him back as far as possible. Chesty will be left for dead. They got something, which is kind of nice, but okay. JPL goes down in the end.
Smelly Cat, oh my goodness, that snipe. I mean, it was looking good for Bleed. They managed to defend quite a nice chunk of their gold plating. If not, their gold plating would have been totally taken away by Stellark. But, you know, I thought it was good for Bleed. And suddenly Smelly Cat showed up and just smacked them in the face.
Yeah, we'll take that one. Smelly Cat here just kind of going up against FMM, doing a lot of damage. Oh dear, Bambi doing some work, but they do get the kill. And Smelly Cat, that's the one you wanted, but he's probably going to die. No? They're going to let him go?
Yep, they have to. They cannot overcommit because the other members of Stellark are still around the map, right? Right now, essentially Vision is dark for Bleed.
But it looks like the turtle, and it looks like Deck will secure that one. That's a great win for them. But Deck continue to fight Chesty. He's going to be left for dead, though, so they do get something in return. Or on top of that, excuse me.
Yep, they're keeping them very even. This is one of the very few games we see that the goal difference is about 100 plus only.
Yeah, and Fasa will bounce away. He's going to be fine. But we have now taken over the map. This is going to be a bad situation for Stellark. They need to get... We walked into 1 versus 3. Deck is getting a little bit low. He tries to dash stage. When he gets killed, they can secure that one. Fasa's looking to go. And Sayla, do they go in? He goes for the flicker play, and Sayla doesn't have the damage. He's going to get killed in return. And Sync 3-1-1.
It's a huge overcommitment there by Sayla. I mean, I think the communication between the teams is a bit shaky at this point, but simply because of the existence of Sync, right?
Yeah.
And Forza being low, it is one of the target priorities. When you see someone low, you are instantly, it's human nature, right? We need to kill this guy. So I think that was a call for Sayla, but unfortunately, you know, the rest of the backup from Stellark was around the corner, and they really couldn't pull off that kill.
Okay, you talk about human nature, and they're kind of low. I feel like at this stage, you need to kind of hold it, right? It's a risk versus roll, but JPL going in for this one. Does get spotted out here, but Fasa will just kind of scurry him away. Bleed kind of need to play a little defensive. They have 4 members of Stellark going in the top.
Yep, Deck needs to be very careful about his positioning as well. There are 4 people here. Oh no, he's going to get caught out.
Yo, Deck gets caught out. He gets blown up there. and it's going to be another kill going the way of Smelly Cat, who's 4-0-0. Fasa still on the backside of this one. Sayla still hiding in the bush. He's looking to just go. He looks to turn this around, does have the pushback onto Odir Bambi. The missiles do land, but Odir Bambi does get killed. Sayla, Fasa goes out from left field. Chesty will secure that one. Sink continuing to fight. FMM goes down as well, and Chesty will secure that one. And you wanted fights, and we're going to have it with Bleed Stellark as they continue. Gear continuing to go on. Stellark, he's going to look to go for this one. He does secure that one. Gear turning it around, but now he's going to back off. What just happened?
Yep, they know they can't overcommit. I mean, this is classic Slate Bleed, right? They are super fight heavy. And, you know, let's take a look at the items itself. At this point, I believe Smelly Cat should be pretty much far ahead. Yep, he is very close to his Blade of Despair already at close to 7 minutes. It's not the fastest one by any means, but with the way they've been fighting, right? Yeah. The whole point is to slow down the farm of the carries on both teams. So far successful, but if you take a look at the flip side, the 1-1 already has the corrosive sight ready, and you know, just waiting to build up upon the trifecta, right? Which is the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the bonus staff.
Yeah, and this turtle is a little wary, especially since Stellark have 5 members that are already here. Sayla, Sink is just going ham, so to speak. Meow, meow, meow. Gets the turtle. Odir Bambi will secure that one. Deck, Gear, Sayla all on the run now, realizing they don't have much of a chance. The Fenrir is now up in the open. Sink is looking to go in for this one. He does go all the way. He's going to initiate in. Gear looking right back. Sink, though, but Fossa with a nice charge. That's going to blow up Gear, and he did not see that one coming.
Yep, I think that was actually a huge mistake by Deck there. Deck actually committed that Way of the Dragon on Sync, which was not the play here, because now they have no defensive capabilities. They have no way to return the favor as well. And with that being said, Malefic Raw back on Odir Bambi's pocket.
Red team turret has been
It's an
destroyed.
11-7 lead. It's going the way of Stellark. Kind of, if you're a Stellark fan, this is the way you want to go it. Now, how do they secure this mid game? I mean, there's still some towers up. The mid wall has already been taken. That's a high priority one. Smelly Cat has gotten all the farm that you talked about, and you know, Deck, a little bit of a skirmish here. But you know, if we're going in the bottom lane, he's going to go Odir Bambi. Yeah, okay, I thought Gear was going in on that one, but he did decide to back off in the end.
Okay, wow, this looks like a Stellark lead. It's actually hanging in the balance. JPL.
Oh, Divine Judgment pulls him back, and that's the one. You got Chesty, Fossa with a nice charge, knocks up 2. Odir Bambi fights the Melly Cat. He's looking to go this one, but Fossa, now he's going to be going in. Fossa, sliver of life. He's going to trickle away. He's going to leave some, you know, for the action there, but Zink continuing to fight, and Gear not letting him go. FMM, Odir Bambi, and they're continuing to fight. JPL does go down. And what happened in the other side? And Fossa will end up securing the other one.
Yep, so I just want to mention that while it looks like Stellark is still having the lead, this lead is very, very thin. They are really hanging by a thread, because the way if you fight into it is really difficult. If you take a look at the replay, right? Bleed's lineup, they survive and they thrive on the fact that you go into them instead, because this allows FMM to get his stacks off. And you know, that crossbow of tanks early in the fight was so detrimental to the lineup of Stellark itself. Odir Bambi, he came a bit late for the fight, but you know, if he entered the fight early, it would have been a much better situation for them.
Yes, a much better situation, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's hindsight, right? You know, yeah, could have, would have, should have, all those things, right? And getting yourself in that right position, sometimes it doesn't really happen that way. You got to make sure that you're on the same page. Now, Sync, you know, he hasn't been playing in some of the other regular season games, and he's in now. I mean, are they 100% on the same page?
Based on what I see, I think yes, kind of at this point. But right now, like I said, everything hangs in the balance, because the way that the draft has worked out for Stellark is that they are, as long as they get the initiation, they should be able to catch the competition off guard. But for Bleed, they are a very defensive composition as well. If you take a look at how the fight is going to go, if you're going to have Stellark jump you, which means all 5 members technically will want to come in. And that is the perfect situation actually for Gear, for JPL. They have very nice setup. The final slash potentially could get 5 people to stun the marks. He can go dash like a crazy man, right? And of course, with JPL, that Ring of Order is going to give him so many heals.
Yeah, definitely. And you need that sustain. That's going to keep you alive. Deck is just kind of kiting out the Lord here, but a little bit of fight in the mid lane, and they do catch somebody. Casey Sink, he's going to get blown out in a bad spot in the heart of the enemy team there. Probably bad positioning there, but the Lord does reset.
Yep, he did his job, right? They wanted to slow down this push, but of course the result wasn't supposed to have Sink dead. Also going to jump in and see who else is around the corner. Chest.
Oh, they do get the stolen IMU, Divine Judgment on that one. They do get the Terrified. Gear is already down. That's a lot of down. But Smelly Cat all the way in the back. Chesty does go down as well. Fossa is going to be left And JPL, they want something in return. They don't get anything. Bleed. Now they focus their attention back on the Lord.
Yep, while both junglers still have their retribution, the manpower is lacking on the side of Stellark. Forza, he has to make sure he tries to slow this down or at least stop it, and it might be a good reset for them.
It might be a good reset, and Bleed are kind of giving them space. They're giving them respect. They're backing off here. Stellark still waiting in the bush. They do get the nice
Fossa
charge. Stellark does get the safety. He's fine. Fossa with a nice initiation attempt.
Right, as the game goes later, you can see Stellark starts to be a bit more irritating. That cooldown is much faster as well. So it's quite difficult for Stellark to actually have the appropriate or the perfect setup for them to actually win the fight against Bleed. It is going to be messy.
I mean, most of the team fights thus far have been, you know, they haven't been the cleanest, to be honest, right? Now, I'm not saying that they've been messy, but it's not the best initiation. And that's why these are evenly matched teams. And we're going into this one, again, this dance around the Lord continuing on.
But that's exactly the game plan, right? Stellark, they want this to be messy. I mean, that's the point of picking a joy in the first place. You're supposed to cause chaos and confusions on the backline.
Nice charge with the Divine Judgment. They pull back Fossa, and he might have gone in too deep. It was 1 versus 5, not the situation you want. Zink now getting focused on. He's going to get killed. No, he's still surviving. The damage is way too much. And they turned it around, and FMM is down.
Bleed thought they had it all worked out, right? They were waiting for Forza. That was an important one. So the Tyrant's Rage, when he jumped in, I was quite surprised. I was like, oh no, Bleed is going to take this away from Stellark. And, you know, when they caught Forza, it was GG for him. He was definitely out of the picture. But, you know, coming in with Sync, I want to take a look at Sync's items later when it's available. You know, he jumped in into 4 members, and that was the whole game plan, right? The reason why you picked Joy. Sure, you want to have a fight? Let's fight. Let's go, man. I'm going to fight against a 1v4 situation. I'm going to win it.
Great. Right, and that is on the back of Fossa. I thought it was a little too deep, but 1 versus 5. But everybody had blown up everything just to blow him up. Now they were all engaged, and, you know, this is where, you know, the rest of Stellark just kind of shine. I mean, Smelly Cat is 613. If there's ever, you know, a hero that you kind of want to limit, the player that is, Smelly Cat is probably that one. And they haven't done a good job of limiting his farm.
Yeah, but I just want to highlight this. Smelly Cat yesterday also picked the Weapons Master emblem for himself, and it failed miserably yesterday because he did not get the items he needed. That 15% didn't even come into play. But today, a very different story for Smelly Cat. 6-1 and 3. Items galore, man.
Yeah, items galore. And I mean, okay, look, Odir Bambi's done his job as well. He's 4-1 and 8. They've just put themselves in a prime position to win. This Lord is going to start to siege in the top lane. But, you know, again, they're just going to back off. They're going to let the Lord just kind of die. Does get the charge off, and that's what you want. A lot of structural damage.
Yep, this is very good patience. And of course, Blade has to seize back on the hands of Odir Bambi. He is almost fully stacked. They're about 6k gold away from having that full, you know, late game farm that they're supposed to have on the side of Stellark. Bleed's still a bit far. They have about 10k to go before that happens.
Yeah, they have a while, and they've, you know, been on the back foot, I would say, most of this game. JPL, nice and sealed. The Divine Judgment is a full back Tessie, but he does dash to safety. They're looking to turn this around. They do have the knockup on the bottom. He pushes to safety, but FMM will get blown up. Dala's next on that list. He goes down. Odir Bambi secured that one. Here now, oh, nice 2-man stun. The suppression is going to be on point, but Gear goes down as well, and this is looking to be all Stellark as they siege the T3 mid.
Yep, with that, this looks like the beginning of the end here as they falter against Stellark, and Stellark is looking so strong. A very good composition as we go. Deck is going to get called out, and that's going to be it with the death of their jungler. It is the death of their Crystal as well.
Smooth. Very clean, I would say, towards that end. Really knowing how to close that one out. But Jace, let's bring him back in. Let's get his thoughts on that game.
Dude, if in a game of paper, scissors, stone, right? This is a classic example of Stellark picking scissors and Bleed picking paper. This is a team fight composition that Stellark has drafted for themselves, whereas Bleed drafted a pick-off composition. In a pick-off composition, it's really hard to fight a team fight. If you notice, it's always a manpower advantage for the side of Stellark and a manpower disadvantage for Bleed. And that's how, you know, Stellark SG, since the start of the game, just snowballed out of control. You mentioned about the Weapon Master coming into play. The BOD and Malefic Roar were the first 2 core items. When Stellark builds that, that's literally game over for Bleed.
Yeah, that's 3 items for you. 15%. That's I mean, 15% of an item, but it's good enough damage.
Yeah, definitely what they needed to do. But it was one of those things where the game was actually very close. Stellark had a slight edge, and you thought Bleed were kind of coming back into that game. But what was that tipping point where just like Stellark had just taken over the game?
Let me tell you what the tipping point is. it's when Forza started to jump very predictably to that particular eye bush. And after that, 1 or 2 times, and then Bleed adapted to it, right? And you saw JPL, Sailor, and I think it was also FMM as well, stack at that one particular bush. And Forza jumps into it, Kaja pulled, but the damage from FMM is not there yet, so they're unable to burst down Forza. Once they cannot burst down Forza, everything just scale out of control for Stellark SG.
Forza, the initiation, we talked about his impact and he's just getting in the face of the enemy team. He was doing a great job of that one. But let's look a little bit of the actual stats of that game.
Yep, I really like the itemization. And you can see, Stellark was ready to one-up Bleed. Too smart for their own good, right? That predictable behavior by Forza, you can see he's going super tanky as well. And towards the end of the game, he got himself that immortality. And on the other side for Sync, Genius won. I'm actually surprised he went with this kind of tanky draft. You know, if you explore what Bray was doing yesterday, he went full damage on his Joy. And I think it worked out better for Sync, taking the other route, going for that full tank.
Correct.
As well.
He's fighting against an Arlot, right? An Arlot does have a lot of regeneration going in, the Tenacity emblem as well. The Dom Eyes first item, probably from the side of Sing, was critical against Gear. And not only just that, like the fact that he went for the Winter Truncheon as well, because he knows he's going to be diving into the back line. There's a 1-1 ready for the crossbow tank. All he has to do is just freeze, the crossbow tank just goes useless.
And adding that on with the Vengeance as well. Like, he was ready to be the focus of Team Bleed.
Okay, you know, I see that. I mean, you definitely have that focus there. But, like, Chesty got killed 6 times, and I was actually starting to get a little bit worried about him, right? The fact that he was getting focused, and, like, the team was not doing very well. It almost seemed like Bleed was coming back because of that, but it was one of those things where the rest of the team were like, hey, I got you, fam. I'm just going to pick you up on my shoulders, and I'm just going to carry this game.
Yep, it was difficult, right? Yes, it did seem shaky at a couple of moments in the game, but I have to give credit to Sync, right? Well, let's talk about the MVP. I believe Sync or Forza, either one of these members should be the ones who get the MVP. Sync really just messed with the minds of Bleed. They had them fully focused on tunnel vision.
Yeah. And not only just that, right? Forza as well. It's really hard for JPL to really face check each and every bush, especially when Kaja is not known for his tankiness. Go in the bush, he's going to get blown up, and there's no way to dash out of a bouncing ball for Forza.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at even the highest stats right here, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, yeah, we see Forza with 2, but I mean, as a support, that's kind of what you expect. But again, very well-rounded game, right? There was no, I would say that, yes, we're going to have an MVP, we're going to pick someone out, but I think it's more difficult than another game.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. I think it should go into Sync.
Yes.
All right, what Kin predicted. He controlled the pace of the game. He dove all the way to the back line, made sure that FMM cannot proc the crossbow and tank, especially with this pick composition. This Kaja, I thought that, you know, that Joy would get countered by the Kaja Divine Judgment, but it didn't work out because JPL was too focused on Forza and Chesty.
Yep, exactly. I mean, this is the epitome of Joy, because it's really just confusion for the other parties.
Yep.
And Sync, I think they were, you know, to be honest, Stellar was punished really hard across this past few weeks with Joy as well. You know, shout out to Team Flash. Vex, his Joy was a real menace here, and of course Sync emulating that same behavior, really causing problems for Bleed.
All right, but we're going to go see the highlights, see exactly what happened. That's going to be, of course, only game 1 here. Jace, kind of walk us through some of these highlights here.
Sure. This is the point where you see it's a manpower disadvantage. 5 men stacked up top, and I think before this, right, this particular clip doesn't really show Bleed's overextension right there. Yes, they got that pick off, but Smellycat, at that point in time, he's already got the BOD, he's already got the Malefic Roar, he's ready to roar, and now this choke point as well. You see, that one Sync with the ultimate just goes around, that's the whole area of, you know, of Bleed's escape mechanism already gone.
Yep, exactly, and it's really tough because they're using a lot of the options as well. FMM, his is an offensive capability. He offers no defensive spectrums for the side of Bleed, right? So when actually Stellark forces them to use up all of their options, it's really difficult for them to continue. Here, they do some good work with the Arlet, but he's just a one-man show. He can't really do it. He needs the support of the team as well. But what can you do when Sync is messing up your backline?
Yep, Sync is messing up your backline. You've also got Forza jumping in to mess up your front line, and then you've also got Odia Bambi coming in to sneak in and assassinations. Melicat just dealing a lot of damage from front to back. It's just practically a tech regarding execution and even drafting for Stellark SG.
You know, I'm wondering if it comes back to the draft on this one. I think that, you know, Bleed really need to kind of think about the strategy and the synergy that they want with the draft, because it seemed like, yes, they're good heroes in isolation, but they weren't playing well together.
Exactly. I think the synergy needs to be refined a little bit. But of course, not saying that Bleed is a bad team. I think Stellark caught them by surprise. To be honest, I didn't expect this Joy to leak through in the first place.
Yeah.
Right? Most of the games we've seen today, it is going to be banned out, right? But now that they've allowed Joy to slip through the cracks, essentially, happiness for the side of Stellark for sure.
Yeah, literally enjoying this whole game. No pun intended. I'm sorry. I'm at the vertical seat, guys, so I have to do this. But of course, this is really a statement game. Perhaps, I would say a wake-up call upon a wake-up call for Bleed Esports once again.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it's going to be a wake-up call, but I feel like we've seen too many wake-up calls happen to Bleed.
Yeah.
Right? They put in the situations where they've had to come back, and I'm not a huge fan of that.
Same, but of course, like, let's talk about what you need to wake up for is, of course, our Frank OCBC cards. Personally, I've been using Frank OCBC since I'm in Singapore, all this while since 2016. But of course, take a look at these card designs. In the front, you can slay with your hero, you can own that. We got 6-time limiter MLBB card designs with unlimited 1% cashback. Where you can find out more, go to go.ocbc.com/MPLSG. And apart from that, if you join the LCBC Coin Quest and spend with your Frank card to earn coins and redeem prizes at LCBC with Smart Archer or any Frank stores, by the way. You get to walk away with grand prizes such as the Samsung Galaxy S23 256GB OSIM U-Throne gaming chair, the one that we're sitting on, and apart from that, scoot vouchers and various random MLBB in-game items like the Lightboard and Saber skins.
Yep, definitely do not want to miss that. And of course, let me pick out the card. Yes, this is a new one. So this is the one that they have prepared for us. Let me go a bit closer to the cam. You can actually see it here, right? If you want your hands on this, please go to the website, sign it up as well.
It's the ultimate flex card.
Yes, exactly.
When you pay.
And of course, talking about flexing, right? Stellark has just flexed on Bleed for Game 1. They are hoping to do it in Game 2 as well. Very shortly, you can see on the left of your screen, we will actually be looking at the second draft as well. But, thoughts, boys? What do you think? Game 2?
I'm almost sure, Bleed is going to come back, right? Like, we knew that this was going to go the distance. I don't think that there was any way that wasn't going to happen. I think these are two very evenly matched teams, and I think that we're going to definitely have that. But now, how do Bleed really bounce back? Stellark are going to, they're going to expect Bleed to kind of play a little bit harder, play a little bit different. But, it's a situation where I do expect Bleed to take Game 2.
Okay, so what I feel like is we got to focus on deck a little bit, right? Deck, on the other hand, I think the Cho is not really comfortable for him. I feel like let's just go back to basics. Let's just play the Link or something. But the problem is that Fossa already picked up the Kufra, so that's a one big counter. So I can see why they need to force the Cho out. Maybe focus on, deck in the first pick. That's something that they have to do. Secondly, JPL, I think that Kaja works really well, especially when they go first pick this time round. We do that switcheroo. JPL needs to pick something more tankier to open up even more aggressively as compared to other roamers in this particular league.
Well, going back to bare basics, I think they need to reset their mental state, right? I think it's pretty clear throughout the middle of the game, deck was kind of having trouble staying calm and composed.
Need some stitches?
Right?
I
So
can
this
help.
would be a perfect situation for them to say, you know what? Game 1 is over. Game 1 was Game 1. The past is the past. Let's get on with it.
Yep.
It's time to win a game. And Bleed should really focus on what is ahead instead of taking a look at the past. So with that being said, they are going to ban out the Fasa as well as Melissa. So same thing, I really like this. To me, it is very clear. It's let's keep stress out of our minds, right? Let's not think about, oh no, we don't want to give this Melissa because it's a signature hero. Let's just ban it out.
is banning.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy
Now
foe.
looking at the bans, Stellark on the other hand, still going into banning away and limiting deck as much as possible.
Yep,
Fanny, the
respect.
Martis, skill respect ban for him, or I would say a target for the side, a paint on his back for the side of Stellark.
Yep, I agree. I mean, looking at how things have been working out for Bleed, and especially, I'm not trying to focus on deck, but I think Stellark has deck in their eyes as well. They want to make his life extremely difficult because you have seen, if Odia Bambi actually gets to pop off, like you mentioned before many times, Odia Bambi pops off and his team follows in conjunction as well. And this time they have Sync along with them, a very experienced veteran player. He obviously has brought a lot of composure and at the same time brought a lot of confusion and chaos to the other side of Bleed as well.
Now 1-1
Time
is
to drop
banned.
the
It's
beat
going
of
to be
the
a joy
flesh.
ban for the
Is
side of
picking.
Stellark. Lead may force the Arlott pick up first.
That's right, and at the same time, we didn't really mention about this, but the mage battle between Chesty and Sailor, it wasn't exactly a very fair fight for Game 1.
You
So
were
Chesty this
first
time,
in cluster.
oh, okay, they are gonna go with the glue. And Glue is one of the hard ones to deal with, especially if he gets his passive off along with the split. It's going to be quite a difficult situation for Stellark to deal with. Now they will need someone who can actually benefit off on the passive of split, or they need someone who can do massive amounts of burst to be able to get rid of this Glue in the first place.
Right now, because with the apparent bug on the Faramis, Glue is pretty much
See
safe.
value in
and
me?
this is it's caused a bit of an
You
awkward
should.
issue for a lot of these teams. Now,
I'm
Stellark
the
will
power
focus
of
this time
light
around force up
incarnate.
on the Kaja, taking something that JPL was playing away, and the Fredgen getting locked in for the side of Audio Bambi. Audio Bambi, don't forget, he can always go back to the Assassin Jungler. It worked really well in game number 1. They're looking to do that once again.
Yep, Glue, like we already mentioned, 71% win rate. Now, one of the things that I have to mention about Glue, why he's so heavily picked as well, is the fact that he has this skill called Stick. It actually reduces the damage taken by him from that particular opponent by 8%. And so this means positioning is very vital. It means that people like Forza, people like Odia Bambi, they will not be able to get maximum damage out of which means this job is going to be left down to
Your
Smelly Cat
team
on
is harnessed.
Oh, no. You mentioned about Chesty. Sayla picking away
That
Chesty Valentina away. Basically, it's like a switcheroo, right? You're just switching banners. JPL on the false.
Among the planes exists
JPL
the
on that
equilibrium,
Kufra.
which
Sayla
I was
on the
made
Valentina,
for.
taking away the heroes that Chesty and Fossa play in game number 1. Now they're gonna react with an Eve artillery mage. Sayla will definitely take that real world manipulation for himself as well.
Yep, I like this. Like, right, similar to what I've said yesterday, as a Valentina, more is less, right? Because you have to make a split decision on, okay, whose ultimate do I want to take within a split second if a fight starts out not in your favor, right? So the fact that Chesty is going to pick out this Eve, for most people, they will decide that, you know what, why would they allow the real world manipulation to be stolen? And that's not the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem for Sayla is, whose ultimate do I choose to steal
Now
at this
Kai
point?
enters
Right?
the
And that's
scene.
Your
only
team
if
is
the
banning.
IMUs available at that
Correct.
point.
It's like a kid walking into a candy store. You relate to me, Kin.
Yes.
Kid walking into a candy store, I want everything, but you can only have one. Now, it is Sayla's point for choices, right? Now, looking at the bans once again, Arkai get taken away. I'm not surprised if a Barat will follow suit as well. But Bleed, like I said before we go into game number 2, Deck did not prioritize on Deck's picks once again.
Yep, for good reason as well. I think one of the things for Dex is he's also a new player in this season. He has been involved in MPL.
Time and tide wait
Not
for
on the
no
main
man's
roster.
banning.
So this is going to
girl.
be important. And of course, this decision by Team Bleed to take away this Beatrix, very important. You want to smash Smelly Cat's headspace right now.
Yeah, but of course, I mean, like, Bleed next ban should be going into the Claude or even to the Brody as well. Stella is going to get out first, so Bleed doesn't really wants to try to limit the marksman pool right now because count on FMM to have a bigger marksman pool as compared to Smelly Cat, but this is based on the statistics that we're looking at. Now, Stellark ban right here is probably going to Deck. Like, take away the Barats like game number, like in the previous game, but the problem
My
about Barats
kiss
going in
grants
your
you
team is that
immortality
you don't really have that
or
heal, the
death.
access is not really available for Bleed, so that's why Stellark proceeds to ban away the Alice.
I like the fact that they banned this Alice. They know that Deck has been using this Alice quite well across the past few weeks as well. So I think it's a huge respect that they take a look at Deck as well. To me, Deck is a new player, and because it's a new player, he offers a lot of fresh perspective, right? And it could be dangerous for Stellark if they do not deal with Deck right off the bat. Now, with that being said, for FMM, I actually think a Brody will work wonders for him in this draft for Bleed, right? They have this very huge shield in front of them. They have Glue that's able to kite away the members of Stellark. They have Kufra for JPL that's able to catch any stragglers in the meantime. Sayla can
I've been waiting
provide
Your
for too
support
team
long.
is picking.
Oh, yes.
as well, and Brody would be a perfect pick for Bleed.
Definitely, Bleed will definitely want to pick out the Brody because
Alchemy,
of the secondary
the
peel,
art
but
of
instead Stellark will
miracle.
take it away as well. Now, Bleed, this is a very strong teamfight composition they've drafted for themselves as well, based on the 3 if Sailor picked up the real world manipulation on top of JPL with the bouncing ball, and of course with the gears, glue, the slow, on top of the glue slow, and on top of the CCs that JPL can output, Stellark may find himself in an awkward position if they really try to fight this team fight. Now, Stellark doesn't really mean that you know they're out of the woods as of yet. They still have the massive taunt coming in, and Forza can definitely still pick off to drag people right into the real world manipulation.
Yep, the energy eruption is definitely good from the side of ODF Bambi if he gets to use it. But to be honest, Jace, I'm kind of...
It is my wish to banish all darkness.
Deck is going to go with the Lancelot. Oh, wow. And FMM going to go with the Claude. And I really like this because Bleed now is going to be a lineup that is quite dangerous and formidable against the Stellark lineup. To me, the way the Stellark lineup works is kind of one-dimensional. There are only a couple of options they can explore during the team fights. But Bleed has more variety. Right, they have more angles to come in from. Correct. It's less expected. So there's more variety to how they can approach the team fights, which Stellark
when the body suffers,
get caught off guard.
Okay, you talk about the lack of ways of engage, right? Now here's the Benedetta coming out from Sync. Now I can engage not only just with real world manipulation opening up, I can also engage with my Benedetta diving in, and now, because you're also in a real world manipulation as well, that Benedetta will work wonders against Sailor. Now, it's not just one dimension like Forza Flicker with the Divine Judgment anymore. I have a Benedetta coming in the backline.
Yep, and an eye for an eye with the iframes as well. It could prove to be a deciding factor in very, very tight team fights as well. So, Sync, one of our big boys, our experienced veterans here, can he actually turn this fight and close out the game with a 2-0 for Stellark?
We're going to have to find out. This is going to be game 2. Stellark are up 1-0, going up against Bleed. Thank you so much, Jace, for the analysis. We're going to go into this second game now. And of course, we know the draft. We know what's going to happen, but your thoughts on this, who has the edge, at least in the draft?
I'm still going to go with Bleed. I just like the way that they can offer more entry points for their lineup. But of course, not to discount Stellark here. Stellark, they have, if the situation is perfect, it will be quite difficult for Bleed to win team fights. But I think this whole game really just relies on Gear. If Gear has a great game, Stellark is in for a hard time.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna see how difficult of a time that they might have. I think that there's a lot. To be honest, I feel like the draft is somewhat even. I'm not gonna give a huge edge to anybody. It's gonna really come down to who can play it, who really wants this game.
Yeah, but I feel, to be honest, I feel today, maybe just this morning, Stellark seems to be a bit more hungrier than Bleed.
Is it the Sync, the factor, right?
It could be Sync, right? I mean, we have been watching Sync streams as well. Sync did mention that, they wanted to do better. And, the performance they've been putting up this past few weeks has been really volatile. When they're good, they're really good, right? But when they fall flat, they really just fall through 6 feet under. It's not even on the floor, it's 6 feet under.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I don't know if they were that bad. I mean, you clearly have not seen my pubs where they're really that bad. But, this is one of those situations where, can Stellark play better? Yes, of course I agree with that. But, it's one of those things where now is the time. I mean, this game, and you have one other game, on Saturday. That's it. You have no other time to make it a push, so to speak.
Yeah, but this laning phase is a bit easier for the side of Bleed, right? Sailor here on this Valentina with the arcade shade, he has some mobility. In comparison to Yves, who has to drop the Void Crystal, mobility is not Yves's very strong point. He offers quite a lot of damage, but if he gets caught out, it's a very difficult situation to get out of.
Yeah, he's like the Statue of Liberty, almost just sticking around. The real manipulation, that's going to be just zone out, maybe take out the minion wave as well. Sync is going to help just kind of deal with that. But now the Turtle, this is going to be the first big objective. Sync makes his way, makes his approach, so to speak. About half-life. Gear is already down for first blood. JPL continue to fight. The Crystal is on the Turtle. The real manipulation, that's going to be used. They do secure that one. Sayla will secure that. So very well played by Sayla there.
Yeah, whether it's a good trade or not, 1 kill for that Turtle. I mean, the Turtle offers you EXP and gold across the board. But Sayla...
Sync actually went back into this one. So, playing it to the limit. And they do get this kill, and he survives. Deck is down. Odir Bambi's now looking on this. He's looking to fight this here. JPL do secure Odir Bambi. At least they got something in return.
Yep, that's right. And I just want to highlight Force's emblems here. The pull yourself together. He's going to offer that 15% cooldown reduction on himself, as well as his death timer. So he's going to be able to offer much more in fights as well. The Divine Judgment is going to always be a threat, at least 15% of the time.
Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take whatever you can get. Any sort of slight advantage trying to get yourself into this one. But okay, let's talk a little bit more about the top lane here. The Claw, the Brody, they're going at it. A little bit of a mixed bag. Who needs to have a better game, so to speak?
I think right now it's actually more difficult for Smelly Cat because Smelly Cat has picked up that Killing Spree, right? Killing Spree, it gives you extra damage and movement speed, heals and movement speed for every kill you get, right? But the thing is, on the other side, FMM farm many. I want a lot of money, right? He has the Avery, so every time you deal damage to the opponent, he's always gonna get 10 gold. And this is capped at 1,200. But that's more than enough. He's gonna have a good time farming.
Okay. Alright, yeah, okay. Good time farming here. They just backed off Stellark. They had so many members. I thought an attack was gonna happen, but they backed off perfectly. Bleed realizing that they don't have any minion waves. We're just gonna back off here. Stellark, huge commitment, like almost 5 members all in that top lane.
Yeah, but Chesty, of course, with the Mystery Shop, he already has the Ice Queen wand, and that's going to be quite difficult for Bleed to fight into. That real wall manipulation, sure, Stellark can sit it with the IMU, but he does not have the exact same items. He's down by 1 death, right? So he's going to be slower in terms of the farm. And if we take a look at the way that JPL is building upon his Kufra, he actually has taken the concussive blast, right? So he needs to offer that damage. But right now, he is quite silent on the map. They're not allowing him to make any plays on the side of Stellark.
Yeah, they're not able to make any plays, but this is the big one. This is going to be the next turtle. Like, 4 members of Bleed are here. If we're looking, FMM is still in the top lane, going to deal with Smelly Cat in the top lane. But this turtle going down. Who gets it? Deck will secure that one. That's going to be the second turtle, and that's going to be huge for Bleed. Deck is getting very low. He's looking to fight this one, but do they have the damage? They do, and they force him down. JPL goes down, but Fasa will pay with his life. Now Sync is now on the run. Gear wants to get something in return. FMM has now made an appearance, and he does get the kill onto Sync. He's going to secure that one. Gear is going to now back off.
If the iframes didn't exactly work too well for our dear Sync here, but with that being said, Bleed still behind by a little bit. And once again, it's neck and neck, right? Less than 1,000 gold separates these two teams.
Yeah, less than, I mean, it's still neck and neck, right? I mean, with 2 turtles, you think a little bit higher, but Stellark will, of course, take that. But let's talk a little bit about the items here.
Yeah, we need to focus on Lancelot. I think Deck is doing a little bit better in this game. Of course, he gets the mana regen as well, and the fact that he has the Molten Core, he needs to be a bit more tanky. He has built up that physical defense as well as the magic defense. They need to be able to sustain more in fights because they need to allow room for Claude to jump in as well. And they need to have, more importantly, Gear. He needs to set things up for the team. Like I said, if Gear has a good game, Bleed is going to have a wonderful game.
Yeah. But it looks like whenever Gear kind of makes his approach or he joins the team fight, it looks like Stellark are like, I don't want any piece of that. They tend to just disengage at that point. Like, even in the situation, they had 4 members, and they were like, yeah, we're not going to fight. You know, there are way too many members of Bleed. Gear is there.
Yep, exactly. And I want to just build upon Deck's item first. He's going to build into the Thunder Belt as well. And he needs this mana regeneration as well as that extra damage after each skill use. That's going to help him survive a bit more and deal a bit more damage at the same time. But right now you can see Forza.
Oh, the conceal, the thorn. Okay, yeah, he's going to back off there. He's going to be fine here. But, oh, they do get the taunt. Deck is going to be energy erupted. He's going to be back on that one. The real manipulation, that's going to be connect onto a couple. They've zoned him out. They're going to be there. Odir Bambi's now on the run, but he runs into Gear. Gear is slowing him down. He's been possessed. He's going to be taken back, and he does get killed.
Red team hero has been slain.
FMM will.
Yeah, but that's a perfect setup because right now the turtle has just spawned. This is the 3rd turtle of the game, if I'm not wrong, yes. And this is very important because there's no retreat for the next 10 seconds. So that's why you see Forza heading down here. He needs to start his turtle and make sure that it's going to be delayed and as slowly taken as possible.
Okay, you gotta slow it down, but I mean, not really much you can do, especially since it's okay. Now you have 3 other members or 2 other members joining Fasa here. He does scout it out. They do know that the turtle is going on. He's going to make the first approach.
He still needs to buy some time though because, you know, Odir Bambi, he is around the corner. He is known for his speed. That's what I would just want to say about Odir Bambi. But here we go. This could be the setup.
This could be, it's so precarious in this situation. Gears backing off. They don't really have it. They do have the stop, and they do go in. FMM with a blazing duet. Deck will secure the turtle. That's going to be number 3. They've had nice petrify. JPL. Deck is getting bursted here. JPL just barely able to survive thus far. Gear. No, JPL's going to be left for dead. No way you get away from them. And now Gear is going to be alive. But they do have 3 members of Bleed. They're going to back off after that turtle win. They get Gear as well. They have 4 members. They don't care. But the split blink keeping him alive. But Smelly Cat's been possessed. He's going to back off. But they have the rest of Stellark just waiting, just patiently holding it out. Smelly Cat, a couple more. Does he survive? He's trying to flicker away, not able to do that, and Gear will secure that one.
Yeah, perfect play there. I mean, Bleed, they had that bad fight right there, but somehow they salvaged something. That was a good kill, and of all the people you want to take down, Smelly Cat is definitely the #1 priority. I just want to highlight Sync during the fight. He was on the back lines with the Electro Final Blast, and it's such a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, just a pain in the butt, so to speak. It's super annoying. But let's talk a little bit about the damage dealt. Chesty here just been on point with his real manipulations. Just almost every team fight he's been on, you know, just a terror, so to speak.
Yep, I want to highlight Sailor though, because you can see the disparity of damage between Sailor and Chesty, and that's one of the reasons why fights have been going to the way of Stellark, right? The ability to get that real world manipulation well done has been great so far. And the way I see it, he's struggling a bit for Sailor because he has not once stolen that Divine Judgment yet. And I think it's really just the stress that Stellark has been placing on them.
It's hard. I mean, the fights are happening so quickly. Just getting that ult and being able to steal it. Don't get me wrong, these players, they're definitely capable of it. But it's just getting that perfect spot. Now, Divine Judgment, you pulled back Gear. That's a good target. You have the Energy Eruption as well. Slowing him down. And the next knockup, oh, Gear does get split. He's going to be possessed. But Obeir Bambi in the heart of the enemy team. The real manipulation, the nice stun on the back end. The Tyrant's defense. Chastity's going to go down as well. And JPL so low. And it looks like Bleed have kind of destroyed in this one. They have all 5 members still alive. Sync is looking to go down as well. He gets away. He dashes to safety. He's going to be fine, but that was a win for Bleed.
Yep, teamwork makes the dream work here. Bleed definitely, you know, recovering well, and you can see JPL looking for that Tyrant's Rage once again to have that nice setup. And this win, the timing has been impeccable because Bleed now will have access to a clean dawn, and this is going to shift the momentum back into Bleed's favor. He has been shaky throughout the game for Bleed so far. I think Stellark has been playing well, but the fact that now that Gear is at level 12, he is kind of even, and even, in fact, leading that experience bar. Gear is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I mean, look at this. You have Gear, Deck, and FMM all level 12. There's not a single level 12 player on Stellark. Right? I think that speaks volumes in terms of how Bleed have done this. FMM has largely been kind of, you know, not in the team fights because he's constantly farming, but he's getting at that point where he's hit that critical mass. He can start doing some damage. You gotta respect where FMM is.
Yep, exactly. And to make matters worse, Gear just got his hands on that peak Cuirass, which means it's gonna be even tougher to deal damage to him. Paired up with the 8% from his passive, like, he's just gonna stand in your face and eat your blows.
Yeah, not much you can do at this point. And now Stellark on the back foot. They're defending here. The Lord is gonna be crashing in the top lane. FMM will be supporting that push in there. But, you know, this is a situation where now Stellark, how do you get back in the lane? How do you get back in this game?
They need to set up something for Smelly Cat here. His emblems have not been put to use at all. And Sync is gonna try and defend the lane here on his own against all 5 members.
Sync trying to stay alive. He's going to be there. They do defend. That is a bit of a win for them. They've stopped all of the minion waves, and you know the Lord is down as well. So Stellark, good hold, still down 5k.
Yep, it's a difficult one for Stellark to defend. Like I mentioned before, Chesty on this Eve, he is on a stationary kind of character and hero as well. If he gets caught out, it's game over for him. Oh, so you see JP on hunting really hard.
Wanted that one. That's going to be used, but Sync is in this one, and Gear, and yeah, they're going to back off, just be zoned out. Gear's like, haha, catch me if you can, cannot. And he's just going to run to the bottom lane.
Yeah, but of course with that, Sailor's ultimate is down, so no INU, and this is the marker. Stellark wants to do something. They know that Sailor has no ultimate, no INU to offer. This is the best time for them to fight.
Yeah, you can, but can you catch them? That's the problem, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. Stellark don't want to overextend at this point. They're playing a little bit safe. They've taken a little bit of their map back, but now what else can they do? How do they get this one? They haven't been able to find that perfect engagement.
Yeah, and for good reason as well. I mean, if you take a look at the itemization, I think there was a Dom Ice just picked up by JPL, so lowering that regen as well. And the Lancelot is actually building towards a tank style, right? So this Guardian's helmet, he's already a force to be reckoned with. He offers some damage at this point, but he's hard to kill. And once again, it's all centered around Gear as well as JPL, right? Give them the space. If Gear gets the lockdown on Smelly Cat, he is going to be winning the fight for them because Smelly Cat will be out of the fight entirely. And JPL with the Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge gets a setup on the entirety of Stellark that's left around. Sure, you have Sync who's going to be able to run on the backlines, but what are you going to do when you're all alone?
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, right? And Smelly Cat hasn't had the greatest of games thus far. I think in terms of the last time we saw the damage, Smelly Cat was towards the bottom, right? He hasn't been able to get any sort of, player damage off. Yes, he's been farming, but Dear Bambi now going to be focused on that's going to be left with dead. He's going to be blown up. Deck will secure that one, and that was a nice win for Bleed, catching him out.
Yeah, a huge mistake there by Dear Bambi. He wanted to use the energy eruption, and I think he was waiting for the entire team to really back him up. But I think there was a miscommunication there. The rest of the members of Stellark did not follow up yet. Now, of course, it's difficult to follow up when you have Gear and JPL just strolling around the park, and it's a very obvious show to let them know that I'm here. It's best not to come into my fight.
Like, you can have that fight, you can look for that perfect energy eruption, but, then you're kind of grouped up against the enemy team and against Gear and JPL. You do not really want to be too close, and it seemed like they were really off, not on the same page.
Yeah, but once again, while Bleed has this advantage, they are up about 8,000 gold at this point. We go back to the same situation. Will Bleed be over impatient again?
I want to say that they've learned from their mistakes, but Gear, okay, they're going to wait in the wings. They're going to just kind of look for that ambush, the flank. They're going to use Conceal. The Lord is now bashing on the base. They need to be careful about that. They do need to be I think the Lord is actually the most important thing, but the real manipulation, the fight is on. Sync is getting a little bit low. Gear is looking to just fight, but the Lord is just doing too much damage, and that looks like it's going to be it. You must secure the Lord. You must protect the base. That is the name of the game, sir.
Yep, exactly, and a huge mistake by Stellark. I mean, we saw the game plan, right? They wanted to pincer them in right at that T3. They had that idea in mind. It's just that they were a little bit slow simply because of the stun from Sailor as well. Sailor, he gave up 99% of his life to allow the rest of the members to jump in. Gear as well as JPL were ready with the jump as well.
All right, Bleed Esports, Stellark, 1-1. They're going to go to a Game 3. But Jace, your thoughts on Game 2?
I don't know, ever since watching Bleed Esports since Season 1, they've always given me heart attacks. It's always this neck-and-neck positions that just makes it it's like, I asked for an interesting fight, but not this.
Well, I mean, that's as interesting as you're going to go, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's one of those things where, but okay, hey, let's talk a little bit about that last.
Okay.
I mean, the fact that the Lord was there, but they were just so bloodthirsty that they were like, we just want a team fight. It's one of those things where the coach or the shot caller really needs to kind of just make sure that they make that call of, hey, this is not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, I know, we would like to highlight the player, right? Deck right there. Because
it's his bad.
Okay, Deck coming in with a tank Lancelot, this time round, which is somewhat what Deck likes to do, assassin junglers, but Lancelot tank is a hybrid. He can absorb punishment, he can also do a lot of damage and slow you at the same time with the fact, thank you very much, the Thunderbelt right there.
Yep, exactly. So the Thunderbelt, and of course, he has the Radiant Armor as well, so he kind of negates Chesty quite a bit. He's able to dive into the backlines as well. And if you take a look at the rest of the itemization by the rest of the team, it's really hard to get on the backlines of Bleed. You have the Radiant Armor, the Dreadnought Armor, and the Dom Eyes on JPL. Similar items on Gear as well, this time the Molten Core and the Anti-Cuirass. And to make matters worse, he had that Immortality already. So if Deck wasn't an issue already, you had to go past Gear and JPL.
Yeah, and apart from that, FMM using the BMI, it's really hard for Forza to catch. And you saw how Forza has always tried to catch FMM in the back line. The perfect game for FMM right there. So I feel like looking back at this game, it's about the battle between the marksmen, right? FMM going up against Smelly Cat. Smelly Cat power's fight kind of went off already. The window of opportunity for Smelly Cat to really farm out damage is already gone. And there's no late game insurance because he went for the killing spree emblem instead. A lot of physical penetration in the early game, but the moment when you see a Claw going even Steven with a Brody in the early game, that's it. The Claw is going to win in the late game.
Yeah, it was a major miscommunication for them. I mean, Forza and Dear Bambi, they could not get that perfect setup for Smelly Cat. While it may seem, they set up for the real world manipulation, end of the day, what they needed was Smelly Cat to really jump in with the Brody, get the torn apart memory, get the passive working as well, but he just couldn't get in range. Every single time Dear Bambi's tried to set up with an energy eruption, he just get caught by 4 people and just melted down.
Just take a look at this, Holler and Kin, right? Look at the damage dealt by Stellark. It's more on the side of Stellark. Bleed won the game with lesser damage dealt.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it was all tanking it all up, right? Soak up the damage and we will actually win the fight. They got more objectives as well. take a look at that, it's almost 4 times the damage to the towers from the side of Bleed.
It really seemed like Bleed were very smart in terms of how they pushed objectives. Like
Yes.
they were just very focused. They were, I mean, they wanted to brawl in the beginning, but towards the end they were kind of like, hey, let's hold our horses a little bit. Let's just play the way the game should be played, which is of course taking down the core.
Yeah, like game number 1, you see them really trying to greed, really trying to punish Stellark for the over-aggression, but Stellark was the one that's over-aggressive. Now, Bleed, on the other hand, game number 2, they're like, okay, let's slow down the gear a little bit, no pun intended right there. Let's try to split push, and let's try to put a lot of macro pressure, especially towards FMM side of the map, because Sync was having a wonderful time in the early game.
Yep, exactly. And of course, with that, I think my personal MVP will be Gear. He really made a huge difference in the setup of the team fights as well as the pace of the game.
All right, well, we're going to find out who the MVP is, and it is, of course, Gear. Ken, I feel like you're in tune with everything going on, like in terms of calling out the MVPs.
Yep, he has to be, because the way that he has played essentially sets up the entire T of Bleed to succeed. Because like I said, if Gear is a great game, you know, it's a wonderful game for Bleed because he denies everyone else on the backlines of Stellark. And that's exactly what happened. With the emblem on Avery's as well, he got that extra gold. 1,002 in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and not only just that, Gear also wonderfully deserved the MVP because remember what I mentioned, Sync was having a wonderful time in lane. In fact, it was Gear losing the lane, and Gear had to find something else, other resources elsewhere. He started to find a pick-off on Smelly Cat, denies Smelly Cat from a good farm, or even a good fight. 12% team participation. That's what happened because Gear was popping off.
Yeah, that was rough to watch.
That was rough.
I mean, but let's just check this one out. Let's go to the highlights in game 2.
Yep. At this point of time, this is where Sync was having a wonderful time, right? That's one of the game. That's Sync's favorite choke point, right? Game number 1, it was a joy. Game number 2, it was the Benedetta this time around. Now, this is the earliest stage of the game. This is the problem of Bleed in this particular Season 5, right? The engine of the early game was so hard to start. It's like a Gear number 1, but it's like not even pushing the limit at all.
Yep, exactly. And of course, you can see slowly here, Ode Bambi was very used to be able to go in and get the energy eruption off and, you know, get the perfect setup for the entire team itself. But later on, as you transition more towards the mid-game, he's starting to get a bit more tankier on the side of Gear. He has that a bit more damage as well. So you can see it starts to go Ori for Stellark.
I think this is where Gear starts to pop off, right? I think this is the one where he possesses Odia Bambi
yeah.
and then start. Look how JPL and Gear, or basically JPL, just denies the backline, and it's not a miscommunication coming out of Stellark in my opinion. It's the fact that JPL denied and just axed the whole team composition into half. Your front line is isolated, your backline can't join the fight.
It's a perfect setup for Bleed. I mean, that's the exact reverse, right? We thought it was good for Stellark, but Bleed just came in and like, no, here's the actual strategy that we're gonna execute.
I think it's amazing seeing the players just know the limits of the heroes, right? Like just know how far to push it, and Gear is just impeccable on that glue, and it's just an amazing game throughout.
Yep. Especially that one clutch play, right? And I think there's also one part of the clip where I really hope we get to see in the highlights earlier is when he caught out Smelly Cat in a 1v4. That's perfect chef's kiss.
Yep, and we're going to go to a break, and we're going to be back with Game 3. We'll be right back. welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 5. My name is Holler, and with me is Kin and Jason. We're going to be giving at Game 3. This is going to be Bleed. I can't even talk anymore because it's giving me a heart attack in that last game. Bleed Esports Stellark Game 3. There's a lot at stake on this one. There's just, upper bracket potential. There's, of course, there's only 2 more games left. What's going to happen?
Man, I always tell every admin that, Bleed, since Evil's SG to Slade to Bleed, I'm going to send an invoice to my heart problems over to them. I basically stay right in front of a hospital, so it's easy access for me.
Okay. I mean, it's good to know that you're there, and hopefully you are fine. That could potentially be a problem at your age. I'm just saying, but but we're here now, and don't get me wrong, all of the games have been very intense. It's very back and forth. We're into Game 3 here. Who really needs to respond in Game 3, Ken?
I actually think both teams need to step up here. Okay, I'm not saying performance was bad, but now this is a battle of head and heart, right?
Okay.
Headspace-wise, statistics-wise, it is Bleed for me. Of course, our heart still goes out to Stellark, but the way they've been playing right now, it's neck and neck. I have to tell them, say, both of you have to level up because right now they're trying to one-up each other.
Yeah, I have to agree. Bleed performance, I've already started to have a lot of questions because this is not how Bleed Prime used to play, right? I'm looking back at the M3, that sort of era. I'm looking at, even in Season 4 when they were going up against RSG. But then, this kind of performance, I think the wake-up call is starting to become a wake-up slap.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that they're faltering or their teams are starting to catch up at this stage, right? Because we're kind of seeing it's a little bit closer. This is not the Bleed of old, let's be honest, right? So we're gonna see as we go into this Game 3 draft here, but this is pretty much for all the marbles at this point.
Correct. Bleed's definitely not out of the woods yet. Well, Stellark, I think they've got a little bit of momentum going. They can build upon game number 1. Sync has been a great addition in Week 3, day number 2.
Yep, exactly. And now, just a little highlight about what's happening downstairs, right? Because the battleground is downstairs. While we are thinking about the fights between the players, the fans are also downstairs. If you take a look downstairs, right, the fans of Bleed, they packed up the room. So there's the Bleed corner, and then we have the Stellark fans who are, packing up the other side of the room. So this battle is not just between, Stellark and the players of Stellark and Bleed. It's also between the fans. We can actually hear them cheering downstairs as well.
They're both very loud.
Yeah.
Right? And they're getting a lot of support, which is great. And I love the passion that everybody's bringing to the table, so to speak. I think both of the teams really need to hear it. They need to ensure that they got you because this is a situation where you both punched each other. This is like heavyweights going at it. This is going to be it. This is the final round, so to speak. This is, of course, Game 3. There's a lot at stake.
Yep. So right now, it's Stellark SG going to first pick. As we go into the first game number 3, pick and bans, right? This is going to be Stellark SG going in first pick. And this is also when Stellark won in game number 1. So we need to see what Bleed pick and ban right off the bat. Sorry, it's already going halfway through. Stellark banning away Martis, Fanny, and the Glue. And Bleed takes away the Joy, Kaja, and the 1-1 this time around. A bit of Switcheroo going in.
Yep, but still the same thing, right? They understand about the dangers of giving these heroes away to the opponent team. So it's very understandable they do not want to deal with deck here with the Fanny and the Morris. And of course, the Glue by Gear. No way am I going to allow that to go into the hands of Bleed as well. Alert and Fast are going to be banned along with the Kaja from the side of Bleed as well. But the first few secures have already happened. Stellark, Odia Bambi going back into Fredrin for his first pick, and in response, Gear is going to go with the Aleph as well as Sailor back on Farsa.
Yeah, decisive pick from Stellark and both Bleed as well, but Stellark with the Fredrin being open, he can definitely go into using that Fredrin as a laner, but now it's going to be a Grok coming in. Ooh, Stellark's not really showing anything as of yet.
Yeah, Grok and Eve, we already know how this combination works with the Guardian's Barrier into the Wild Charge. It could potentially set up for that real world as well. So this is going to be a multi-layered battle, Chesty against Sailor, and we'll probably see once again the monster matchup, JPL against Forza. JPL one-upped Forza previous game. He set up for the entire team. He got the backlines of Stellar before they could even enter the help Bambi.
Yeah, speaking about the backlines, right, Kin? Chesty has picked the Eve 6 times.
Yes.
All throughout. This guy has been really solid under the Eve, but it's already starting to be a little bit
Sniper ready.
predictable. That's
Give
why
me a target.
Whoa, why you ban my Leslie away? Why?
important. Leslie offers quite a bit of mobility, right, at the same time, and very good damage. So with that, I think it's a good idea. They want to get rid of Smelly Cat, but it could be a reverse psychology ban, right? They want to open up the other marksmen available. Right now, we still have Melissa open on the board. It could be a fight between, Smelly Cat getting this Melissa back in his hands to go up against his Claude.
I mean, I can see why they really want to go for the Leslie. It does have a little bit of a buff, but right now we're in this weird attack speed marksman meta, and and Leslie is like it's just not the ideal for the Leslie anymore, in my opinion. As much as I love Leslie so much, but I'm biased right here. Stellark going ahead and ban the Archive away. Looking at Bleed's draft right here. Apart from the Arlot, still very squeaky. Stellark, on the other hand, there's a lot of tools for them to work with. You've got a real world manipulation, you've got the energy burst, and you've also got a wild charge to work with. Valentina would have been so nice for Bleed, but they've already selected a Farsa.
Yep, that's right. And of course, with that being said, Smelly Cat and Sync, the options are pretty much open for them, right? FMM, of course, on this claw gear with the Arlot, he will have quite a bit of fun with the Vengeance as well, but that's going to be dampened, right? The spirit's going to be dampened by just simply because Forcer exists here. With that wild charge as well as the Garden Barrel, it will stop his final
Time and tide wait for
no man. It will also stop his
Ignore,
marking
girl.
abilities. When I say stop, it will deny him the chance to do it, not that he cannot, right? So with lesser amounts of Vengeance to really jump around, dash in and out of the backlines on Stellark, gear is essentially negated based on this particular skill set by Forcer.
Yeah, definitely. And not just that, right? Forza could bring the Grok into... definitely the Grok could go into the roam, right? The Grok can also go into the hands of Sync to counter against the gear. Don't forget, Sync has won the EXP lane twice already in this particular series. Gear needs to be a little bit careful this time going now. Bleed banning away the Beatrix, a huge respect over to Smelly Cat once again. And it's like what I mentioned, I think that Leslie ban should have went for a Beatrix in my opinion, because you've got to have to ban these two snipers.
All shall succumb to
Of
my
course, the final
Your
event
team
here
is
is going to be an Archive as well as the Kufra. So no attention to the heavy spin available for the side of
My
either
kiss
Stellark
grants
or
you
immortality
immortality
out.
or death.
They do not want to deal with the Tyrant's Rage
Oh.
or Revenge. Alice finally going back into the hands of Deck. We've already seen 100% win rate for Deck on this Alice. His Alice is quite a menace to deal with, especially as it hits that mid to late game, right? Once he gets his farm out, he gets his lifesteal as well. It's going to be quite difficult. And the problem is not about the lifesteal, the damage. The problem is actually the mobility, right? It causes a lot of confusion because Forcer now,
Need some
Chesty now, they have to
stitches? I can
rearrange
help.
how they target their skills.
Yeah, but then again, you see 100% win rate. Only 2 players in MPL Singapore has played this Alice in the jungle, Reminiscent and Deck. Deck played it 2 times, whereas Reminiscent played it once, and they all won. But Alice going up against Stellark,
Sand rises
I can
when I
see
give
how
the
it's
word.
so good
Team is
against the
picking.
Yve. I can see it's going to not really work well because of the Melissa go away. And now you have a Badang to push the Alice away. I think this Alice pick in the jungle is going to take a long time to start up.
That's true. And of course, Sync gonna secure this Badang here. And Badang, I mean, it's good, right? You have good lockdown as well. But the problem for me is, I think based on Bleed's lineup, they're extremely mobile. The only person that potentially you could catch out is maybe Sailor, because Gear can actually use his Vengeance if there are creeps around to really dash out of that situation, provided he has enough time. FMM can really just blink in and out, and Deck, he's just gonna TP out.
Okay, now what Bleed is lacking is they have a lot of dive potential, right? The Badang can actually push people away. There's also the go away models. There's also the Grok wall. They need someone to basically kick someone back in. I was thinking about the Atlas, but now Bleed will go back to the JPL Cho we all know and love.
Yeah, that's right. So you were talking about the displacement, right? They need an entry point to get the kill. And of course, with that, JPL offers exactly that same point with the Jikundo into the Way of the Dragon. Now, Flowing Blood is the one that I'm talking about for Deck, right? You know, the ability to relocate himself with Flowing Blood is going to be quite essential for the team fights. Because once again, it's not as crazy as Joy, but it does provide a bit of volatility in terms of positioning. And it's really hard, right? You won't get a full 5-on-5 fight the way that Bleed is going to be playing.
Game 3, Bleed, Stellark. Jace, your final thoughts on this draft. Who has the edge going in?
In the late game, definitely in terms of Bleed, right? But of course, going into game number 3, you guys got to take this game
the
to heart.
battlefield. Smash
All right,
them.
you heard it here. Stellark, or Jace, thank you so much. And we're going to go into this one. It's going to be
Welcome
game 3.
to
Tin,
Mobile
your
Legends.
thoughts going into this one?
Once again, it's head against heart. It's really difficult to decide because I believe that, Stellark has a good chance of this, but at the same time, Bleed, statistically, they are much better. A Badang against an Arlet, but that mid lane, right, they're already starting. It looks pretty weird.
Speaking of weird, it
Yeah,
looks like
Fossa.
Fossa hasn't been able to, start the engine, so to speak. He seems a little bit stuck. He's blocked in more than anything else.
Yep, it could be a strat as well, but with that being said, Melissa, our dear Smelly Cat, is going to be the first one to face some immense pressure from Bleed. JPL gonna scout the region around. His job, like I said, is very simple. He wants to waste time, right? Number one, get information on which buff they're gonna get started with on Stellark, and the second one is to slow down that buff gain as much as possible.
It's super important, especially early intel. It's all about where you need to go, how you make your rotations. Now Fossa has made his way there. They did get spotted by JPL, and they have 3 members of Stellark that are going to kind of slowly meander their way to the top lane there. Something to take note of. But Smelly Cat now left for dead. It's going to go 1 for 3. This is going to be an easy first blood. If dead.
Yep, they need to make something happen now for Stellark because the one person you should not leave to die is actually your marksman. So Smelly Cat starting the game with a 0-1 at full scoreline.
Yeah, not where you want to be. Oh, dear Bambi, just a little bit slow on that charge. Gear just gets to flick us to safety. He should be fine. He's going to back off here, but he realizes that there's actually quite a number of Stellark members in the top lane. Something they do need to be careful about. Gear, yes, he can just pop off, but he's also being isolated at the top lane, so he just needs to get as much farm as possible.
Well, technically what they wanted was to make sure that Gear was not alive for this turtle fight, but unfortunately they did not get the execution. They did get him to burn his flicker, which is great, but it's not the perfect situation.
Not the perfect one, but you don't look out for the nice way the dragon kicks him back in. Oh, dear Bambi will take that one. Now the turtle's getting a little bit low. They do need to be careful, and they deck will secure that turtle. Fossa, he's just going to charge up. He's going to back off for now, but that's a pretty big win for Bleed.
Yep, they'll take that any day, man, and simply for the fact that number one, they get 2 kills for free, and they get the turtle along with it. Power Major being used by Fossa, but I don't think it's going to achieve much at this point.
Yeah, JPL. JPL getting in on the action as well, and Fossa just backs off. He takes a lot of damage. Yes, you've kind of, baited people to you, but it's a situation where Fossa will now go back to base.
Yep, so if we take a look at the emblems across the board, once again, FMM back on this Averys is going to, amplify the farm that he gets as much and as fast as possible. Gear going for tenacity instead, so he's able to get some increased resistance once he hits less than 40% of his health, and that's very powerful. Got Sailor back on this magic worship. Here we go, everything is working out. JPL jumping in, making things irritating for the side of Stellark here. Flashback to Season 4 where he was causing a lot of damage and confusion on backline. He gets a kick in, but not going to achieve that way of the dragon because Chesty is still alive, but they do get the kill on JPL.
Yeah, they got something, but I mean, JPL was just kind of going in, I guess attracting a lot of attention. I think Bleed should have cut their losses a little bit sooner and just been like, hey, you're dead, let's go back to the lane and farm as much as possible. But now Sayla kind of pushing in the mid lane, just making things a little bit difficult here. But again, Stellark on point. They're sticking to objective-based gaming, and they're going to push the bottom lane here.
Yep, I just want to highlight what Sync has. He has the Master Assassin, or as the older players might know, High and Dry. I'm not sure whether this will be working out in their favor as well, because the way that Bleed is going to fight is they will congregate all 5 members at every single fight, which will not allow Badang or Sync in this case to really make use of that emblem altogether.
Yeah, not really able to do that. I mean, it's a difficult situation. You got to find your moment, so to speak. Hasn't been able to do that. The turtle has now spawned, though. JPL is scouting this one out. Sayla is their deck, is just trying to make sure that he does secure the Fenrir more than anything else. But Fossa, very deep, just being a nuisance more than anything else.
Yep, Badang is here to join the fight as well.
The wave, the dragon kicks back Fossa. They do secure that one. Fossa does go down. Deck will take that one. Bambi continuing to fight. And Sayla, he's getting a little bit low, but oh dear Bambi, not able to draw a beat on that.
Red team hero has been slain.
That one. Turtle's already gone.
Yeah, Flow of Blood used, but unfortunately, timing wasn't great for them. So they do take a couple of losses for this fight as well. But it's just that, right? And that's great. So right now, what they want to do, you can see they've already started to swap lanes. They're allowing this FMM to increase his farm, get as much gold as possible in this early game. And here comes
Blue
Smelly
team
Cat being
turret
caught out
has
though.
been destroyed.
Smelly Cat, I don't know who's caught out at
Yep.
this point because Gear was going 1 versus 2, but now he has
Blue
teammates,
team
and
hero
Smelly
has
Cat does
been
go down.
slain.
Finally, Sayla will secure that. JPL looking to just at least just skirmish with Fossa, but I think that, you know, this is a wet noodle fight more than anything else.
Yep, so it is, you know, Smelly Cat that gets caught out here. And of course, I think the formation by Bleed has been perfect so far.
Oh, he's been stuck in Dex. He's going to be
Red team
killed
hero
here.
has
Sink.
been
Nice play
slain.
there. They're going to take that one, and they'll push the mid lane. Gear has made an appearance, and Odir Bambi's like, I don't want any part of him.
Let's take a look at the growth of the items as well. Deck already making things work for himself. He does have one defensive item, right? He has the Spark of Destiny as well, so he does offer some damage. But right now, Fossa with the wild charge.
Yeah, wild charge. He's went the wrong way. He's going to charge the wrong way, get killed there. But Sayla does go down in the end. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing, I would say, for Star.
Yep, super close again. Every game is less than 1,000 goal between two teams, and it's really interesting. Sink here, gonna try and get the setup on here.
The blazing duet is perfectly placed. Nice positioning. And then he images to safety. And JPL getting a little bit low. He's going to be killed here. Chesty will take that one. But Odir Bambi continuing on. They have him. They have Gear. And Gear's going to be left for dead as well. And he goes down. Stellark are kind of getting back in this game.
Yep, kind of unfortunate. Deck actually used the Blood Bolt, and you know, that sustain is very irritating to deal with because Stellark, they have to waste so much time getting that kill in. And of course, Deck
Blue
is
team
really
has slain
getting,
the
like I
turtle.
said, Clock of Destiny, right? He does have that huge growth potential already. And it's really difficult to fight to him when you have support with people like JPL.
Red
When
team
you come
turret
to
has
the way of the
been
dragon, it's
destroyed.
very difficult to set yourself up perfectly. Like I said, it's difficult because Stellark, they have a, at this point, kind of one-dimensional setup, right?
Yep.
Forza, gonna jump in.
Whoa! Feather Air Strike is perfect, but the wild charge actually stops him. The rule of manipulation is going to be used in return. Sayla just gets caught out. He's going to be killed, but Sink goes down as well. The blazing duet, all of it will be your Bambi. They can secure that one. FMM will take credit for that kill, but still, what? 2-for-1?
Yep, it's actually still not a good trade in Stellark's
Red
favor,
team
right?
turret
Odir
has
Bambi
been
constantly
destroyed.
not that guy in this
Blue team hero
should
has
be
been
somewhat
slain.
snowballing as well. But so far, he has been died twice, 1, 2, and 5 on Odir Bambi. And it's not offering that much security for his team to go around and push the map as well.
This is a moment where you look at kills, you look at what just happened, 3 deaths from Stellark.
Blue
It's
team
a
turret has
situation
been
where you're like,
destroyed.
oh my gosh, are we actually losing? But if we're looking at the net worth alone, a bit of neck and neck. I mean, damage is a whole other story though.
Yep, Chesty offering, you know, surprising is Chesty offering a lot of damage. Top of the table, 24,000 along with Sink as well. But, you know, following closely behind Gear is at third place. But you
the
can see the
feather
fight.
is strike so good. Knocked up Chesty. Fossa is going to be killed as well. JPL gets away unscathed, so to speak, and Bleed are starting to dominate.
Yep, they are. They will get this 1,000 goal lead so far as Sink is going to be forced to back away. Deck is happy to join the fight here. He's waiting for that perfect opportunity. He still has access to Blood Oath and ready to use it if necessary.
If necessary, hasn't really found that moment right now. Bleed again, just kind of taking a little bit control over the map. They're starting to put a little, like, exert a little bit of dominance, just putting a little bit of pressure onto Stellark. And this is kind of one of those things where, like, a Stellark is like, hey, we gotta back off, we gotta.
Yep, this tenacity on Gear is really doing its work here. That 40%. I mean, it's hard to see, right? I don't actually see Gear dropping less than 40% most of the fights. But you see, it's already difficult to deal with him. He's 6, 1, and 4. And if he's already a monster to deal with, even before he hits that 40%, how are you going to deal with him when his tenacity is actually activated?
Every time a Stellark sees Gear, they're like, oh crap, we just gotta back off. I feel like he's the guy that, like, nobody really wants to fight with. I mean, he's 6, 1, and 4, just completely, like, in your face, just being more than a nuisance at this point. But the Lord now, this is going to be the big fight. The Crystal zoning, Smelly Cat trying to find it. Deck with the steal takes the Lord. Smelly Cat goes down, and that's going to be a huge win.
Yep, they're going to add insult to injury, taking Fossa along as well. It's not really working out for Stellark right here as Bleed. They have this whole game in control so far.
Yeah, full control, and they don't care. They're going to dive. They're going to take this tower. They don't care what's going on. JPL is on the backside. He's not even at half-life. He's fine. Deck goes in for this one. Nice stun. Real world manipulation. That's going to be used. It does scurry away FMM and Gear. They're fine. They're going to get to safety. The teleport back in Washington is going to hold down JPL, but the blazing duet. Sink is looking to go down as well, and Gear goes down as well. I mean, this is looking, that was a rough fight for Bleed.
I mean, this really shows the
Red
prowess
team
of
hero has
JPL.
been
Yes, he
slain.
got taken down, but the Jikundo into the way of the dragon to knock them back. I mean, that was the perfect setup for the fight. And it looked like for a moment Bleed was going to struggle, right? But that turnaround, my goodness.
Yeah, I didn't really expect that one. I thought that they kind of probably were pressing a little too quickly. I think they needed to like slow it down, right? You have an advantage. Now it's even closer. And this is a situation where, you know, as Stellark fans, you're like, okay, this is the comeback. This is that window of opportunity.
Yep, and if you take a look at the lineup for Bleed, right, while it looks like they have a very strong early game, they also have a very good late game draft. Now, Stellark, on the other hand, they're not too far off as well. They do have some opportunities on the late game, but once again, it's about the variety of techniques, right? Now, let's take a look at the growth of items. Right now, tankability is not the top of the table for the side of Stellark, but they do need it. This Grog Forcer only has the Dom Eyes as well, as one of the main core items.
Oh, but they found Smelly Cat. Oh no, Gear does get him. Gear Eruption's
slain.
on point, or sorry, the taunt on that one, and they do find him. Gear Bambi's going to be killed here. He did taunt Gear, but that's just not enough. And now Bleed in firm control. They're pushing the bottom lane. They're going to crash that wave. Bleed, JPL, as well as Deck are going to push the mid lane. The rule of manipulation just used the zone, but this is a little too late at this point, especially since JPL just walked around.
Yep, exactly. And I mean,
turret has
going
been
back to
destroyed.
that, they really need to try and
team turret
put
has
some
been
measures for damage
destroyed.
limitation here on the side of Stellark.
Yes, they need to stop the snowball, so to speak. Look at FMM. He's starting to pick up some damage. Like, it's a very difficult
team
situation.
base
I mean,
turret has
safety,
been
he's
destroyed.
back. I mean, his positioning's been on point. You've got exactly what you wanted, which is the T3 bottom. And now the Lord is up for 30 more seconds. Bleed can kind of just, you know, take it slow.
Yep, they need to, you know, stop the bleeding here on the side of Stellark. And of course, with Deck already hitting level 15, he is so far ahead against the competition. It is at least 4 levels ahead on, you know, the lowest member on Stellark.
Tough. This is, you know, it's one thing to be down net worth, but the levels actually start to stack up. I mean, Deck is level 15. I mean, he's just been a monster. Gear's level 13, but 727, just
Blue team
killing
turret has
everybody
been
almost
destroyed.
at will. And now Bleed with that net worth advantage, with that level advantage. Now they're going to go up against the Lord. How do they take this one?
It's difficult, right? Right now, Stellark, they have to really just hope for some miracle to happen. They can only go for a steal. They cannot take a fight along with that Lord attempt as well. So they will see they will try to rotate as well. JPL maybe getting caught up now. He's ready for it. Right? JPL is not the target they want to look for. They want to look for FMM.
Yeah, they want to find him, but he's, you know, he's not going to just stand out in the open. His positioning's been on point. Definitely been very safe. But they do see him on the mini-map. It pushed in the top lane, so they do know that it's there. But then, are they splitting it away, trying to attract attention so that the Lord is now going to be started on? It looks like Deck will start the Lord here. Fossa just trying to go in. Maybe he gets the reset.
Yep, it's difficult. I just want to highlight for Team Bleed, right? The reason why this Alice is so scary as one of the picks is the fact that you're going to force the entirety of the team to really go defense with a couple of defensive measures. They have to get this Radiant Armor as well on the tank. And that is gold that you're being forced to spend on items on a defensive capability. You want to go on the offensive as well. So, I mean, mentally it just shuts you down because you already have objective to hit even before the game starts.
True. It's funny that you say that because it's like, are you a defensive player, offensive player? But in this case, I do agree. You need a little bit more defensive, you know, sustain. You need to just survive, right? I think that it's one of those situations where Bleed can just kind of blow you up. You do need to be careful, but Deck not giving up anything, just more scouting the Lord, making sure that nobody takes it. If anything, Fossa just being, again, just with these Guardian Walls to resets, he's been on point.
Yep, it's just about buying time, right?
Yeah.
For the side of Bleed, they already have one T3 down. They just need to make sure that that T3 is that particular bot lane is being pressured so much to the fact that Stellark has to go back and defend the base.
Yes, and Sync, and I believe, yeah, Odir Baby is going to make his way an appearance to the Lord here. The Lord is almost at a quarter life at this point. Odir Baby is about half life. Does need to be careful. JPL and FMM, they do have some damage. You got to respect it. The barrier is going to be used. The feathered airstrike is going to be used, but the Lord is already been taken. Deck is going to take that one, and they do have the energy eruption. That's going to be that nice little that they've got. Deck is continuing to fight. He's in the heart of the enemy. Sync is going to go down. Salem for that one. Smelly Cat looking to fight. FMM's got so much damage, and he's looking to just blow him up. He gets the image. He gets the safety. Smelly Cat still sticking around, though. I think he's a little too far, and he does get killed as well. Gear will secure that one. FMM will take out Odir Bambi, and this is looking to be all Bleed at this stage.
Yeah, bleeding out for sure. Stellark does not make it work for themselves. You know, Bleed, they have this huge advantage and it's very difficult. But with that Bleed, he didn't start exactly with the best start. But it's not how you start, it's how you end. And Bleed takes this series 2-1.
All right, so that was a perfect game. 15 minutes, that's exactly what you wanted to do. Bleed, understanding the limits, it's like, hey, maybe we play around game 1, we just win game 2 and 3. That's been our MO, so to speak. But Jace, your thoughts on that game?
Man, you can see Bleed, right? This is not an eruption of success. It's more like, phew, we just survived the day.
Yeah.
But seriously, this is a very strong game number 3. They did what the KTB did. Right, basically, I need to try to snowball early game. They need to try to win the early game fight. But the worst thing is, for Stellark on the other hand, is that they win an early game fight with a late game draft.
Yes, exactly. That's the point I was trying to make as well. Stellark has a decent late game draft as well.
Yeah, decent late game draft, but that's why you can see the slight power spike in the mid game where you saw, Stellark start to climb up a little bit in terms of the rankings, sort of the damage. But, Bleed, that Alice, that 2k gold lead that you think he has, no. He has infinite scaling in a sense because of the HP. That's like almost like 4k gold lead at that point in time.
It was just way too much. I mean, we just saw it. It was just kind of like from minute 1, it almost seemed like it was Bleed's way. Like they just kind of confirmed control. But let's look at the stats of that game. Kind of, it'll paint the picture when we look at the stats here.
It forces Stellark to get 2 important items. You need the Dom Eyes, you need the Radiant Armor. And that's essentially gold that you have to spend even before you spend on anything else. It's like kind of like having a credit card debt, right? On the get-go, right? So it's already a deficit for Stellark. They start the game with some burden on their hands.
Yeah, Imokun, that's why I have a Frank debit card instead. But let's take a look at Bleed's side of the items, right? The most important thing that we have to look is that Alice, the clock coming in very clutch, going into the Thorn Armor right off the bat is just so that to counter us against Smelly Cat, right? Because you keep throwing out the damage, but also FMM. Once he starts securing the golden staff, that's practically his power spikes is almost game over for Stellark, especially against the marksman.
Yeah, but for a moment that actually Smelly Cat in that last few moments, he did put up a decent fight. I just think he overstepped his boundaries just a little bit too far forward, right? He could have gotten the other 2 members, approaching Gear at the late game with the option for a final slash into Vengeance, with the cooldown. Come on, man, that was like a difficult one.
Yeah, you talk about the final slash, right? I'm excited to see that one beautiful, well-played Gear and JPL working in sync, no pun intended right there, just to isolate all their Bambi. Like, that's like a displacement of like, what, from almost the base turret to almost like close to the first tier turret.
Yep, it was very difficult for the side of Stellark, right? And I have to point out, I mean, Forza and Bambi, I think they did a good job of trying to set things up.
Yep.
Sync as well with the wall, but it couldn't really work because the way that Bleed fights, they're really all over the place. Like, that Flowing Blood by Deck is just repositions her into a new angle. And while you're focused on Deck, Gear's on the backlines with the Vengeance jumping around. If he gets the reset, he gets the final slash. Another few sets of Vengeance again, which he also gets lifesteal from.
Just very well played, I think, by Bleed. I think that you see the entire draft, they had a strategy in mind, they knew what they needed to have done, but what is who do you think is going to be the MVP, Jace?
I think the MVP coming from Bleed is Deck, man. He's come in with the Flowing Blood just to take away the first Lord. That's when the momentum starts kicking in, and then when Deck starts to just absorb all those minions in the mid lane because Sailor just giving it up. No, he's just gonna get stonks, but then MVP Arlott, of course.
Okay. I think that maybe they just didn't want to change the picture, so to speak, because there seems to be in every MVP for Bleed Esports. No offense, guys in the back, but nonetheless, it's one of those situations where you felt the impact. I mean, when you're 8-2-10, that speaks volumes about the game that you have.
Exactly. His setup, like, I mean, Jace, you mentioned, his setup was perfect. That final slashes, there were multiple, it's not even just one, it's multiple final slashes that killed the game off for Stellark every single time. Every single time, felt like Stellark was climbing their way back. Gear came in and slapped them. It was a final slap.
Get into your spot, right?
Yep,
basically, that's what Gear just did. Just a slap right there. But I feel like Gear, of course, I can see why he's also the MVP as well, because an Arlott building is slightly tanky, right? Dom Eyes, a Radiant Armor can actually assassinate Smelly Cat right off that bat. That's when, Gear is starting to ramp up in the game.
Yeah, and I feel like almost in like the draft or the, the game itself, you just need to just stop here, right? You just have him have a bad game, let somebody else beat you, but here's the highlight.
Yeah, throw the spanner into gear, right? But right now, just take a look. This is the early game, by the way. It's already 4 kills ahead, 3 kills ahead for the side in the favor of Bleed. And Deck, I think at this point in time, I think this is one of his first deaths. By that time, Deck is already 2-1-2. Now, the biggest issue about this is that you have a late game drop that is snowballing in the early game. Yes, I think this is the point where you see Stellark coming in with some sense of life already because, they've hit their power spikes, they hit the mid-game power spikes already. But then again, you're fighting against a late game drop. If you don't have that window of opportunity slammed shut very well.
Yep, this JPL fight was the one that we were just losing our minds. I mean, I thought JPL was dead for sure, and that would have changed the fight because if he didn't offer protection, I think Deck would have been caught out. Forcer still had his wild charge as well, and there was a perfect setup for them. They could have turned the entire fight. But JPL, I mean, with that, was just a monstrous attack.
Another final nail in the coffin from the side of Bleed against Stellark's coffin is that the wave management, the way they manage the wave, they push FMM all the way up top, and that's what earned them this particular lord.
That's right. FMM was always on the cusp of the fight. Like, he was on the outer rim, right? And he only came in when he was needed. On the flip side, it was Smelly Cat who was always baited in, unfortunately, by Gear. And it was not on one occasion, it was on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Because Gear was really, really low at certain points. And the problem was that Smelly Cat does offer the damage. You wouldn't go in if you know that you can't kill him, right? So it was about the offering that got him killed in the final moments as well.
But isn't that what you want to do as like the goal laner? You want to be on the outskirts. You want to do as much damage as possible. Just stay away. Make sure that nobody really kind of can get a beat on you because they need your damage throughout the entire team fight.
Yeah, but I think they have a very huge influence on the way that Smelly Cat was thinking. But the best person to help us answer this is actually Cheryl. So Cheryl, let's throw it back to you. Let us hear this interview from the players.
Thanks, guys. That was such a sweet match. And right now here, Man of the Hour, if I'm not mistaken as well, Man of the Week previously. Right here, MVP of 2 games. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gear.
Hello.
Yeah, so we're really excited. And I have a question for you. It's very unlike Bleed, especially right here for this season, to see, especially the first games getting dropped. Like, what's going on? Is it you guys figuring out new team dynamics, or tell me more?
It's more of like, honestly, our team still lacks a bit of discipline. So, in terms of gameplay wise, we should be like more of game 1. We call it our warm-up game, whereas I think in general we should like respect our enemies more. Yeah, we play differently in game 1 than in game 2 and game 3.
Right, so yes, that's duly noted, but we also hope to see you guys in best forms because you have a lot of supporters out there and time is running out. We only have 1 more day. And another question that we have for you would be, what's very interesting is that in game 2, 5 bans from you guys and 4 bans are targeted at Smelly Cat. Is there any particular reason for that? Is he a threat to you guys?
We more of wanted to give FMM a good lane so that he could carry us. Because we trust in FMM to perform in our games.
Trust in FMM. All right. So the next one, the burning question. Highlight match right here going into week 4, day 1 would be the most anticipated match for you guys, I believe, going head-to-head against RSG, Slate SG. And you are in your domain right now. Previously, you were in jungle, but you're originally from EXP, and now you're back. This is your domain. How does it feel? You're going to be crossing swords with Diablo.
It feels good to go back to EXP, and I'm looking forward to keep my 100% win rate against Diablo in MPL.
Intending to keep that 100% win rate as well?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. All right. So we are definitely in for a treat. Thank you so much, Gear, for this interview. Wow. So thank you. So yes, guys, that was Gear right here from Bleed Esports. Wonderful stuff. What an insight. So you see, guys, the match that all of you guys are looking forward to, Bleed Esports going head-to-head against RSG Slate SG? Is it just they have just taken their name, or will they take that glory from RSG Slate SG and, you know, put a little link in that undefeated streak that RSG Slate SG currently has? We can only find out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for today, the highlight match is gonna be happening next. Happening at 1 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, the highlight match of RSG Slate SG going head-to-head against Team SMG SG. Now, what makes this match super interesting? It's based on the overall standings right now. RSG Slate SG stands undefeated, and they're in the first position, and Team SMG SG is just right below them. So we will see positions 1 and 2 facing off each other in the highlight match happening later on for match 2. I would like to hint that this is going to be a match fit for playoffs. You would definitely want to be there, so stick around and join us for match 2 happening at 1 p.m. See you then.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap.
Legendary.
When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlott, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill.
feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds.
Welcome back, friends and fans of MPL SG Season 5. We are back right here for Match 2, and this is a match unlike any other because this is our highlight match for the day. We're going to be seeing our top 2 teams as of right now's overall standings. RSG Slate SG duking it out with Team SMG SG. It has been a spectacular play right here so far. They are going to complete their 6th game each, and they're going to be going against each other. Now, what's interesting is RSG Slate SG has a perfect score record as of now. No teams have taken even a single game of them yet. Can SMG do it? Let's find out right here at Match 2 for the day. Now, meanwhile, all of our amazing live audiences right here today, thank you so much for taking your Sunday to join us right here. Any photos or videos, please hashtag us at hashtag our pride, our passion to show support for our boys, and tag us at mpl.sg.official. Now, if you're wondering how to come on over and join us as a live audience, all you guys need to do is just stay tuned to our Instagram page. Once again, it's mpl.sg.official. Now, if you're joining us right here online on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch, you are able to stand a chance to win yourself some lovely gifts and prizes as well. All you guys got to do is just pay attention to all of our awesome casters, which we'll be sharing with you guys in the stream itself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? Right here for the highlight match. Presenting to you, Team SMG SG, friends. Now they have moved well under gunfire for Team SMG SG. Now, do they have what it takes to take on our defending champions? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, RSG Slate SG. We're pumped, we're buzzed right here for this highlight match today, and for very particular reasons as well. Right here, we have spoken to each of the players right here from Team SMG SG, and all of them are looking very much forward to meet their individual lanes right over there from RSG Slate SG. This is a match that you don't want to miss. Blood will be shed right here in the land of Dawn. All hell is bound to break loose right here for this upcoming match. Ladies and gentlemen, we sure hope you are ready to slice and dissect the situation. I'm going to hand my time back on over to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Hello and welcome to MPL Singapore Season 5. My name is Holler. With me are my dynamite co-casters, as in Churros, and of course Kid. And we're all going to be here. This is the game. This is the game of the day, I would say. RSG Slate going up against SMG, number 1 versus number 2. Churros, your thoughts?
I mean, you said it right there. You have taken the words out of my mouth. This is the first seed. 100% win rate versus 80% win rate. Top 1 seed versus top 2 seed. Battle of the Titans. If anyone's going to be taking down RSG, it's bound to be SMG.
Yep, I mean, they are explosive as well, and we have seen the performance by both teams yesterday as well. RSG SG, they are a force to be reckoned with, but perhaps maybe today, maybe SMG could still move under the gunfire.
You think so? I mean, even against a heavyweight like this, I mean, I feel like there's just so much at stake right now, right? This is for drawing first blood, so to speak, against RSG, and of course, just, you know, making a name for yourself. I think it would be a huge confidence boost for SMG as they go into this first game.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to be a very different kind of play style that SMG has to undertake in order to take down the top titans. But let's take a look at the lineup real quick. Enya is going to be on the goat lane, Miku Miku Mi taking in the mid lane, Supergirl in the EXP lane, Reminiscent on the jungle, and Dairy in the roam position. Now the lineup that I'm looking forward to the most is Supergirl versus Diablo. You've seen how much impact both of them have in the games.
That's right. This EXP laner is the current meta, right? We have seen how they have impacted the growth of the game for their teams. So Supergirl against Diablo is definitely something that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking forward to this next one because RSG slate right now, I think that this is a team that's undefeated. They have a whole bunch of mainly Singaporean team, but they do have some foreign talent. How about you walk us through some of these?
Yeah, okay, taking in for the gold lane, Roy in the mid lane, Diablo EXP lane, Bray in the jungle, and Lucian QD. Now, these two Indonesian imports have been so phenomenal in shifting the momentum of the games in their previous run. 100% win rate from all of them, but they did have a shaky start, I want to add. But this entire thing just adds on to the chemistry that has been built on over the weeks.
I just want to say something that Lucian always shouts out to his team downstairs, right, when they are playing, which is Santai, right? Relax!
Santai,
right,
bro!
Relax! And that's the whole epitome of RSG Slate SG. They are very calm, very composed, and I'm really liking the way that they play. But SMG, a very aggressive team as well, and they are going to be very having a very good attempt against RSG Slate SG, and I want to see them shake the whole table up. RSG still, of course, top of the table, but in order to get this win, they have to go and take a look at their keys to victory. They have to make sure that Reminiscent is on the ball, right? He has shown he's one of the few players that played that Alice jungle, as we've seen earlier with Bleed as well. So if you can give Reminiscent a good playing time, he is going to help the team snowball into a good fight. Right now, of course, RSG Slate SG, we already know their signature plays, the very early game aggression, and that's something that RSG, it proved to be too difficult for a lot of teams. So SMG, I think perhaps if they're prepared, they can bring the ball back and try to face them head on. And of course, lastly is to control the tempo of the game. SMG, they have been improving a lot throughout this entire season, from previous season as well. And if they can control the tempo, control RSG Slate SG, there is a good chance they can win.
Okay, they're going to just kind of have to chill out a little bit, but let's talk about the keys to victory of this with RSG Slate here. You're talking about, Lucian just kind of holding them down as a non-Singaporean on this casting crew as well. I need to tell you guys to relax a little bit at times, but the keys to victory for this one, RSG, walk us through.
Don't give Team SMG space to breathe. This is something that, they want to leverage on their aggressive playstyle in the early stages of the game. Get Diablo his playmaker heroes. I'm going to coin it. He's going to be the Lone Ranger. He's always going to be left alone. He's always going to be the sort of like sixth man. Right? You always don't see him coming, but when he gets you, he really does get you. And trust Bray to secure the objectives. Now, what RSG Slate is very good in doing is maintaining structure all throughout the entirety of the game. From the early stages of the game, they know their win condition, they know which lane to push through to the mid to the late game. So every single stage of the match, RSG Slate is bound to have a lot of different objective changes, a lot of different adaptability roles in them. But yeah, it's instinct versus structure. Who do you think is going to make it out on top?
We will take a look at our, talent predictions later on, but I just want to highlight that, this has really shifted in the way that RSG Slate SG is played. The focus was always on Diablo last time, right? And a lot of teams, they were like, oh yeah, let's get Diablo, let's kill Diablo, and we should be able to win the game. But this time it's slightly different. Lucian QT is now the anchor of the team. And now, before we continue, let's take a look at our talent predictions first. Stats, sorry. So with the stats itself, Supergirl, he's one of the strongest players right now. Please do not be bluffed by this average KDA. The impact he has on this team is immense.
Actually, what I want to point out is Enya's. His gold per minute is one of the highest in the entire season. And this really shows the entirety of the team. Like, they play around Enya being the main turret taker, and Reminiscent is probably in the utility role in the jungle, just securing all of this neutral objectives. You don't really see Enya taking in, but Dairy, his average damage taken, 1 million. Actually, I think there's a little bit of a typo there, like per game. If it's like per game, it's probably like 100,000. Or if it's overall 1 million damage taken, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I mean, it's going to be going in. But let's look at RSG's stats for those. I think that the stats for RSG are going to be quite telling. I think this is the #1 team. They haven't lost a game, so their stats are going to be somewhat inflated. But kind of, I mean, if we're talking about damage taken, I mean, 606,000. I mean, that's not even close to the 1 million, right?
Exactly. But that's the funny thing about Lucian, right? He actually stands in front of the opponents most of the time, and the fact is, a lot of people are scared to engage on Lucian because how RSG SG actually punishes people with the help of Oki and Roy is that they get you to overcommit. Throw any of your ultimates, throw all of your ultimates, sure, but the whole team will bite you back almost instantaneously, and that's where Oki and Roy shine, right? They always come back with big damage.
Actually, on Diablo's side, his signature hero right now is Badang. We don't really associate Badang to something that you play in the meta, but this is something that Diablo has made a name for himself. It's basically using unorthodox heroes in unorthodox ways, trying to get the entire team's composition really proved, really excel within all these team fights.
Yeah, and it's funny because we talked about the keys to victories. Make sure that Diablo has a signature hero.
Yeah.
But it seems like his signature hero is constantly evolving, right? Like he's getting better, and you're seeing that, right? I mean, he's impacting the meta. We've seen more Badang picks because of it. I mean, people seem to like respect it quite a bit.
Yep, that's right. But there's one more thing that we cannot miss, which is Bray's joy. It was joyous for RSG Slate SG's fans yesterday, but today, will we get to see it again?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. I mean, that was going to be coming up. And this is, of course, Game 1. This is the talent prediction. I think it was RSG across the board. Does anyone... I mean, we did these predictions before today, though. Does anyone want to kind of change it up a little bit?
Well, no, I mean, according to like statistics, I'm going with like the math on this one. The fact of the matter is, RSG, they were able to secure 100% win rate, and this wasn't easy for them, not one bit, because of the fact that their strategy constantly changes throughout the entirety of the game. You don't know who to target because every single one of RSG, they're basically working on their own, but as a unit. They have like a hive mind.
Yes, that's right, and they are very strong individually as well. So. It's a hard one, right? It's hard to say, you know what, let me put the other team as the winner, a potential winner, because this is every lane. You take a look at every lane of RSG Slate SG, and it's like they win the lane, you know. So
that's their MO, right? They're very good at taking the lane over, and they can just
beat
controlling the
of
game from then on. But I think that this is one of those things where even going into the draft here of Game 1 is that I wish RSG would lose just so they can learn, you know how to deal with adversity, right? I think that that's the biggest thing is that they've been almost untouched, and you kind of get overconfident, I would say, and then that might kind of affect you as you get maybe to the world stage. But here's the draft. How about you walk us through some of these things?
Well, first and foremost, definitely no Bray joy for us in the jungle, right? That's definitely one of the fun things that I want to see come out from RSG. They're going to ban out the 1-1 as well, followed by the Arlet. And on the flip side for RSG, they will get rid of the glue. We've already seen stellar performances from Supergirl's glue, and Fredrin back, supposedly, if they allowed it back onto the team, it would be a disaster for RSG to deal with as well.
Yeah, if we bring back to the KTV, SMGs, their main goal is to disrupt the early game aggression from RSG. Now, RSG is having none of them, taking out Blue, Fredrin, and Kaja off of their hands.
3,000 worlds.
They deny their
not
early
a
game aggression.
single
On the other
worthy
hand,
foe.
SMG needs to deny all these little potential picks. Potential sort of like repositioning picks coming from like that 1-1, the Arlet, especially with the Final Slash, and of course a respect ban on that Joy. The first pick going up to SMG is that Martis very early game aggressive.
Yeah, Martis, of course, one of the fastest junglers of the game. Probably going to go into the hands of Reminiscent.
It's our showtime.
I want to take note that they actually banned out the Kaja, and Kaja is one of the main picks for Theory. He has picked this Kaja almost, I think,
Harley is my most trusted
of the time for his team. But this time, Davey will go on that Grok.
I do like a nice Grok. Now, Grok is really interesting in the fact that he can stop the waves. So, like, your lane management is within SMG's favor within the early game. And with that wall, we saw that in the previous game with Bleed and Stellark, that Grok uses that wall to reset that Lord, which is very pivotal for SMG to make a move. Now, Mikumi and Roy, they are both known as artillery mages. Mikumi is going to be picking up that Farsa, giving a lot of early game rotations, early game sort of like backup within all these side lanes. Now, Roy picking up the Valentina and Oki picking up the Claude means that they're vying for that late game. They know that they want to be playing this and pushing this over to that late side. Now, Bray is hovering onto something. It might be, I don't know. There's still quite a lot of one can
escape
Your team
okay.
is banning.
Signature pick from
So
Diablo.
going back, this Badang has a 80% win rate, right, and only a 10% pick rate so far because it's still fairly new. We haven't seen a lot of Badangs across the season yet, but most of the time, the Badang is very, very effective. Now, more importantly is I think we should focus on the mid lane between Mi and Roy because the faster rotation, the first one to clear the lanes will be able to either set up for the kills down at the gold lane or they could help support the EXP lane to make an even faster rotation into a 3-man gank or 4-man gank.
Pain
Yeah, 100%
is the
agree
proof that I'm still
the
alive.
fact that they're going to be playing around Enya in the late game. Mi is going to be very pivotal. Both of them, I imagine, is going to be playing a protect comp. So their marksman is going to be very heavily guarded. It's up to who is able to dive straight to that marksman. I do like the Badang pick because Badang is basically played as a bushwhack kind of hero. Wait in the bush, wait for someone to take a step too close forward, and then pounce.
Yep, that's right. And of course, with that being said, we are going to go into the second phase of bans. The Brody will be banned out, and that's for good reason as well. Brody is always has a very good synergy when you pair it up with tanky characters and people who can kite away the frontliners of the opponent team, right? So Brody will definitely make sense in the hands
but I
of
do
Enya
know my
here
trade.
with the pairing up of Dewi as well as Mi. At the same time, he can offer a lot of chase. With the torn apart memory, it is a huge damage outburst that could kill almost the entirety of the lineup that is offered by RSG so far.
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is RSG needs to be able to stop Martis in his track, especially in the early game. Because once Martis gets a move on, he really thrives on that snowball potential. He's able to just annihilate you, and RSG, they know that. And so they're just vying for that late game. Who deals the most amount of impact in that late game? I'm not surprised if they pick off another marksman just to deny Enya of any of his comfort heroes. Maybe a Beatrix, maybe a carry.
Need some
just
stitches?
To,
I can help. Is
pretty
banning.
much like defend themselves.
Yep, I agree as well. And at this point,
Now
you know,
Kai
the
enters
final
the
ban
scene.
going to come
Your
in for the
team is
archive. So
picking.
similar to what they have, they want to make sure that they protect Mi, right? No more heavy spins to jump in. They do not want the Barats as well, the Daytona, right, to come in and swallow, example, Dewi, who would be able to protect most of the backlines on the side of SMG. We've already seen teams like Stellark use the Daytona to swallow Dewi. In fact, it was the same matchup. SMG had this lineup against Stellark, and they were kind of thwarted a little bit, right, by a Barat's pick. So they do not want to deal with that situation again, so they're going to just take that away. On the flip side, RSG, Slate SG, taking away the Melissa. You know, with the go away, it could potentially spoil the entire synergy for Diablo as well as Oki jumping in.
I will protect you.
I kind of want to see
Your team
Bray
is
picking
picking.
in an assassin because Bray is known as assassin player. It's pretty much most of the main meta tank heroes have been banned out. Barat is no more, Akai is no more, Fredrin is no more, Martis is no more, so Bray might take a step back, go back to his roots, play an assassin, try to go for the really divey kind of strategy that RSG is basically known for. But on the side of SMG, they need to play around, okay, who can I shut down first? They want to be able to rotate a little bit faster. They want to have a five-man team fight most of the time.
They need someone else on the side of SMG to be able to offer some more control. Right now, there is plenty of CC on the side of RSG, right? Lucian Cutie with the charge as well as the Nunon Blast is going to prove to be a nuisance.
I've been waiting for
Your
too
team
long.
is
Because
picking.
there is also a setup from Diablo with the Fist Break and Fist Crack as well. It's going to be a hard one if they get caught out. While it is, technically a close corner, it might provide some value for Dewi for his wild charge as well, kind of like ignores the need for a Guardian's Barrier.
Yeah.
But the damage that comes out of Lucian QT as well as Diablo on both their combinations for Numenon Blast as well as Fist Crack will be quite tough to deal with.
Let's go to the candy store real quick. Just bringing back up Jay's quote a little bit. Roy, on this Valentina, what else can she pick? The wall charge, maybe the Feather Airstrike, giving a lot of zone potential coming in from the side of RSG, because you know that like Valentina is basically like a pick and choose within different
I fear
scenarios.
no
You can't set up a
Kraken,
play
for
and go
I
back
am the
up. But
invincible
Lancelot is going to
Lancelot.
be getting picked up. I don't know if it's a tank or a burst kind of Lancelot. What do you think?
it would probably be a burst Lancelot. I mean, they already have plenty of tank, right? Lucian, like famous for his playstyle so far this past few weeks, he's going to stand in the face of SMG SG. And now Roy is going to offer, to be honest, I don't think Roy needs to steal Miku Mikumi's Feather Airstrike or that Wild Charge. What he actually needs to steal is the Way of the Dragon from the choke to displace one of the tanks away from the fight in the first place, and they will be able to set up for Lucian QD to land that Numnon Blast as well.
Yeah, a lot of like single target CCs coming up, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going in straight. The draft is set.
RSG Slate SG, SMG SG. This is for the top slot, 1 versus 2. Thank you so much, Kin, for the draft analysis. But before you go away, what is your final call? Who do you think had the edge in the draft?
I would still think that's RSG Slate SG. At this point, they seem more versatile and robust.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
All right, thank you so much, Kin. We'll see you at the end of the game. But now going into this one, Game 1, Churros, your thoughts on this one?
Man, down to lane matchup, it does look like RSG has the upper hand, but the rotations coming in from SMG, or rather the potential rotations that SMG bring to the table might be a little too much for RSG to handle. No, early game aggression that we all know and love from RSG is going to pay through.
Yeah, they're going to continue to do this, and they're going to start things off. Derry gets a little bit more of that damage, but you know they've got a 1 versus 3. He's been stuck out. Derry's going to be left for dead. Roy's going to secure that one, and then Diablo, of course, with the BM spamming of recall just to kind of start things off, right?
Oh, Supergirl also getting caught. Diablo having a good time in the early stage of the game. Just 1 assist going from him, but this won't be a little bit too much. Diablo playing this Badang like he's out of his mind. He's in his signature pick, a really comfortable hero from him, but SMG really has to look for all these rotations down to that gold lane.
I mean, it's not just the rotation, it's also the invasion, right? Because they take control of your map, they make you feel a little unsafe on your side of the map, which is very, like not comfortable, right? And if you're afraid, then you will play timid, right? And you're not going to be as aggressive, and that kind of really affects you in the laning phase, especially early in the game.
Oh, Derry is actually having this Cho. I think the main reason that Derry picked up this Cho is to give a lot more vision, have a little bit more mobility, but he needs to hit his power spike at level 4. So once SMG, it's a race to level 4. It's a race to hit your power spikes first.
Of course. And being able to make that, I mean, you could be that playmaker. The Way of the Dragon is almost like it's team fight altering, just hitting that perfect one. But it's one of those things where, can you do it? Can you get to, that perfect angle of attack, so to speak? I mean, it'll really help out, of course, in any sort of team fight, but it's one of those situations where if you're off, then you look like a fool almost.
Yeah, not right now. The turtle is being started out. Bray trying to pull that turtle back. The wall will deny RSG the opportunity to get closer to that Lord, but both of the teams, you see their marksman already buying up. It looks like Enya has no choice but to get back. Bray, turtle down low. Oh!
And it looks like Bray does take the turtle. They're going to secure that one. The Numinous Blast that's going to be used. Remington is fighting off, and it looks like he's going to just kind of go into Derry getting so low. Does he get away?
Oh, Roy! One more hit, though. Oh, what a play. What a play by RSG to secure that turtle, because it's just favoring on that side. And Bray, it kind of does seem like his early game damage is showing through. He is in an assassin hero, something that's so comfortable with. But let's take a look at the emblems real quick. Barca having that magic worship and Valentina having the mystery shot is what speaks out to me a little bit more. So Roy on the lane-to-lane matchup against Miku is going to get her item power spikes a little bit earlier. But Badang, he's not playing at all. He's got his high and dry. He wants to stay in a bushwhack ambush kind of position. Reminiscent. The spot of bother right there.
Yeah, and he thought he was just going to go one-on-one. Reminiscent is going to back off now. He's looking to just continue to farm. I mean, they're down about 1K, which is a little worrying, especially against, a team like RSG, who tend to, when they take a lead, they tend to choke you out, so to speak. So it's one of those situations where you don't want to be on the back foot, especially early.
What I understand from RSG's rotations and their synergy is them moving and changing their win condition. Right now, 3 minutes into the game, Oki just got his Demon Hunter Sword. That is his first core item coming up, so he will have a little bit of damage going into the next skirmish. RSG, they are going to be shifting to a protect composition really soon. It's up to SMG to really try to dive into that back line, try to dive into Oki, and try to deny him the opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, and you want to deny his farm. Okay, one thing that I'm not liking too much right now of what I've seen from SMG is they're playing on the back foot where Reminiscent is not actually worrying about his own farm. He's just he's looking for that ambush. And it looks like, I mean, RSG realized what's going on. And so Reminiscent has been playing, I think if we're going to look at the net worth, he should be behind Bray. I think that's a bit worrying. Now, Supergirl, another little worrying situation. There's 4 versus 1, but Supergirl, he's tanky enough. He'll get out of there.
Oh, Diablo already uses his ultimate, the Thousand Fist, onto Supergirl, unable to take him down, but the turtle is siding RSG.
Yeah, and this is going to be the next big one. They do have Derry. It looks like he's been pushed back. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Hopefully it zones it out, but Supergirl's being stuck in the Numinative Blast. The shield teams him up, but he does go down. Diablo will secure that one on the button, and it looks like Bray, he's continuing to fight with Reminiscent, but now the turtle is, whoa, it's already been taken.
It's already been taken by SMG. Reminiscent already went to that back line. He knows his objective. He wants to stay afloat within this mid stage of that game. 5 minutes down, we'll see Enya already taking down that turret. We know how Enya plays. You don't want to leave Enya alone. Someone has to be controlling this guy. Let's take a look at the items. Really quickly. Claude already having that Demon Hunter Sword, maybe building that Golden Staff, which is basically his next Power Spike items. Now Carry really needs that Golden Staff fast. This Corrosion Scythe is not enough damage within all of these little team fights, but you knowing how Enya plays, it's not really much of an issue. And what is interesting to note is that Bray is going for that Thunder Belt. I mean, take a look at his builds. He is going a semi-tank kind of assassin on that Lancelot.
So, okay, you talk about how Enya is split pushing, and I get that there is value to that, but that's the kind of, like, if we reverse it, RSG, okay, here we go. And Derry looks like he's going to go for this one. He gets zoomed and blasted. It's blown up again. And, okay, let me talk a little bit more about Enya. Split pushing, yes, and he did get the tower, but RSG were able to get the turtle. They had more numbers in terms of that turtle fight.
Yeah.
And then also, Diablo was able to take the return tower top. So it's one of those things where, yes, you got something out of it, but is it really helping you in the long term? As I say that, Reminiscent not able to catch up with Diablo here.
Oh, Diablo just got out there in the nick of time. SMG is really trying to control the rest of the map. Going to the mid stage of the game, RSG is really singling out Enya because they know that if Enya is left wide open, SMG is going to be taking down turrets after turrets after turrets. RSG, you know how Diablo plays. He is basically the Lone Ranger. I like to call him. Oh, Bray! Taking out Miku.
Yeah, he's going to take that one. He doesn't care about the tower. He's not scared right now. He knows that with Roy there, but Supergirl is now here. That wild charge is on point. The Numinative Blast, but Roy has been killed. Supergirl now running for his life. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? And it looks like Oki's looking to focus him, but he's gone too deep. Derry now on the run. Now Derry's going to be blown up instead. Oki will take that one, but Lucian, QT, trying to get some shots onto Reminiscent. They should back off here.
It's a very good trade for RSG. Now 7 minutes into game 7.
Oki don't care. Oki don't care. He's going to image away to safety. He's going to take that, and he's going to do it in style. Brush his shoulder off.
Oh, man, you said it right, my friend. RSG really capitalizing on that early game aggression. Their early game increase in economy is just snowballing right through. Let's take a look at instant replay really quickly to see what went through. Reminiscent jumping straight into the backline. He's tanky enough, but in the mid stage of the game, he does not have enough damage. He left Bray wide open, and in this fight, take a look at the positioning that Lucian QD has, that shield denying Enya that little bits and bursts of all that damage.
Okay, one thing that was very apparent in that team fight was that SMG were not able to target prioritize correctly, right? They were kind of hitting everybody. Nobody was really, I mean, you need to focus on Roy. You need to ensure that you kill, you know, Oki. You got to take these guys down. Not able to do that, you're kind of spreading it out on the tanks, and that's exactly what RSG want to do. They want to spread the damage, spread the love, so to speak, and just make it very difficult for you to kill anybody.
Yeah, take a look at the damage dealt real quick as Roy just took down that tier 2 turret on that top lane. But the damage dealt, Roy, Diablo having a lot of damage from the side of RSG. Oki as well. Oki really is starting to show, and this is pretty much his late game to him, but Reminiscent caught in the middle.
Oh, okay. The positioning looked bad. I mean, he's tanky enough to survive that, but now they're going to back off. RSG regrouping here. They've got 4 members. They're not going to give this one up, realizing that mid T1 is still wide open, and it is very low. This is a situation where RSG are maybe setting up the bear trap.
Yeah, take a look at the composition. Great. Okay, he will go there. Oh, the heavy
Wild charge
charge.
has been committed. Oh, Brave barely getting away. Reminiscent is not going to go for it. He's going to survive. Bray with, like, you breathe on him and he dies.
Oh yeah, I wanted to catch my breath. I want to know what to say, but RSG with their Lord coming up in 9 seconds. SMG, their composition looks more like a defensive composition. If they give RSG that Lord, they might still be able to defend in the safety of their base. But RSG, they are very much a skirmish kind of composition. Roy already has that wall charge. So if they want to contest for this Lord, SMG will be in out position, but Enya already taking down that top lane tier 2 turret.
Yeah, they're realizing that SMG, they cannot really take the Lord on. I mean, like a team fight for now, right? It's an even one. So Enya will take whatever space he can get, which is obviously in that top lane that you already mentioned. But it's creating space. Now, somebody has to deal with that. Somebody recalls back. Now, recall, okay. And Supergirl is looking to go for this one. Lucian QT dashes to safety. That's going to back up everything.
Very slow-paced game for RSG, just waiting for that Lord to come up. If you notice the timing that they took down that Lord, just waiting for that next wave to come back, because Diablo really, if you go down to the micro objectives of this, but hold on a second,
Lucian QT, he went in for this one, 1 versus 3, but the wild charge gets him back in. The Feathered Airstrike, that's going to be used. Hopefully they zone out most of them, but RSG not really scared. They're continuing to push. And with the Lord going in the top lane, Diablo already there and pushing, this is looking to be suffocating for SMG.
Yeah, Diablo being the Lone Ranger, he is just pushing out all of that lanes. He wants to maintain pressure, and this is what Diablo does best. Take a little itemization. Little heptases means that if they ever go out to the jungle, if they ever get caught in the spot, Diablo is there just to destroy and annihilate him. Oki, look at how fast he is getting at that corrosion staff next, but he already has that winner nature. Will be difficult to get into that back line, especially Oki, so mobile, so fast. He's just out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this is RSG at their finest, right? They're surgical. They're, like, I would say almost clinical at this stage. The fact that they were able to get exactly what they wanted. They knew the Lord was pushing. They had a lot of space. What did they get out of this one? They got the mid T1, they got the bottom T1, and just pushed SMG all the way back in their base. Now SMG are playing scared. They have the tail between their legs, and they don't even have any sort of jungle camps to kind of catch back up.
Now, this is really interesting. RSG, they know when to back off. They want to get SMG within that jungle because SMG, their draft is more defensive. So if they play underneath their turret, they might have a better shot in wiping RSG out. But if RSG manage to lure them out of their comfort zone, out of their own home, RSG will be able to capitalize on that situation, take them out one by one, because you don't know where anyone from RSG is. Oki already having the highest gold, is 2,000 gold lead ahead of Enya. This guy is going to be a monster in that late game.
You're able to, I mean, maybe if you spread it out and you got some sort of pick-off. Bray right now is trying to play the bait for all of this, but you know they don't know where RSG is. This is very worrying. Reminiscent is sticking around, and it looks like they found their target, which is Supergirl. He was just trying to catch that bush, and he just face checked that one, got blown up in return. But now Derry is here, but this seems to be a bad situation, and they do have the 1,000 punch. That's going to do some damage, but they're going to back off here. The waves are, you know, they're still there, but RSG again. Full. No one has been taken out yet.
Oh, Bray, bobbing and weaving straight into that back line. He knew when to get out in the nick of time. With 15 seconds to the Lord coming up, without Supergirl, SMG will find it a little bit harder to get into position, but they don't need to contest for this Lord within the vicinity of that Lord pit. All they need to do is just give RSG that Lord and try to get RSG to crash into their base, because every single time Lucian Cutie is charging up for that Numenon Blast, you have Reminiscent here using his first skill, trying to disrupt that charge.
Yeah, trying to disrupt it, but it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. You don't have the control, you don't have the follow-up, and this is more worrying for SMG, because now the Lord fight is there, and how do you deal with this? Do you actually try to go for the steal and just get your way out, or do you actually take a full-on team fight?
Like I said, I mean, Supergirl being on this grab by Derry.
Yeah, getting low. But here's the thing. He's not even dead, but he's almost like he's dead. And they can't, I mean, they're basically 4 versus 5. They're not really able to do anything. They're not able to contest the Lord. And Derry has to recall all the way back. This is a free Lord for Art.
Free Lord indeed, but take a look at where Roy is. Just going straight to the back line. He wants to take down Mikumi. He does that. He takes down Mikumi and gets caught in the middle again.
Gets knocked up. The wall actually stopped him, but the Blazing Duet, that's going to do his work. And it looks like they do get Reminiscent and Derry, and this is looking very bad for SMG. Oki continuing to fight. He images to safety. Enya's already been down. Diablo's going to kill him. Supergirl looks to be next on the list. He does get sliced and diced as well, and Bray will fall for that. But the BM begins. The wipeout has happened. RSG firm, full control.
That is what I like about Diablo. It's like the Lone Ranger. You don't know where it's coming from until he gets you. The game is going to end. First game goes over to RSG. Really, really well played. Really nice skirmish. Started off from well positioning from Roy, going into Mikumi. No further airstrike to defend from that base. Left wide open. Oh man, what a game.
Just what a game. And RSG are just playing on another level. But Kin, let's bring him back. Let's get his thoughts on this game.
Yep, definitely on another level. Now, I just want to start off by highlighting one of the few moments. You guys mentioned that Aoki gets his Demon Hunter sword very early in the game. He got it at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. But the first full-fledged item that Carry got, first core item, only happened at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. That's a good minute plus that he was, 2 minutes in fact, of free farming. Right? He had the extra farm, he had the extra advantage across the matches as well. Another thing that we have to notice about RSG is they're making very positive trades. They only trade out their ultimates if there's a kill. And it's a very clean one. So it shows the understanding that RSG Slate SG has across the team fights. And one more thing, I want to just make sure that you guys know this. The tenacity on Lucian QT. Like, he is one of the main roles for Lucian QT across in RSG Slate SG is to be the main bait. He gets in front of your faces. And if you take a look at the itemization by RSG, you know, it might look a bit greedy. They have a lot of damage. They don't really have any defensive defensive items on the carries of the team.
What I want to point out is that Enya actually bought the corrosion side first. Actually, what he should have went for is optimized itemization, going for that golden staff, and then he can proc his passive a little bit faster than usual, maybe securing them the early game. Bray, take a look at his items. It's really, really interesting. He bought that Twilight Armor, he got the Thunderbolt, and then he went for that War Axe on top of the Guardian Helmet. So he has high HP. He's able to sustain through a lot of damage coming in from SMG. And as well, I mean, he's just going straight to the backline. It's so difficult to deal with this Lancelot.
Yep, exactly. And this formula only works because RSG Slate SG gets that first advantage. They get the first mover here. But simply because they have slightly more gold, they are always just a little bit more tanky than the opponent lineup for SMPSG. So which allows them to play a little bit more dangerously. And when you have someone like Diablo who's jumping in at the very last minute to land that fist crack itself on the important members of SMG, it starts to, with the positive traits, it starts to just break them down even further. The lead just grows and grows and grows.
Yeah, RSG was also very, very patient. Take a look at Enya. Killpot stays patient 0%. RSG really shutting down Enya right from that get-go. And this is the structure that I like from RSG. Able to capitalize on that economy lead from the start of the game till through to the mid-game. Enya, although he has his core items, he wasn't able to get into the position that was optimal for him to deal with that amount of damage. So RSG had the better positioning on this one. It's going to be hard to deal with a Lone Ranger on Diablo.
Yep, exactly. So let's talk about the MVP. Like, what do you guys have on your mind?
I'm kind of thinking Oki, right? Just the amount of damage that he did. He was just able to farm. He could just make sure that he put his team on the, on his back. Like, it's one of those things where the rest of your squad is kind of creating that space so that you can free farm, but he's able to close out the game, which is the most important thing. You need that damage to kill all those structures.
Yeah, I'm saying Lucian QD. Mind you, he has a perfect scoreline, 0-0 and 11, able to set up a lot of good plays, protecting his marksman. But here we go.
Let's take a look at the MVP, and it is going to to be Aoki here.
You know, how does it feel to be wrong, my friend?
It feels bad. It kind of seems like an error. 404. You get it? 404.
Error 404. Here we go. There we go. And that's what I mean. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the play that Lucian QT has done. He did create a ton of space.
Yeah.
Great support player, making sure that he was roaming. He was all over the map, and you felt his presence. But again, it comes back to just closing out the games. Aoki, you need to do that. You need to have that late game carry that can handle it for you.
Yep, that trifecta of itemization. Demon Hunter Sword along with the Golden Staff and the Corrosive Scythe. It's already a painful combination, but the fact that they hit almost that full late game itemization with the Malefic Roar as well, the Armor Pen, whew.
Actually, I noticed something. Like, at the start of the game, he actually bought the physical defense boots.
Yes.
And then he sold that physical defense boots in the late game, and he bought that magic defense boots. So I noticed that small change on that MVP screen, and this small little itemization, optimization really makes him survive because remember, shifting objectives, shifting win conditions for both sides.
Yep. At some point, it's just a matter of like your team can kind of tank for you. You can just do all the damage, so you need to do as much as possible. So very smart play, next level, right? I think not enough players do that where they're kind of itemizing properly. But let's talk a little bit about the highlights here.
Yep. So you can see the usage of the ultimates by RSG Slate SG, right? It's always an overcommitment. No matter how the fight starts, you will see that it always ends up with SMG SG being overcommitted with the skills that they use. And Lucian QD, once again, with the Numenor Blast, he's not the only one that has a beautiful setup as well. You will see later on in the Arbiter fights as well. Diablo comes in with the multiple fist cracks that really just wreck the entirety of the backline. And Supergirl, yes, he's tanky, but how tanky can he be when the gap is so big? From now, it's just the early mid-game, right? This is probably a 1-level disparity, but as the game goes on, it's going to be a 3 to 4 level disparity. And it's going to be a very painful one. Down here, even Reminiscent is not safe. The #1 person on your team, the highest level and with the highest gold as well, does not survive. And that gap is super big, and RSG really just shows us how it's done.
And this was one of the best plays I think I've seen today. Just Roy staying in that bush, just waiting for Miku to show himself and taking him down, because they know, RSG knows in that late game, if Miku is alive, that's where there's a huge change in the dynamic of those team fights, and that is what I really like about RSG, really identifying who the main problem is on our SMG, and then just capitalizing on this. It's truly a all-star match, if I could say so myself.
I mean, target prioritization, just making sure that the right hero dies at the right time, but also the draft, right? You had like the wall that was created by Barang into the, it just like Numenor Blast. I mean, you just had combo upon combo where you're just controlling all this space, making it difficult for SMG to do anything at that point. So just really well played, and of course, it goes back to the draft. In my opinion, I thought it was, it's very nice, and we saw the combo.
Yeah, but speaking of that, this is truly a super fun game. Lots of good players, and it's an all-star game. But speaking of all-stars, the all-star event, Purify Harmonia, is available now from the 31st of March to the 23rd of April. So complete tasks to collect tech notes and unlock free rewards like special skin, Rafaela, Seraphic Selfie, Avatar Border, Shine, Atomic Pop Spawn Effects, Graffiti, Be the Superstars, but it's only a trial 3 days. All-Star is now available and underway, so invite your friends and enjoy the generous events together. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Star, hashtag Be the Superstar. A very fitting ad-lib, if I could say so myself, because these two teams is basically the clash of the titans, right?
Yep, exactly. And of course, with that being said, right, we want to see more action from both these teams. And RSG Slate SG, as we've already seen, they are at a very high level already. Now it's really up to SMG SG whether they can kind of reconfigure themselves, get back into a cleaner mental state. Because based on how RSG Slate is playing, to be honest, the players are very calm, and it's very easy to be very calm because everything is very clear. We're just waiting for certain moments in the game. There's really not much to really think about. There's no mess, there's no confusion. It's really just step 1, step 2, step 3, and let's get it done. And it will be a win for them.
Okay, RSG are a little bit more clear-cut, but now, we talk about, SMG coming back, having the break right now, going into Game 2. But it's like, what is that? If you could just give one tip, what would that one tip be just to be better in this next game?
I would say be a little bit more instinctual. They've been playing together for a long time. For one, Reminiscent and Miku, they started their journey together in Impunity in MPL SG Season 1. And right now, they're right here, Season 5. That is probably like a really long time to hone their chemistry together.
I would say there's actually more than one thing, but if I had to choose one, the most important function that I think SMG needs to do is to increase the amount of risk they can take. We were talking about the itemization, right, by Oki, and that just one defensive item that steel leg plates allows him to take slightly more risk. And in the early game, is really that minuscule difference, 10 HP, 100 HP. That really makes a difference on whether you win and get a kill or not. And that 100 damage difference could set up the very big growth.
Okay,
there.
you just sounded like my dad when you were like, yeah, there are many things that you could do better, but here's that one thing.
Well,
right?
he is a dad.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, it's one of those situations where, come on, I just asked for one situation, like one thing that I could do better as Team SMG, and you're like, no, here's many things, but I'm going to just, give you a couple of these things.
That's called substance.
It is. But let's go back into that draft. SMG, they're going back to basics. They don't want to deal with all those repositioning type heroes. But SMG also, they need to be able to be wary of that early game. RSG, on the other hand, Glue is banned out, same as game 1 and the Valentina, because they are going to be having first pick. So they want to open up something that they know that they can probably like snowball over. They want to stick to what they know in that aggressive state of mind.
Yep, they need to, I think on SMGSG's portion here, I'm just going to focus a little bit more about them. They need to pick heroes with continual usage of ultis, right? I think they were too heavy, singular setup heavy composition in the previous fight, right? In the previous game, because the moment they exhausted all of their ultimates, it's really hard for them to fight into RSG Slate SG. And that was exactly to the strengths of RSG Slate SG.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's sort of like, just putting all your eggs in one basket and then
your team
if
is
there's another sale, you don't know, you don't have any more money to spend on anything else. But Fredrin is going to get picked up for RSG, and now Fredrin has a little bit of a nerf on the damage of his second skill, his sort of like the taunt, as well as his Praise's Wrath. But the fact of the matter is, you need to only use Fredrin as a utility, as a sponge. Soak up those ultimates, soak up those very heavy, like you said, skill-based kind of heroes, and just let your team fight front to back. So really looking forward to a front to back approach coming in from RSG. And with a tank, you can afford to invade into your opponent's jungle.
Yeah, because it's really a cooldown timer game, right? Essentially, what Bray offers, example,
it's our
showtime, is that energy eruption. Once he's using that, he gets on, right? It buys him the time.
Your team is picking.
It buys enough time for, example, Lucian Cutie to set up. If, example, they want to take a look at that Lolita again, it could set up the timing specifically for him to charge up that Numnom Blast, right? It's really about creating the space available so that your teammates can set up for their particular play, right? Davey is gonna lock in that Grok again. This time Enya will have his hands on the Claude. And like I said, RSG Slate SG's gameplay is slightly different. They have an additional layer to everything that they offer, right?
Yeah.
Besides just saying, okay, I'm tanky, I also am able to set up the fight for my other team members. They need more time to set up the skills. Sure, no problem. I'm going to have everyone focus on me. But in the meantime, I don't die.
Yeah. I do like the fact that...
Let them come. They will only make my
decision. Oh my goodness.
domain.
I was just going to talk about the layering coming in from SMG and how they really thrive in that late game. But Benedetta and Kadita, this is something new for, like, I'm seeing, like, okay, no bush is safe, especially knowing how Diablo plays. He's able to just be that one man left behind on the opposite lane. But Lucian Cutie, this protect comp is going to be very scary for SMG.
I mean, the way that I see this is not just the fact that both Kadita and Benedetta offer huge amounts of damage. They also have iframes, and that's the most irritating part about this draft that they have on RSG Slate SG, right? Okay, irritating if you're an SMG fan, but let's say you're a full support
This
of RSG
is the
Slate,
Emperor's
my goodness,
order.
you are loving
Your
this,
team
because
is
not only
banning.
do they offer, number one, okay, let's talk about layers. Okay, the first one is that they are tanky.
Yes.
Right? We have Fredrin who can set up the energy eruption, get the taunt in, Appraiser's Wrath to deal with massive amounts of damage. You have Roy, who is going to jump around with the Electro Final Blast. He could get the iframes from the eye and eye for an eye, and Lucian Cutie can go in with Ocean's Oddity or Breath of the Ocean to really just mess things up. But more importantly is these two members, Roy and Lucian Cutie, with these two picks, they're able to reposition themselves any point of time during the fight.
Yeah, knowing how RSG plays is really unpredictable. You don't know where any of them are. I mean, Roy was just waiting in that brush. No one saw it coming, and Miku Mikumi just
I will
disappeared
protect
just
you.
like that. But
Your
Akai is
team
getting
is
picked up
banning.
inside of SMG. Still a little bit of a flex pick. You can play in the jungle. You can play an Akai
It's
in
time to go
that
to the
lone
R&D
position, or
show.
Your
even in
team
the
is
experience.
banning.
Right now, it's still open for discussion right now. But the fact of the matter is, Enya is the only one still who is able to dive into our backline. But whenever that happens, you can be sure that Kadita will be right there protecting Oki from any harm whatsoever.
Exactly, and of course, Supergirl picking up this Arkai, Dairy picking up this Grok, there's good reason for that, right? This Arkai, he's meant to try and lock down either one of these members with the heavy spin as well. But the difficulty in that is that they must be in a choke area, right? They must be a choke hold. Without a small and concise area for a Supergirl to lock them down, the heavy spin, it's essentially impossible to catch out the lineup of RSG Slate SG. That's where Davey comes in, right? He could potentially set up the Guardian's Barrier to allow them to be placed into a chokehold. But once again, I just have to highlight, I mean, the way that RSG Slate SG
wipe out all the injustice in the world.
Hard to catch them. How are you going to time the catches to be able to, number one, line them up in a chokehold, number two, get a wild charge in time?
Yeah, so expecting a lot of like
Your
flanking
team
numbers
is
coming from
picking.
RSG, right? But SMG, they really need a lot more diving heroes on their side. What they're lacking now is a mage. You don't have the Farsa, you have that Eve wide open, you don't have a Valentina. What else? Mikumi really thrives on all these artillery mages. Yeah, I don't really see him much as a utility, but Yves actually works very well in that composition. You fight front to back, able to just disrupt plays
Among the
from
planes
a sideway.
exists
Their
the
PLT
equilibrium,
is going to get picked up.
which
But on the
I
side
was
of
made
RSG,
for.
what they really need is a very, very heavy burst. I do like maybe a Beatrix or a Carry going into the hands of Oki, and I don't know. It's still a little bit more of the flexible side. Like, you can play Kadita as a mid lane or a roam, so you can't afford to bring in another magic damage dealer.
Yep, exactly. But of course, I think one of the things that RSG Slate SG could also consider is the fact of playing on the late game basis.
Yeah.
Right now, we know for a fact that RSG Slate SG very confident in the early game. You know they want to put a very huge and hard vice grip on the necks of their opponent, which SMG already experienced in game 1. Right? And they will probably want to follow on with that. Melissa will be their pick of choice here. And of course, Kufra are going to be added on to that roster as well. So a Tyrant's Rage could potentially spoil the entirety of backup for the side of SMG. We already see teams like Bleed earlier this day. The Kufra doesn't need to be the first one to set the fight. He could potentially allow half of the team from SMG to dive in with the wild charge and the heavy spin whatsoever. But then Diablo could essentially just dive into the backlines and get Mikumi or Enya as well.
Yeah, I really, really like how RSG is playing. I mean, knowing how Tyrant's Revenge works, SMG is playing sort of like a wall comp, if you know what I mean. It's like once Rock sets up a wall, Diablo wants to use that wall against them. So sort of like a Uno reverse kind of situation. But SMG
This land
really
is our
vying for
homeland,
that super,
and it will
super
soon
late
be your
game
burial
with
ground.
Enya. You don't have much of a frontline damage until Enya comes up online. But on the side of RSG, very balanced throughout the entirety of the gameplay. Roy is going to be on that Kadita. So Kadita is going to be in the mid lane position. Lucian Cutie will be in that roam. So getting to Oki, knowing how RSG plays the protect comp, is going to be very difficult for our SMG to break through. They are solidifying their last grasp with it, Lap. So if Lap doesn't take out Oki, there's going to be a lot of trouble for SMG.
I think it's an important last pick, making sure that you could do it. You have that effect getting yourself into this one. This is, of course, game 2 going in. Kin, your final thoughts before we go into this one?
I think this is match set from what I'm looking here from the RSG Slate lineup. If they get their way, which I presume they would do so, it is going to be a tough one. They will cement
5
themselves
seconds
as
till
the
the enemy
undefeatable
reaches the
in this
battlefield.
entire league.
Smash them.
All right, well, you heard it here first from Kin. Thank you so much. We'll see him again at the end of this game. But now,
Welcome
Churros, let's
to
go into this
Mobile
game.
Legends.
Do you think SMG have a chance with this draft right now?
I think yes, but they need to be able to play to their composition. You need to play to that late game. Play around Enya, play around how much scaling can Enya go to. And with the Araverse, it's going to be coming sooner rather than later. Now, RSG, and we talked about this in the Keys to Victory, all they need to do is disrupt that early game flow. So early game aggression coming in from Roy and Diablo already setting into that jungle. They don't know that Diablo's there. They know that Roy is sort of in there, but Diablo stealing away that creep, just trying to be a nuisance onto SMG's jungle.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments about the early stage, right? Do you overcommit, make sure that you defend your own jungle? I mean, RSG have fully committed with almost like 4 members of them just making it very difficult to get anything going. I mean, who wants that buff right now? I mean, they're going to just back him away, but it's a huge commitment just to protect your own jungle.
Oh, this is really interesting because Roy actually gave up his mid lane just to let Lucian Cutie get his level 2. And when he got his level 2, all you need is that jump. You need that setup. And so Roy comes back onto that lane. So little optimizations from RSG really changed the course of this game. And right now they're up and ahead and go, but look at that bottom side though. A little bit of aggression coming in from SMG.
You need to be aggressive. I think they need to change it up, and it looks like they're being aggressive by invading here, making sure, you know, they've got the buddy system, making sure that they secure as much as they can. This is what SMG want. They want to take the fight to them, and yeah, when in doubt, BM each other, right?
A little bit of a friendly banter right here, but Diablo just choking out Supergirl, just denying him of as much farm as he can get. And right now the zoning coming in, Reminiscent is in level 4. He does have that spin. It's up to him when he wants to use it.
Oh, but the bouncy ball, he points inside. The Turtle's getting a little bit low. Who steals it? Reminiscent will secure that one. That's a big win for them, and they're continuing to fight here. First blood is going to be given up to Derry, though. Supergirl does get the kill on that one as well, so it's a 1-for-1, but, you know, SMG did steal the Turtle.
Miku is in his element right now. He set up a very nice rope manipulation, but Oki, being on that Melissa, able to buy a lot of space between him and Enya, is causing him a very easy time in that early stage of the game. You know, take a look at Enya, nowhere to go because Muddles is always there, trying to poke you, trying to just bite you like the little mosquito that he is.
Kind of annoying, and it's something that, I mean, he has to recall back. He has no life. He needs to go back in. Claude, I mean, Enya has a much rougher time than Oki did last game, right? Where, you know, the Claude was pretty much untouched throughout. This is a little bit more difficult for Enya, having to recall like that, especially early in the game.
Yeah, taking a look at itemizations, Mystery Shop is being bought by Miku. Mystery Shop is being equipped by Miku. On the side of Roy, he does have that Magic Worship, and we know that in the early game, the mid lane plays a lot of part. But take a look at Diablo, where he is right now. German cutting the waves, just 2 waves taken out. Oh,
but hold on a second. Manipulation, Lucian QT spin back. The heavy spin is just on point, pushing him back. SMG will secure that one. Bray doing just a little bit of chip damage just on the way back. But again, you're talking about, yes, they're pushing elsewhere, but how much of a commitment is it? Reminiscent sticking around the wall.
Oh, Roy.
Roy's on the wrong side of that wall. They do have the nice little damage there, but Roy does get killed. That wall, that barrier was quite good.
Oh man, that was a very, very good fight coming in from SMG. They are up on top of in economy, but RSG, they have a game plan set. All this time, Diablo was just farming up top, just cutting that waves. He's cutting 2 waves. And right now, if you notice, they're going to be playing around Diablo a little bit more, the Lone Ranger, because they gave up their mid lane farm, because Roy does not even need to be to farm up as much as Diablo needs to.
Yeah, and SMG playing it differently. They've been definitely more aggressive, but it really comes down to the objectives. RSG in Game 1 were in firm control. They decided to take on all of the objectives, make it very difficult for SMG to get it started. But here we go, the real manipulation. The Turtle's starting to get down. Who ends up getting that one? That was going to be super close. Diablo will secure that one. A big win for RSG. They do have the taunt, not able to get away. Supergirl is going to get killed for that one, but Bray still sticking around. He's not afraid. He should be, as he's going to be... Oh, he dashes to safety. The piercing strike, slow. He's somehow still alive. Diablo now going back in. Derry so low, but that's going to be pretty much the extent of that fight.
Oh, Bray really trusts in his teammate. This really shows like the chemistry that this new RSG team has built over the different weeks that we've seen. It's so much trust onto whether or not Lucian Cutie is able to land a stun so that he can get out to safety. Really well played from RSG, and especially Diablo, level 8 on top of everyone else. And Diablo just continuing his farm. Bray gets the taunt onto Enya.
Brave Assault on Energy Eruption onto Enya as well, but the tower is low. They're going to tower dive this, and it looks like Lucian QT has gone too far. The tower is still up. The heavy spin pushing back Roy. No chance to get away, and he's going to be killed there. They do have the wall onto Bray. Reminiscent, Derry, they're sticking around. Bray still very much in control. He's very tanky. How can they deal with this? It's 3 versus 2. The tower is still up, but it's very low, and it's getting to the point where, you know, potentially it could be killed. They're going to back off RSG, realizing that they can't do much.
They don't have any ultimates whatsoever. They don't have their skills. Everything's on cooldown, and what they could have done there was Mikumi waiting for that right time to set a room manipulation, but they don't really have it. So SMG changing their game plan, getting Enya to go up on top lane, and just farming up as much as they can, trying to control this Diablo. But take a look at the itemizations. Enya really spending a lot of resources trying to get that
Red team
defense
turret has
going on
been
because
destroyed.
he's always being targeted. And Diablo already building in that Hunter Strike, that Bloodlust X. He's going to have sustain, he's going to have that physical penetration. It's going to be difficult for them to break down. Melissa already has 2 core items. That's the problem with half builds. You're away from the power spike, so to speak.
Difficult situation. I mean, you still just need more time, need a little bit more farm, get yourself back into it. The turtle here, will help accelerate some of that farm speed, so to speak. The Supergirl and Diablo kind of in a little bit of a skirmish here. They do have the Dairy going in for the charge, but here comes Lucian QT. Bray steals the turtle. The real manipulation. Miku not able to hit anybody as everybody's so far away. The Numen Blast, or sorry, the Appraiser's Wrath, excuse me. They look the same. And Bray will secure that one, and it looks like it's 5-5 in terms of kills.
A little bit of a miscommunication, if I could say so myself. Derry was way too far ahead. Miku knows that he needs to play safe because he is one of the main sort of like repositioning factors for the
Red
side
team
of SMG.
turret has been
All this time,
destroyed.
RSG is just taking down, protecting Oki from taking down that turrets, and SMG nothing to do but just stay together as a unit.
Red
They
team
can
turret
win
has
team
been
fights
destroyed.
if they play in a team fight skirmish. Lucian Cutie charging up, goes
Oh,
in!
Lucian QT does not care about the tower. He goes right in. Remington is being the target number 1. Oki will secure that one, but at what cost? Roy gets killed. Oki is going to be next on that list, and they do get something in return, all for the cost of Remington. And Miku's like, hey, calm down. We got this.
Oh, on top of that, though, RSG still up ahead. They have a fat stack, 3,000 gold lead. Take a look at the instant replay really quickly. Lucian Cutie charging up straight to that backline, but only stunned up Derry. Reminiscent a little bit too far from that jump, and Derry already tries to retaliate, and there's where Miku just really makes it. One of the plays of this game, just trying to just deny them the opportunity to take down that turret. But RSG playing to their strength. They're way up ahead. Diablo! Oh!
Sir, Diablo, okay, that's not your base. I think he was a little confused on that side, but Bray, yeah, the wall is there. He's going to dash right through that one. Diablo with the, I don't know what to call that play.
So actually, what he's doing is a German cut. He's still 5-1-0,
but they found Enya, and that's the target that they want. They do have the strike as well, the manipulation. That's going to do some damage. Aki's going to be left for dead. He's going to be sniped down. Bray dashes at least the first time, but he does get stunned. Is he able to get away? The wall is going to be used. Now he goes in, but now Lucian QT decides to go into it. Flickers to safety. He's fine. Roy is not going to join the fight. SMG, they do largely survive.
Oh, they're just RSG layering it in so many crowd controls, but in this fight, SMG is they take the better of it because they managed to lower down the economy disparity by 2,000 gold lead. This is a lot going through to that 10-minute mark. The first turtle is going to get started up, and SMG, they want to fight as a unit, they want to fight as a team, but it does look like Roy is in a spot of bother, will make it out way in that mid side.
Oh, they found Derry. Derry's going to be out the first. Oh, but Bray will secure the Lord. That's going to be the first one of the game. Derry now running for his life. And it looked like SMG were like, hey, they're doing Lord, but the reaction time was very slow. They were not in position to contest.
I think SMG, they know that they're able to defend because based on their composition, they do have that range, they do have the zoning capabilities coming in from that Yve alone. So Miku is going to be very pivotal. What RSG needs to do is try to take down Miku to disrupt their entire flow, to disrupt their entire setup. And this is where Lucian QT comes in. His only main target is Miku.
Oh, Lucian QT tried to go for the charge. He bounces bouncy balls away. He's fine for now, but they've kind of pushed SMG back into their own base. The T2 is open, but the minions are not there. Remington does get the nice little charge onto Bray, but that's not the target you want. Derry's fighting and just dealing with Lucian and Roy, but you know the team's kind of spread throughout. I think that you need to choose your target.
For side of RSG, I
Red
think all
team
they
turret
need to do
has
is
been
take Miku
destroyed.
out because I think Enya is not coming up online just yet. They play around Miku a lot. I mean, you see every single time that Derry comes in, Miku is ready. So as long as you take Miku out in that mid stage of this game, it's going to be an easier time for RSG. But on RSG's side, they need to find, on SMG's side, they need to be able to take down Oki, but Lucian, he comes too far!
Charges in, and that was a question mark of a play, I would say. But, I mean, you had the Lord. I think that if you waited a little bit longer, I see what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, way too early, and nobody was backing you up. They're like, yeah, I'm not diving the T2 and the T3 to get into to help you out. And Lucian QT is kind of like, my KDA, I didn't die last game, so it's okay to sacrifice now.
Oh, man, Lucian, what a jump, though. But in the mid side, though, Roy does get out.
Oh, does he get out? I don't think so. Enya says nay. He will secure that kill. And that's a little bit of a misplay. Oh, Roy is 0-4-5. Lucian QT also 0-4-5. This is not the game that RSG have previously played.
Taking a look at the goal now, Diablo with that early game German cut right into SMG's base. He is up ahead in gold lead, 9,000 gold. Oki is a close second, Bray is a close third. The Enya is not far behind Bray. All they need to do now is try to deny Enya of any farm whatsoever. But it does look like RSG is losing out on all these team fights. They don't have a very nice defensive composition.
Oh, the Brave Assault into the charge. Lucian QT has made it, but Reminiscent's so tanky. He's like, oh, you think I'm stuck in here with you? No, you're stuck in here with me, but now they back off. RSG Diablo has made an appearance. Bray does get the Brave Assault, does get the knockoff. Reminiscent, he does get knocked up again. The heavy spin, that's going to be used. The real world manipulation. Reminiscent does get to safety. Supergirl continuing to fight. Somehow still alive. Aki gets killed. Diablo now on the run. Bray looking for the Appraiser Assault. He does some damage, but nobody's been killed off of that one. And it looks like they only killed Aki, which is a huge target.
Oh, this is looking very good for SMG. For RSG, not so much, because Oki needs to stay alive in order for you to fight front to back, which is basically what their lineup is about. Diablo is doing his due diligence. He's trying to go to that back line. He's trying to get a flank onto either Miku or Enya, but it does look like Enya's damage is coming through. Gary does have his wall charge right now, so it's just a matter of time. And who does he pick off first? Oki is still 1 minute away. He is spawned up and ready to fight. Gravitating towards that Lord.
I think there was a little bit of a window of an opportunity where Aki was down. Now they're going to look to go. Derry is looking to fight. The Crystal is just kind of in the middle of all of this. Diablo dashes forward, doesn't actually go for the spray. The wall is going to be there, and they're going to divide it. We have South Korea and North
Korea. What was that?
No, I mean, that's the demarcation line, no? The DMZ? No, that's not how Grok works.
It's sort of like Lord is this barrier kind of thing going in.
Okay.
Okay, moving on though. RSG pulling the Lord towards the favor of Lucian QT, misses a jump.
Oh, that's a huge jump, and he did miss, but the Lord getting low. Who's going to get it? Reminiscent will secure that one with the 3-man knockup. The Ocean's Oddity, that's going to be used. He's going to kind of get to safety for that one, but they've gotten the Lord, which is a huge win.
Oh, Miku, the fact that he got an Ice Queen Wand, increasing the slow, increasing his sustainability, really makes Eve a viable pick in this current meta. And RSG is finding it really hard to deal with that Eve. Not only the fact that it caused a lot of like utility, putting slows onto Bray, and Bray, it's a very immobile hero if you ask me. You have that presence, able to tank and soak with damage, but how much damage can you soak? You need to be able to find a way out.
Yeah, he has a way out. He just takes the exit, the center exit back. Bray is just very tanky, being able to take out most of this damage here. But they found, Reminiscent, he's getting a little low. He's going to use heavy spins just in defense, trying to pin them in. The real manipulation is a little too far, and Oki, Roy, all of them survive. They're going to back off here. But look in the bottom lane. Diablo's continue to split. This is creating space. Yes, you have the Lord at the top, and that is pushing, but SMG now trying to make something happen.
Now Diablo, the Lone Ranger, RSG, with that Melissa alone, as long as Melissa stays alive, Oki is able to wipe them out within one front-to-back team fight. But that being said, Miku is still causing a lot of trouble for RSG. Because of the roll manipulation, because of the slow, the additional slow that comes down. As if 70% slow isn't enough, you have to deal with 90%, which is basically almost a stun, right? Coming in from that Eve alone. So RSG, they need to be hunkering down in their base. They need to turtle up and play safe. They need to protect Oki.
You know, you talk about hunkering down and turtling. I don't think that's the case. I think it's still very 50-50. I think that you need to just take control of the map more than anything else, right? Yeah. There's no reason to play scared. Both of the teams right now are somewhat evenly matched in terms of items and, you know, levels at this point. So I don't think that you have too much to worry about. You have enough tanky guys, you have enough control to keep yourself in. Well, basically, I'm not playing scared, huh?
Fair.
I'm not like you.
Lots of overconfidence on
in the
taller
base.
as RSG has, you know what I'm saying? But it's hard because RSG is playing around Oki and Oki's damage alone. I mean, taking a look at Diablo, yes, he has that early lead, but it was very difficult for them to go to that back line, take down the tanks coming in from Akai, from Grog. But taking a look at itemizations, it does look like Diablo already in full build. He does have the immortality, he does have that fast fingers, and he's built up enough money to be able to switch out items. Oh, Derry misses the wall charge though.
But Roy on the back, they do get the immobilization and the real Ritual Manipulation will snipe him out. Picked off, that's exactly what SMG wanted. An opening, yes, he's down for 33 seconds.
Oh, that's a very, very long time going into that late game. 0-5 and 5. Now I'm thinking, like, is it worth it to be giving up your lane over to Diablo and playing around Diablo being that Lone Ranger? But now the shifting win condition is coming through for RSG. Take a look at how Diablo is moving about, just cutting in that wave, just making a lot of space for RSG, and the rest of RSG turtling together as a unit. Lucian Cutie just needs to make a really nice jump, but it's very difficult because SMG is all over the place. You can't melt anyone down if you don't have it.
But look at Diablo, all the way in the base, cutting the creeps right now. Yes, you might give up Lord, but they realize they can't really fight, especially since, you know, they're now just full strength. But Derry providing a lot of vision. Who's going to steal the Lord? It's very low, the Ritual Manipulation. And Remison, again, the fast fingers, being able to hit it off. That's the second Lord that he's gotten. Very well played by SMG. Now they back off. Look, can they get anything in return? RSG wants something. They're trying to focus on Enya, but Enya and Diablo, it's a duel, but Diablo, one last shot. Okay, that's the res. He's going to be back up. Can they get the secondary kill? Bray dashes away. They're going to be fine. Can they get anything else? Bray still tanking up most of this thing, and they're on the chase. The Great Escape, and they kind of backed off SMG. They are bloodthirsty. They want something, and they're not going to get it.
It's all paper bags and plastic hearts from now on, right? Like RSG, they really need to hunker down. They really need to play around Oki. It's very hard when Lord crashes into that turret. They need to set up a really nice motor escape. You have that Inspire.
Oh, they take the tower. That's going to be a massive win for them. Bray still up front, dealing with the Lord, something that you do need to kind of clear out. But this is an opening. It's the mid lane, yes, but it's clear here. This is a problem for RSG.
SMG is buying a lot of time, just playing it to the super or ultra late game where they have Enya's damage, just go straight to that back line. Roy is not a problem anymore because they have both of their jungle. Is now down to momentum. Remember the keys to victory, the continue play.
Oh, but Lucian, he's been knocked up. That's the first one. They got the tower, and Remison has been taunted. The energy eruption will slow him down. Can they get more? Supergirl is now here. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Supergirl, but he's been knocked up, and it looks like he's going to be killed, and then he comes back to second life. He's a Gemini. He's been killed twice. Diablo's looking to get that one. Brave, very low. Lucian QT gets killed in that one. Enya will secure that one. Can they get anything more? They've got the suppression onto Diablo. They've slowed him down. Bray continuing to fight. Remnant dashes, at least the safety. Roy trying to find something. There's no real control, and SMG still running. Remnant somehow, okay, Derry wants to go back in. They do have the stun onto Roy, but it looks like they've left Remnant wide open. He's going to get blown up. Roy will secure that kill, and Derry continuing to fight. He's going to be killed now. Diablo looking, at least for Miku Miku. The great chase is on, at least in the mid lane. They do secure that one. Diablo will take that.
The mid lane turret, though, the mid lane minions is pushing through a lot for RSG's side. RSG needs to go back to defend, but able to just put them back on neutral ground. This is basically turning to a Wild Wild West where it's basically a cowboy standoff. Both teams, they want to take down one person from each side just to play with the 5 versus 4 kind of situation. And Diablo is just doing Diablo things. Being a Lone Ranger, he is cutting the waves, applying a lot of pressure, a lot of lane pressure. Hashtag our Prior Passion. Show support for our players who are representing with Pride, Honor, and Passion. Scan that QR code or fill in the code now for amazing skins and prizes in game. Now, this is looking like a standstill for RSG Slate and SMG. The Lord is coming up in 3 seconds. It's all down to who makes the first move.
Yeah, and my worry right now is that SMG have this slight advantage. Do you want to get into this Wild Wild West that you talked about and turn it into a 50-50 game? I would think that you want to kind of slow things down and play the game that you want to be, playing, where you have that advantage. Now that the net worth is all the same, I mean, the Lord is going to be going on here.
Oh, Roy was waiting on that side bush in that bottom side, trying to get a catch onto Enya. Enya buying that Winter Nature yet again. So he sold it Winter Nature just to buy something else, a little bit more defense from that Roy with the rough waves. But the Lord getting on that reset, it looks like ground zero yet again. RSG tries to go in again.
It's fine. It's fine, right? For RSG, that is, because they had Diablo in the top lane. Now Supergirl had to deal with that in that top lane to make sure that Diablo isn't able to push. So they're going to continue the dance here. The Lord is still about 70%. Who's going to actually commit resources for it? Supergirl and Diablo, they might as well just, it's like a wet noodle fight in the top lane. Oh, he does some slam, and here comes Aki. I don't think Supergirl expected help coming, but Supergirl now gets blown up. Diablo, this is an opening, though, for the Lord, who's going to take this one, and the Lord is going to be killed by Enya. SMG will do that one. Heavy spin, that's going to be used. Reminiscent, the body slam, but look in the top lane. The top lane is pushing. Diablo is continuing to push.
Oh, the push. The signature RSG backdoor. Derry, nowhere to be found. Wall charges back on that base, though. Diablo left all alone. They do have that Lord, though, so RSG has to go back to defend again.
Okay, that was an opening. That was what happened. I mean, when Supergirl went down, yes, they got the Lord. But now what happens? The top lane is exposed. There's a window of opportunity for RSG to end it. Diablo continue to push on the top and the bottom lane now, but the Lord is crashing in the mid lane. What do you do as RSG?
Oh, RSG just needs to wait for them to make a wrong move. What they can't do is fight when Miki is still alive, because that room manipulation really changes the tide of battle. Now Oki just chowing down on that Lord as much as he can, but he needs to
but Bray was isolated. He does get killed. Miku will secure that one, but Diablo pushing in the bottom lane, and that did open up the area there with the teeth. Now Diablo does need to go back. You do need to protect yourself. The Reminiscent getting a little bit low, as is the Lord. Roy running to safety. The Lord is continuing to push. Should be killed relatively quickly. But, 44 seconds left till Bray's back up.
As long as SMG plays together as a unit and plays in a skirmish-type teamfight position and just chow down front to back, they might be able to take this game. But RSG, 30 seconds until Bray spawns up. It's going to be a long 30 seconds that they have to wait. Lucian QD, ramping up her jump, will not commit to anything. Miku with the RWN.
Rumble manipulation. Diablo's on the wrong side of the wall. He does get killed. Enya will secure that one. Diablo is down for the count, and it looks like SMG have turned the game on its head. They've got it exactly where they wanted it. They have the numbers. Lucian QT running to safety, but they did get something in return. Miku going down for 60 seconds is pretty huge. Now, what else can SMG do? Do they regroup, as they look like they're going to?
They need to. They need to. They know that they can't crash through, because as long as OP is there, one nicely placed one nicely placed puppet will be able to melt all of them, because they are all tanks. They need to be able to fight around Miku. Taking a look at the damage dealt, Oki is going to be a main problem of concern for the side of RSG that SMG has to deal with. But Miku, on the other hand, I've been saying this a lot, the RWM alone, that utility that he brings to the table, to the plate, that SMG can play around, changes a lot of things, changes the dynamics of how they go into team fights. That is why Diablo is always constantly split pushing. He's always trying to apply pressure. As long as SMG plays out of position, they don't play as a unit. There's where RSG is able to capitalize on that situation, just dive them down and just try to maintain that outnumber advantage.
Are you not entertained, right? So this is one of those moments where two heavyweights are going at it, fist for fist, knocking blows for blows. There's openings on both sides. The win conditions are all opening. How can they do it? The Lord is now spawned. This is going to be key.
It's a pound-for-pound fight right now. Derry is way far ahead from that Lord. Does look like Reminiscent is going to be starting on that Lord. Will RSG take this? I don't know. They can't afford to fight this battle as long as they keep Miku out of position. That is where Diablo really comes in.
It's scary because, yes, you commit for the Lord, but your lanes must be fixed. If there's a slight opening, Diablo will take it, right? It's one of those things where you got to count the numbers. If I've got two members here, then then they have two as well. And look at the top lane. They did find Supergirl. Ooh. If he gets left for dead, that's going to be a problem. Miku has made his return, and he's so low, but oh my gosh, he's going in for this one. Diablo looks like they've turned the table, and Diablo's looking to get killed. The wall, no, somehow still alive. Derry and Diablo gets away. Yes, he had
but
the
on
res,
that Lord fight,
but
though,
if we're looking at the Lord, that's going to be continuing so low. 3 members of RSG are in position. SMG, are they able to get the steal? Reminiscent is sticking around. They do need to be careful, and that's going to be used. But Bray will secure that one. Reminiscent trying to use the heavy spin. They do have the knockup. Supergirl continuing to fight. Diablo's looking to go in this one. He wants Reminiscent. Aki's already been killed. Supergirl will secure that one, but now he's in a bad spot a bit. 1 versus 3. Enya, Supergirl, can they get anything in return? They don't have the control. Diablo still on the chase. If we're looking in the mid lane, he's going to look to get away. Roy's going to recall back to safety.
With RSG having that Lord, we'll buy enough time for Oki to come back online. 4-4 and 4. That's a really, really nice number right there. Nice KDA coming in from RSG. Now, SMG, they can defend as long as Miku stays alive and as long as Enya gets in the right position to take Oki down. Oki is the main problem for SMG. Now, the economy is neck and neck. Yet again, it's pound for pound, like you said. it's going to be so hard for RSG to push in because all the lanes are pretty much open. This is ground zero yet again.
Yeah, SMG have to do a quick job of dealing with this Lord. Kill it as fast as possible. Get yourself a little bit of space because they're going to be consistently pushing, right? If we're looking in the bottom lane, that's a bit wide open. The minions are there. Diablo's there. Derry getting a little bit low. The Lord is just so tanky. How do they deal with this? Lucian QT, nice setup. Does get the nice charge, but now he's been pushed back. The heavy spin throwing him on the wrong side of this. Lucian QT's just like, let me get back to safety. He has the bouncing ball. Can he bounce away? He gets dashes. He dashes over the wall. He's fine. The Lord is still there. That Lord is going to eventually be killed. Supergirl dealing with Diablo in the mid lane. And again, they're continuing to fight. And it looks like they've kind of defended themselves. Very well played by SMG.
This is so messy. So messy for both sides, and both sides, they don't want to let anything down. They don't want to let anyone die because this is going to be a very long timer, a long death timer. It's 27 minutes into the game. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is in the running for the longest game in MPL Season 5 so far. Both teams now, there's not much to talk about. It's who makes the right move first and who takes out the win conditions for both sides. SMG, right now, Enya is coming up online. RSG has to look out for that one.
Look at 50 net worth. I mean, it's pretty much 50-50. It's who makes that first mistake. Bray is very tanky and slowed down by the crystal as well. The body slam, that's going to be used for the energy erupted Derry. That's going to be the first life. Is he able to? He gets the wild card. He does actually do some damage. And Bray getting a little bit low. They're looking to turn this around. Bray, he goes down for the first life. And Supergirl's been knocked out. He's been killed. Aki will take that one. But what can they get in return? Roy solo. They're not going to actually go for this one. Enya is looking to go down. That's the first life for him. He's been slammed down. Aki will take the double kill here, and they look like they've opened it up. Reminiscent is down as well, and RSG are only 4 men standing. SMG have one last chance with 2 members. Derry continuing to fight. He wants to go for Aki. He's trying to take out the damage, but Derry now on the run. He needs to just create a little bit of space. Miku, he does have the rest. Can he hold? He's going to use the real world manipulation. That's going to be used, and he does kill Roy. He gets the pick off. Lucian QT's been slowed down. He has the res. He's fine. But Aki, it's a 2 versus 1. The minions are there, and it looks like Miku, can he hold?
Oki has the Has Claws, able to sustain him through a lot of those RWMs coming in from Miku. But right now, the death timer, 20 seconds until Supergirl comes back online.
Oh, the minion wins!
But the minions for RSG.
Wins. Okay, they're
But
going to
it's
deal
a
with
battle
that.
for the raid.
It's a battle. It's going to be in
On the base
as well, and it looks like the RSG have done it. We're able to out-damage the minions. And that was going to be game 2. What a barn burner.
Victory!
And that's exactly what we wanted. RSG, we knew it was going to be close, but not that close. Kin, break it down.
I mean, I'm super excited. Like, I'm so jealous of the audience downstairs. This was the match that we were looking for, and this was what we expected. But like you said, not this close. Not this close at all.
Oh man, I mean, the Battle of the Titans is an understatement. This is a preview of the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, happening on the 14th to 16th at Suntec City Convention Center. I am so excited for this one. The Battle of the Titans, first seed, still maintains their 100% win rate. I like how RSG and all 3 of us, our predictions went through. We are sweating right here.
Yeah. I'm going to need a minute. I think my heart needs to settle down a little bit. That game was crazy, right? Back and forth. 50-50, just going at it left and right. Like, I honestly, I didn't know who was going to win on that one, but that was a crazy game.
Yeah, that was edging it out. And now, okay, so hear me out. You know, in the first game, we were talking about how RSG was waiting for the mistakes on the side of SMG, right? An overcommitment of ultimates. And I think they definitely hurt us downstairs because SMG, they were playing so patient. While RSG Slate SG won this game, I have to give a quick shout out to Reminiscent. I mean, he was super patient on this archive. His heavy spin and hit, but utilization throughout the game itself has been insane. And the fact that they had Derry, who was also very stingy with the wild charge, he really used it at the critical moments. When the fight was about to be lost, he came in and he changed the whole course of the fight for SMG SG.
Yeah, I think the name of the game is timing. And take a look at all these itemizations, just buying and selling. We are into that late game, 28 minutes, 46 seconds into that game. We've seen a lot of different itemizations, little different changes. Diablo sold his immortality for a Winter Truncheon. He has that fast fingers to do so. He sold off his Radiant Armor, got a Brute Force Breastplate. You saw Oki having that Wind of Nature. He bought the movement speed Greaves just to get to that ending fight faster. So many small little itemizations from both sides, and not to discount SMG as well. A lot of item changes here and there where the late game economy doesn't matter anymore.
I just want to point out, it's a very small detail, but Orki took Electro Flash, right, in comparison to Enya, who took the Averist. And it's just a small change in the emblem choice. I think RSG SG was prepared to play for the late game. Averist, sure, you get 1,200 gold, but in the late game, Electro Flash will work much better for you because it's a constant growth.
Yeah, it's really, really hard because itemizations aside, taking a look at the kill participation on both sides, Supergirl trying to control Diablo as much as he can. He's only 20%, but he was so impactful in taking Oki down because every single time Oki goes down, Supergirl's there.
Can I talk about Diablo? The fact that he was split pushing throughout, but he still had 71% kill participation.
Yeah.
I think that speaks volumes about the fact that, hey, the team fight understanding like where he is, letting him push, and then going for the kills only when he's kind of nearby so that Diablo can, do as much damage as he does. Like, I mean, Diablo was like almost like an all-star.
Exactly. And here's the thing, right? For RSG Slate SG, this is the first performance that I think really brought out the strength of RSG SG. Nobody's tested them this hard so far. SMG SG brought them to the brink.
Yes.
Oh man, their throne was thwarted just by a little bit, but who do you think the MVP is going to be right now?
Quick shout out, I think it's going to be Diablo first.
I also think so. He's all over the place. He's everywhere on the map. He did that German cut, which I never seen before. But Oki has the MVP. Good job to Oki. They played around him. So many small itemization changes just to optimize different stages of battle. Mid-game, mid-battle even.
Okay, while Oki got the MVP, we see you, Diablo. We know that it's going on. It's a team game, and the fact that you were able to draw out the enemy team, attract as much attention as you did. I mean, if you look at the stats of Supergirl with a 20% kill participation, you realize that Supergirl was never really in those team fights because he kept getting pulled away. He had to deal with the split push throughout the entire game, just making it very difficult. If they went 5 versus 4, it might have been a little bit different. But again, Aki, not to undersell what you did, obviously you deserve that MVP. But again, I think RSG throughout, they play like a team, and it really was very, very impressive.
Yeah,
I mean it's really all eyes on you for Oki. His
Yeah.
all eyes on you was so predominantly strong in the match, it changed the whole team fight itself.
Yeah, I mean, Supergirl having a tough time just handling that Lone Ranger. He's all over the place. Wherever he is, you have to manage it. But we're watching the highlights. Ken, break this down for us. What'd you see?
Well, I'm going to remind you that this was an extremely long game, and here we go. Dewi actually has the perfect setup. They actually caught Roy as well as Oki a couple of times, right? And that really changed the whole team fight. Bray had a very good start to the game. He had the tank ability as well. But I want to mention about the itemization during this point of the time. This was about mid-game considering the length of the duration we had. And these were at the point where people were buying immortalities left and right. They were doing the item switches as well. Later on, I'm not sure whether they will show this or not, but Diablo actually bought the Wind Talker for a short moment when he went for the kill on the top lane as well. Down here, it looked like it was all going to be great for the side of SMG SG. They got the base down, 2 T3s down in the mid and the top as well, but this huge team fight changed it for RSG Slate SG because right here from this get-go, they are only left with just Miku Mikumi, who had to defend as a one-member army against the onslaught for Lucian Cutie as well as Oki.
Yeah, this fight was just so phenomenal. See how much Oki is able to tank through the entirety of that battle. This was a very long, drawn-out battle where, like, both sides, their turrets have been compromised, basically. Miku Mikumi, however, wasn't able to defend from that skirmish coming in from Oki. He does have very high attack speed, very high turret damage going through.
What a game.
What a
and what
game.
a series. This is what we expected from the number 1-2 seed, of course, for the MPL Singapore. Just what a great game throughout. I want to see them more, and we'll probably see them in the playoffs. I mean, we have a long way to go before we're there. But before we do, this is going to be, Holler, Churros, Kin. Let's go back to Cheryl for the interview.
Thank you so much, guys. We have teased for a match fit for playoffs, and boy, oh boy, did they deliver right here for match 2. Everybody right here in the live audience were at the edge of their seats. My palms are literally sweating. What a great match. And right here beside me, I have none other than Bray. So, it is still undefeated. You guys are still sitting very comfortably in the first position. Will we be seeing anyone such as CS and Closer perhaps next week?
For now, we are aiming for a streak lah. So we are aiming for 100% win streak. So, and for next week match, for the final match is against Bleed. So, I mean, we will want to continue the 100% win streak until for the whole regular season lah. So maybe we wouldn't put like the Closer and CS to play. So
I see. All right. So another thing is, okay, game 1 went relatively smoothly for you guys, but game 2, that resistance though, it really, mind my Singlish, but it really is up to that point to see who can tahan longer. Yeah. So is this something that you would expect, this level of fight that SMG put up?
I expected it because like they are in the leaderboards, they are top 2, and because they are also my friends, so I know how they roughly play, and to be honest, they are really very, very, very strong lah, and really did put out a fight, a very long fight.
Yes, and with that being said, their draft is a little bit more skewed for late game, and
Yes.
given that early game you dominated for sure. You were unkillable. But at the late game, how did you feel knowing that they were drafted more towards the late game?
Because their heroes are very tanky, so it's all about macro lah. Because towards the late game is really decision making, and every small mistakes counts lah. So in the game, we really just play the macro very, very well. We don't make any mistakes and becomes very good lah.
Yes, and also it is very evident that Roy was targeted like crazy, and I believe valiant effort was placed to lock down Miku Mikumi, but he just couldn't be touched. So what did you guys do, to win the game?
Because they had a lot of, the high ground is very good, and the way for them to open map is through Dewi. So our plan is to kill Dewi so that they do have a map opener for them, so they cannot push up. And by doing that, we won the game.
Fantastic. And I believe you got a little bit of a taster because right now they're in second position. So that's something that you can anticipate in playoffs. Now, a little bit of a teaser. You mentioned that what's happening next week for the final day of this round robin cycle, you're going to meet your arch nemesis, and that would be Bleed Esports. Any comments on that?
Seeing how they play in regular season, I don't know lah. Maybe they just trying to play it slowly and don't want to show off any good plans. I'm not sure lah, but I'm pretty sure when it comes, when we fight each other, they will really put out a very good fight lah.
Fantastic. So that's what we can anticipate. Thank you so much, Ray, for answering all of our questions. Thank you. So yes, friends, that was Bray. What a match that absolutely left us all on the edge of our seats. We were begging for more, definitely games that were fit for playoffs. Now we have another match that's going to come up real soon, happening at 4 p.m. So if you don't want to miss out on the action, see you at 4 p.m. later.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill.
feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
knows him.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill!
what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Right here, it's going to be match 3 in a few moments' time. Earlier on in match 2, boy oh boy, did that game make us sweat. Earlier, a game fit for playoffs. So as you can see, the heat is amping up right here at MPL SG Season 5. And now with that being said, match 3 is going to be a huge hit as well. It's going to be a battle of the Roamers once again. We have Cram God right here from our lovely team Flash, and let's not forget our coach turned player Zookeeper is right now playing as well right here from Alchemy SG. So it is a battle of the Roamers. So let's see who will emerge victorious right here in the Land of Dawn. Now, quick announcement for all of our wonderful live audiences right here today. Hope you guys are having fun. Now, every selfie that you take with the hashtag of hashtag our pride, our passion to show support for our boys, and by tagging mpl.sg.official, you will be rewarded handsomely. And let's not forget you, our online viewers as well. Enjoy wonderful codes, gifts, and more right here in the stream, and our casters will share with you more. Now, without further ado, let's check out this wonderful match, the Battle of the Roamers, by meeting our very first team, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Team Flash. And ladies and gentlemen, here to prove that they are a rookie team to look out for, meet the team. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Alchemy SG. So as it seems, ladies and gentlemen, right now here, Ashiru is playing today instead of Zookeeper. Now, what is still very interesting in the case of this dynamic, even though Zookeeper is not playing today, would he be able to guide the team to victory in the case where Team Flash right here, we're going international. We have players right here, Cram God from the Philippines, bringing international strategies right here into the Land of Dawn. Will Alchemy SG have what it takes to face Team Flash? Let's find out, and let's leave it to the casters to tell you more. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, and of course, me and the boys on the desk. It's Truls and Holler this time round. Holler taking the vertical seat, and we'll be watching the Alchemy SG going up against Team Flash.
Wait, why is that the vertical seat?
I'm going to dedicate that as the vertical seat
It's
for now.
very warm.
Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable,
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
Like the amount of percentage that you want to crit a pun is higher when you sit on that seat,
I'm
right?
feeling it. I don't know what it is. Internally, something
Okay.
is going on. Maybe it's the sanitary standards of the chair now. I'm not sure.
Yep, it could
But
be
we
the
are-
Ocean chair. I'm not too sure, but what I'm very sure right now is yes. I wouldn't say that this is more of a battle of a roamer anymore because it feels like it's going back into a battle of the qualifiers for MPL Singapore Season 5.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This kind of feels like a rematch of the qualifiers instead. Like both these teams, they clawed their way up from that qualifier stage, and right now it's time to prove who is the best of them all.
I think, you know, Team Flash is 2 and 3 or whatever, but they've lost to RSG and Bleed. I think the only big upset was the Revival game. I think that if we're going to talk about Alchemy here, SG, we have Exalt, Jet, Puski, Icon, and Ashiru here. Alchemy, of course, they're on the bottom looking up. They want to really make a name for themselves. I think they've gotten a lot of experience, and I think it's great to see them play. I think that we've seen flashes of brilliance, and I want to see more of Alchemy SG as they go into this.
Yeah, Alchemy is the 7th seed right now, so they're struggling to stay afloat, and this game is pretty much what they need to do. They need to win. They need one win in their belt, so they've been pretty much in the losing end. They have a shaky start, but taking a look at the other side, though, we need to take a look at Flash.
Yep, taking a look at the Flash, right? Thank you very much, Rose. But I feel like right now, I like how Holler say it, bottom looking up. They're only at 1 point at 7C, whereas Flash at least, they start to climb out the ranks a little bit. They've already at 5 points.
This is pretty much a very, very strong team, I would say. They started shaky, but right now, let's take a look at the lineup. Vanix on the goat lane, Jay in the mid lane, Veg in EXP lane, Yon in the jungle, Cramgod in the roam position. Now, Jay has brought so many changes into Flash. Remember last week when they had like that Jay Cho kind of thing? Like really, really different kind of meta coming in.
Okay.
Like, I've never really seen a Cho mid lane before, but it tends to work out for Flash.
Yeah, I feel like the Jay... There's a reason.
Right?
Okay, my IGN is actually inspired by Jay Cho, and I really like Jay, that IGN himself. But when I see Jay, a veteran player from season 1, he has the IGN Jay. I'm like, okay, you know what? I have to stick to Jay's. But Holla, Jay has came into Team Flash in a very nice fashion with the leadership. What do you feel about it?
You could feel it right away, right? I think, again, their record is a little, it's not the straightest of things, right? You think that they're like, again, 6th place right now, and you think that they're not doing as very well. But before we go into that, let's go into the keys to victory with Alchemy.
For Alchemy SG, it's pretty simple for them. Wait for Ishiru to set the team fights, pressure Yon's assassin picks, and prioritize Jets' heroes against Jay. Now, this is very, very important. Yon is pretty much a hero that, pretty much a player that you can read with a small assassin hero who's not comfortable with those tank utility jungles. So this is pretty much what Alchemy needs to do, try to pressure them and set the tone in the early stages of the game. And this is pretty much how they're able to maintain that momentum, maintain the pressure through that early stage to that late stage of that game.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I've never seen Yon on any form of tank junglers at all. Yeah. And this could also mean, like, he's not confident with tank junglers, he's very confident on assassins.
It's predictable.
It's predictable, but, going into the Team Flash keys to victory, Holla, what do you feel about this?
All right, you got to protect Yon in the early game. He's going to be the biggest one. Make sure that he has a great lane, as much support as possible. Just let him free farm. Play around Vanix's power spike, of course, is something very important that we need to do. He's going to definitely scale, he's going to have those moments, but is the rest of the team ready when he gets that power spike? The last piece, of course, is Veg needs to keep Puski in check. Make sure that he has a bad game, and ensure that the team is on the same page.
Yeah, I feel like Brewski is a very strong EXP laner from the side of Alchemy, right? They're always more brilliant, and I feel like, watching Alchemy SG, this little guy from MPL Singapore Season 5 from the qualifiers, they grew. Like, remember week 1, day 1? Yeah. They were the one, literally, like, they don't have a game plan. Day 2, they came in with game plan, but they lost. What happens? They're unable to adapt. And then week 2, they came in, they've got a lead, they got one good win, and now, they could be on a better road this time around.
Yeah, Puski is definitely phenomenal within all of those like team fight setups, skirmishes. He's able to flank through all this, the team fights. But taking a look at the statistics, all of their signature heroes are set pretty much meta in all of this. Icon is very comfortable on this Martis, but average kill participation 27%. He is not much of a team fight kind of guy. Is more looking towards like securing all these objectives.
I mean, the stats are not in their favor, right? Especially when you've lost 5 matches in a row. You're 2-10, so being able to kind of like, if you win, your stats will definitely be much higher. They're going to be inflated. Alchemy have, unfortunately, they've been 7th place at right now, and their stats are not going to be that high. But let's take a look at Team Flash's statistics. I think this is a bit more of a mixed bag considering they're 2 and 3. But, how about you walk us through some of this?
Actually, what stands out to me is that the R-Lot from Veg. This guy is insane on this R-Lot. Average kill participation, 9%, does not really tell a lot about him, but he's very, very impactful in a lot of the games with that final slash, setting up, repositioning for the rest of the team to come in.
I think rest assured, if you notice all throughout Singaporean teams, they're really strong on this R-Lot, right?
Yeah.
Diablo coming in, you've got like crazy plays on gear with the R-Lot as well. But this shows that, it's one of the hot commodity. You don't really want to ban it. You want to at least open it up. And I feel like a lot of teams are well prepared to face him.
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is that a lot of team fights like to do a front-to-back approach. With that R-Lot, with a final slash, you're able to reposition your enemies into somewhere that's unfavorable in your favor. So, like, really taking out that R-Lot and just playing it around sustainability really shows that, Veg is playing out of his mind.
Yep, but before we go into the game, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the casters' predictions. I'm a little bit spicy today, so I'm going for Alchemy.
You're in the Vertigo seat, Jace. You are in the Vertigo seat.
Today.
The caster's curse, maybe?
I'm not too sure, but I feel like Alchemy SG, I can see signs of growth and I want to encourage it. So that's why I went for them. But what about Holler? You went for Team Flash?
I did, and it's one of those things where until they prove it to me, until they show me, I will go with what the stats tell me, right?
Okay.
Team Flash have found ways to win. They're going to continue to do so. Alchemy, on the other hand, have struggled, and until they get that first win, I'm kind of like going to go against them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually do agree with Holler on this one. The statistics does show that Flash is getting their momentum set within the regular season. They're playing very, very well. I think this is due to the introduction of Jay in the mid laner. He's pretty much a game changer.
I love the fact you bring out Jay, because we have to talk about the question about leadership between these two teams, right? Jay came in, he literally turned Team Flash into the actual Team Flash that we know.
Yeah.
Zookeeper came in yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. He kind of gave some sort of direction from Alchemy SG. They got one game, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, and that's all you need, right? It's one of those things where it's a big confidence boost. Make sure that you do get that one game, because we can snowball off of it. We did something right. Like, that's going to be that first win. It's exhilarating, and it's great to be in that experience. But now, how do we turn that into an actual match win?
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, Alchemy, this is their game. This is their game to show the world, to Singapore, that they're worthy of this MPL SG spot. Right here, let's start off the draft. Martis is being banned out by Flash, knowing that they need to protect Yon. The early game aggression heroes, they're taken out the table. But Joy, on the other hand, from the side of Alchemy, is getting taken out. So the early game aggression
Still
from both
swords,
sides is
run
really
deep.
starting to show. They take out Ling. I'm not surprised if they take out more assassins.
So are you going to look to just ban out, like, you know, the Arlot? Are you going to ban out the Fredrin, both very highly contested ones? Or, like, what kind of... What are you thinking at this stage?
Right now, I think Alchemy needs to target focus Yon, because assassin heroes are pretty limited.
So cute.
And it kind of works out well, because you want to put Yon in a very uncomfortable position. Maybe play a Lancelot, no choice but to play Lancelot in a tank position. So then his playstyle has to shift a little bit because of the fact that your builds change.
I didn't
but
cure the
I don't
pain.
know. Is targeting Yon the best thing for Alchemy?
I think right now, Alchemy is known to target ban and target someone very strong.
Yeah.
Remember Alchemy and SMG? Enya is like literally the most wanted for Alchemy. This time around, it feels like they're looking at Yon as the most wanted now. Interesting ban coming out, the Valentina.
Valentina. Okay, I've actually seen the mid lane pressure that Jay will provide
what's
for
your
Flash
command?
is going to be very strong. I don't know if he's going to go down to Jay's Cho again, because like that is pretty much I'm calling it. Jay's Cho is just impactful to infinity and beyond, right? Just changing the tides of battle for Flash. But Alchemy banning
I
out
am
the
the
assassin.
power of light incarnate.
Welcome to my imaginary world.
Your team is picking.
Pick in all of MPL Singapore. We've seen it in other regions. It's very popular in MPL ID as well as PH, but it has a 37% win rate.
Payback
that you're
time.
like, you know, we have to ban because we want to pick something else. Obviously, Fairless is not here. I wouldn't say Consulter, but you know, something that has like, you know, the real manipulation from Eve or some other thing like that.
I kind of like what Flash is going for. Going for that long-range artillery because they're answering back onto that 1-1 pick by Exalt. We haven't really seen 1-1 being picked up in MPL's Season 5 just as of yet, but having that 1-1 in changes tides of battle for Alchemy. What they need to do is pretty much get frontline heavy heroes, wait for 1-1 to really pop off all that weakness points, and then dive their way through. There is a change in the Sea Halberd that I see
This
a lot
land is
of
our
1-1
homeland,
users build
and it
up,
will soon
which is
be your
8%
burial
more
ground.
damage onto the enemy heroes. But Flash, on the other hand, Yon going straight to the Hayabusa, doesn't want to wait till phase 2, where Alchemy for sure is going to be banning that out.
Okay, but in return, Huski insta-picks the Lapu Lapu here. I mean, is this the hard counter that you really need? Is it just, you know what I mean, like...
Yeah.
Like, it was instant. There was no thought involved.
It's backline heroes are the keys to victory for Alchemy. They want to go in straight. They want to contest for all these neutral objectives, like the turtle, like the Lord.
You see value in me?
Game.
Your
Fredrin
team
and
is
Lapu Lapu,
should.
like I said, you have to have sponges to protect 1-1. And knowing that 1-1 is pretty much a glass cannon, able to be just maybe 1-2 shotted by Jay on that Farsa is going to be very, very hard.
Okay, but the Fredrin here with the Lapu Lapu, obviously you have the fighter combination. They're going to be in your face. They're going to make, you know, Jay's life, or whoever's
You
playing
are
Farsa's level,
facing
but
a
if
cluster.
Farsa cannot just stand there, right?
Yeah.
With a feathered airstrike. So you got to be careful. They counter with the glue, which I do like.
I
Gotta
do.
sustain.
I 100% agree with you. Glue is really insane, especially in the early stages of the game. Having a lot of early game pressure into your own enemy jungle. Every time we see how Glue plays, he just proxies the wave, goes straight to your jungle, and nowhere is safe because he's always right there, just chunking you down, bit of health, and then
I am the
you're pretty much
priestess
just
of
pushed
primal
away from your own
lightning,
jungle,
the
and then
hunter
just
of
left
all
with
the
that
evil
scrap
gods.
Splash. Let's go to the second phase of that ban. Takes out the Edith, knowing that that is a very good setup kind of hero for the side of Alchemy.
All right, Glue, 15 games played, 11 wins, 4 losses, 73% win rate. You know, I mean, Glue, we've seen the power of it. I mean, we've seen Supergirl play it as well. We've seen, you know, it just time and time again, the Glue has just been in your face. Very sustainable, ensuring that the team fights get long. Now, is he going to create enough space and tankability for the rest of the team where Hayabusa and Farsa kind of want people, you know what I mean? They're going to choose the battle. They don't want people close to them, like Fredrin or Lapu Lapu running out.
Yeah, like, I mean, you said it right. It's a 1v5 hero potentially, right? You want to go into the late game. Glue is going to be able to soak up a lot of damage coming in from the rest of me. But the only thing that I think I want to add is Flash is banning out the Hilda. So it's just really a lot of these early game heroes, early game aggressive heroes that sort of like counteract Yawn.
Okay, but you've banned out the Melissa here. Is there what is the last ban you're thinking at this stage?
I'm really thinking a carry would have been good because it makes Fredrin very unviable. Once she gets a power spike, at least the golden staff, at least a Demon Hunter sword, and Icon is just wiped off the face of the earth, right? But Lolita will be the one that is banned out by Alchemy. Now Flash, carry is wide open. We've seen how Vanix plays carry well, and he does take that carry. No time wasted at all.
Okay, I think they hear you. They like the churros pick, and they were like, Gary, that is a good idea. I'm going with it. They picked it out. That was the churros pick.
That's a churros pick right there.
Yeah, this season probably I'm just going to be spamming carries, just solidify carry as like my pick. But it's a very, very good and smart pick because if you're playing onto the late game, which is where Hayabusa really starts to shine and really starts to come online, that is where carry is able to, well, for lack of a better word, carry your team as well. Because you have frontline heavy heroes like the Fredrin, like Lapu Lapu, who's going to be jumping straight to your backline. With the core items, with the Holy Trinity, you're able to melt them down.
Okay. I mean, it's one of those things where now, how do you
The southern seas are my domain.
They just want to go ham. They're going to run at you. I mean, this is a pretty, I would say, easier team to deal with or to play because it's just like green light go. You know, there's no brakes on this one, right?
Yeah.
It's all gas.
It is very scary. It's looking very scary for Team Flash because that Kadita alone in that early stage of the game or mid stage of the game, Kadita plays in a bushwhack or ambush style position, so nowhere in your jungle is safe. You really need, or Team Flash right now, Crown God is still open, you need a very, very tanky frontliner. You need someone to open up, give vision, give intelligence to the rest of your team in order for you to not be like attacked by surprise, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. They're trying to go for intel.
By a bird call, I was led to the underworld. And in fear, should King Yama tremble.
Win right there, Franco. I mean, is this the right counter? I mean,
yes.
You're adding a lot of beef.
For 1-1. For one, you need a suppression just to start 1-1 in their tracks. But what this means is it kind of opens up a lot of opportunities for Jet to reposition himself. So Kadita works on the concept of repositioning and just being very invisible to your enemy, because every single time there's a team fight, Kadita goes straight for your backline, goes straight for your damage dealer, which is basically Farsa and that carry. So, ladies and gentlemen, the draft is set. Jace, what are you thinking?
Man, I'm just like a little bit confused by the Lolita ban, but you know, gotta have to trust Zookeeper about that, because especially Zookeeper is not on the play seat this time. It is gonna be Ashiru on that Grok. There's a lot of easy ways for Alchemy SG to just trigger everything and then just win the game, but Team Flash, heavy pick composition. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, on to game number 1 we go. This is the qualifier, the battle of the qualifiers, mind you, and
Welcome
it is
to
going to be
Mobile
a
Legends.
Kadita Mage. I just don't like it.
Why don't you like a Kadita Mage? I actually do like it, but the way that RSG played in the previous game was that Kadita actually doesn't need to lane. Doesn't need to just be in the lane just farming up, because you want to give your roam the ability to farm up to level 2, get that quick little power spike, and then rotate down. You see Cram God being on the aggressive front, trying to just give a little bit of vision onto the side of Alchemy.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You see, you've lost your mid lane advantage, then you have Jay all the way at the bottom side, pressuring your EXP lane, and now I think the meta has changed slightly because I think Ashiro taking a page from the previous matches that we saw, putting down the wall most of the time in his own base. He doesn't have the wave clear, and Jet is definitely going to get pushed in most of the time. See?
It's okay. We'll just have to wait until we see how he really executes this one, because what Kadita lacks is range. You need to really get up close and personal. We see the passive already procced way too early. That's pretty much a longer cooldown. Yawn almost level 4, so once that happens, 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up, Flash, they really need to find the opportunity to zone the rest of the members of Alchemy out of the way and focus on getting all these similar objectives.
Yeah. Really have much mid control, and that's why Ashiro is just permanently staying in base, just building a wall, just making sure Team Flash overextends. But speaking about overextending, Exalt will get Shadow killed upon. That's the first blood coming over to Yawn.
Very, very well played from the side of Team Flash. Just waited and layered in, just waiting for that right time for Yawn just to use his shadows, jump right in, and take out Exalt. They know that they don't want Exalt to pretty much be in a viable position as they move towards that mid to late game. And right now, I agree with you, Jays. I don't know. I think Arshiru might be staying in base a little bit too long. And knowing that Yawn is playing on the Assassin, he will not be able to contest for that lore.
Yeah, flying hook right there, but Icon will secure the turtle. That's at least something going for the side of Alchemy, right? Team Flash, on the other hand, they're focusing on the kills instead up top. They want to limit Exalt as much as possible. And now it's just, we're just looking through the whole game plan coming from Alchemy. A bit slow because you don't really have Ashiru opening up the map.
Take a look at the emblems real quick. Magic Worship being equipped onto by Jay and Jet respectively. This is no mystery shop this time, so a lot of burst damage coming in from both sides. So they need to play to their advantage. Flash needs to wait till that mid-game power spike for Yawn. Hold on a second.
Flicker suppression right there on top of the XP laner of Alchemy. That will be the another kill going over to Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, Flash, they've really taken the words out of my mouth using actions, right? They are playing towards their advantage in the early game rotations within Jay. Like, Jay is just using wing by wings just to fly over to the side lanes and just create a lot of havoc, create a lot of disturbances within all of these types of lanes. But lane-to-lane matchup, though, Alchemy, they want to solidify their Exalt's position within the stage.
Blue team hero has been slain.
Gets taken down.
Bluesky getting taken down once again. A lot of pressure on Bluesky right here. It's Team Flash and Alchemy SG trading their map pressure, right? Alchemy SG is going to camp up top. I'm just going to camp bottom.
Flash. They're up ahead in 1.6 goal lead.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Taking too much time babysitting Exalt up top, because this leaves the map wide open.
Yeah, I think it just boils down to the fact that the first minute onwards, Ashiro was just mostly staying in the base, just building that wall. You don't really have a lot of map presence all across the board. You don't have information. That opened up so much free kills over to Team Flash, because Ashiro is not opening up a map. But speaking about opening up a map, Cram God, suppression going on onto Ashiro as well. Jay forced the feather airstrike going in, but not enough, because Icon coming in with a appraisal wrap, picking up Cram God for the kill.
I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication right there. Cram God had a very nice suppression onto Icon, but the fact of the matter is, Alchemy, their rotations coming into all these little skirmishers are much faster than Team Flash. They secure one kill, but Flash still up ahead in economy.
Yeah, definitely. They've got like two kill lead, right? At least Regin feels like, you know, he hadn't got nerfed at all, but hold on a second, the turtle got resetted. Unfortunately, Alchemy SG is just using that wall to great success. Reggie, on the other hand, the Icon is still actually just working on the purple buff for now. Team Flash, they actually have the turtle control for now, and Alchemy SG, it's time for them to strike. Feather airstrike will be activated for now. Ashuru will dash. The flicker knocks Jay up in the air. The feather airstrike get knocked up in the sky at the same time. But Icon securing the second turtle for now. The shadow kill going in. No casualties from side of Alchemy SG, but it's Team Flash that will take down Ashuru finally, and Flash picking up a double kill. The glue is tracking havoc at the back line of Alchemy SG.
Oh, that was so well played from the side of Flash. I mean, Icon, the reason why he went for that purple buff first was to increase his stacks. But let's take a look at the instant replay real quick. See how Icon was way far behind. He has the stacks, but it's diminishing by the second. The wall charge onto that back line, onto Vanix alone. That was a very good call, but the follow-up was not too much there. It was just an outplay by Veg onto Puski, onto Exalt.
Yeah, this is the problem why Glue is still a big problem for both these two teams. Like, Puski also played the Glue quite well, remember doing the stats. It's one of his preferred pick, but Bash is like, no man, I'm gonna show you what the Jelly can do.
Oh, just like that, up ahead in gold lead, 3,000 gold. Take a look at the item builds. It does look like Flash, they are 2 items up ahead. I'm not sure if Corrosion Sight is the best item to buy first. For that carry, I usually go for a golden staff, try to proc your passive a little bit more, and then a Demon Sword. You can get that crossbow of, I was going to say crossbow tank, but that little crossbow half build. Yeah, Swift crossbow.
I think it's still a-okay because Team Flash, well, they're definitely ahead. 3k gold lead in their favor, right? But Alchemy is the one that secured two turtles for now. Team Flash does have that kill lead. Even Alchemy was the one that's taking objective. Team Flash was able to punish Wheel. Hold on a second, in the mid lane. That is Vanix with the light wheels. And Krangard is saying, where are you going, Icon? This is another kill for me.
That was such a good play from Flash. I mean, they just singled out, diving straight into their turrets. And Jet feeling a little bit under the weather right now, but from the back line!
For the back line, that's going to be a wall charge. Alchemy SG doesn't really have enough follow-up at the same time. Exile just trying to spin. He does have a crossbow tank. He's going to activate for now, but Jess begs. He's just going to walk away. He doesn't really care. He has a split split, but Jay may find himself in a lot of trouble because Jet will be able to find him with the Khadija Rough Waves. Bedge coming in will be punishing Alchemy SG for the extension.
You know, this is interesting though, because Exalt on the 1-1 has a little bit of a nerf. Nerf in terms of the radius at which crossbow tank is able to proc. So Veg just moving out of position just a little bit stops that crossbow tank ultimate. Taking a look at the damage dealt, Jay is definitely the one. I mean, this is pretty much known, right?
Yeah, man. Jay with this one feather
but hook!
One proc, but there we go. It's gonna be a dead Puski right there. Cramgon is just walking around and he's just fishing.
Yeah, man, Carry is such a good pick right now. Icon just very intimidated by the wall.
Vanix may get caught in a bit of trouble, but Purify coming in really clutch. Bench coming in for the flank, but will be pushing Alchemy back into safety for now. Team Flash, I don't think they need to force the issue. They do have that late game composition.
I do agree with you, but Alchemy, they also have a pretty much late game draft as well. They do need to farm up. They do need to find a nice position to split push. Look at that bottom side lane. Your turret is down, but you're not pushing. You're not extending. And this is, call it intimidation, call it fear, but you're just too scared to go into the jungles.
To be honest with you, Churros, this is really unorthodox movement coming out from Alchemy SG. Team Flash, on the other hand, they have solid control at the bottom lane. Alchemy SG, they're going to trade all the way up top instead. That's going to be Yon jumping in, Feather Ashra going in. Look at the amount of damage coming in. Jet! Oh my goodness, that is a miss. Ultimate coming in, will not be able to deny Jay away, but it does heal him up.
Oh man, this is just a trade on that bottom lane and that top side lane. So both turrets are down. Flash is still up ahead in terms of economy, 4,000 gold lead. This is a lot considering that Vanix only needs 3 items to be fully online. Actually, just 2. Demon Hunter Sword as well as your Golden Staff will be making basically Icon unviable in that late game.
Yep, that's coming for the flank right here. Jay does have a Feather Ashra if he wants to pull that trigger. And here we go. He's going to pull that trigger just once, but Ashura with the wall blocks him all the way off. Now, just weird movements coming off of Alchemy SG. This is just one big, massive death ball, just walking around trying to find kills. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they're just going to stay at arm's length. We're going to focus on the objectives instead, and then, you know, just make Alchemy SG uncomfortable in their strategy.
Taking a look at the composition from Alchemy, they need this lord, and they definitely need this lord in order to stay afloat. This is because Flash, they are a very good defensive team. So if they give up that lord, the skirmish going into their own base will cause them a lot of problems, and they cannot come back to the hook though.
The hook going in will be able to catch on top of a shoe, unfortunately. And now Badge is going to push even out of control. No respect coming up from Badge on top of Exile right here. He's going to activate the Possess even before Exile will be going into the crossbow tank at the same time. He takes 1 casualty, but I mean, it's good. Oh, nice and deadly. Flash managed to just shove Alchemy SG out out of the Lord pit, and they have full control of the Lord.
Apuski not having good
Red
time.
team
Game
has
5
slain
and
the
0.
Lord.
Goes over the Flash. Alchemy, they're back to defending. Now, their draft is not really a defensive draft.
Right.
Not a lot of AoE skills, not a lot of AoE burst damage. The only thing that you can rely on right now is a crossbow tank. But take a look at how Flash is far ahead in economy.
How do you rely on a crossbow and tank, Churros?
Yeah, that is not enough. It's not enough.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I don't like the Kadita Mage. Kadita Mage,
Oh!
usually you need to couple it with some wave flip, but here we go. It's going to be Cram God gets suppressed once again. Phoenix will be there to melt it all the way down. Yawn right here, but hold on a second. It's a little bit of a trap if Jet actually manages to catch someone else, but Yawn is already out of the way.
He does not have his Petrify though. Flash looking to push all 3 lanes in. The middle lane looks like it's in shambles just a little bit. Yawn trying to split push on the top. Flash wants to go for all 3 because they know that the
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Downfall.
Yeah, but one wild card is what Alchemy SG really needs, right? Team Flash, on the other hand, yes, they got this lead, but we're seeing leads getting turned around before. As Alchemy SG, they turtle up.
And this is not looking good for Alchemy though. Who do you start? Because every single one that goes in is going to get melted down by every.
Destroyed.
Hail Mary play would not be able to do anything. The Shield coming in. Ashiru will get caught right now, but Phoenix will be there on the job. Will be actually melting the members of Alchemy SG right now. Team Flash will be trying to deal with the backline, and Vetch is just working around in the front line of Exalt on top, and he will be jumping around. And Vetch will be get taunted, knocked up in the air. Jet will be able to shut down Team Flash for now, but the damage has been done from Team Flash. They can't open the mid lane turret.
That was so smart coming out from Team Flash. Vetch, knowing that the hook was activated by Cram God and just locking Ashiru down, he tries to go for Exalt. And the fact of the matter is, you don't have to kill Exalt, you just have to keep him at bay.
Correct.
Because what Alchemy needs is to fight front to back, have a little bit of a sponge retain that damage to let Exalt pop all those weakness points and then proc that hang. But it's not looking so good for Alchemy. So Team Flash layering in that team fights and knowing who to aim is just phenomenal right now.
Yeah, Team Flash, you know, executing to the T. I agree. Vetch is, you know, just pushing Exalt away. Exalt can't even join the fight. Where Team Flash, you know, they focus on one member at a time. This pick composition coming into fruition over the side of Team Flash. Venix pick up and make a kill on top of Ashiru at the same time. Puski will be punishing Cram God, but Venix, he's on the roll right here. He's picking up a double kill, and Vetch coming in. The sharks of Team Flash are looking for blood. They smell blood in the waters, but Alchemy made it to safe shores.
Oh, splishy. Splashy, flishy, flashy, man. This was a very good backdoor play coming in from Flash, but John, though, a little bit overconfident in that play, running into the face of Icon, getting taunted out.
Yeah, too many stun, too many CCs, right? And I mean, Hayabusa jumping in onto a Fredrin that has that, you know, big Omega taunt ready to just click and just stun you and lock you down. I mean, I think Yawn's just fighting more than he could chew. He thought he could wake it out, but the Lord has spawned. Alchemy SG, they do have some reader for now. Yawn is dead for another 15 seconds. I don't think they will be able to make it in time for the Lord because of how Besh and Jay is positioning.
Right now, moving into that mid to late stage game. Let's take a look at itemization. 6K go up ahead. Hayabusa already almost completing all his item features. Is building up the endless battle, and basically this is all he needs to just shut anyone that is alone down. Carry already has that Holy Trinity, Holy Quartet actually,
Red team
and building
turret
up
has
a
been
defensive
destroyed.
item because he needs to look out
Red
for
team
Jet.
has
Jet's
slain
the
the
only one that
Lord.
can take Vanix down. And taking a look at Wan though, a little bit slow, going for that Rose Gold Meteor for a little bit more defense.
It's really tough to watch. If you're not, I'm not gonna lie right here. Alchemy SG, they're just currently trading objectives, but they're taking the worst trade. It's like, you know, you ask for $100 worth of gold, but you only get $50 worth of the actual product.
Yeah.
And Team Flash, it's really hard to watch this.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for Alchemy to defend this because they don't have the capability. All you need to do is make sure to land a very good wall charge, but it's going to be easier said than done because the fact of the matter is Flash is a very, very mobile composition. You can't play it backline, but speaking of the moment, Jet gets taken down.
Jet, the feather airstrike, the slap too. Ashiru will be coming in, dragging Cram God, drags Ashiru all the way far, but it doesn't really matter. Van's trying to cut in the front line of Alchemy SG to damage, but Team Flash right here, they're on the roll right here. The Lord is actually slashing the public core of Alchemy SG. Team Flash doesn't really need to fight this, but hold on a second. Exo coming in the last moment, taking down the Lord. Team Flash, a little bit too early to be celebrating for now.
Oh, Vanix does not have his winner nature already. All they need to do is just push in that wave. 3 minions down, Flash, will be able to do it. Vanix does have the attack speed though. The turret is just down just by a little
focus on the
bit.
core instead. Team Flash takes game number 1.
Very, very masterful play from Team Flash. That was so well layered, well executed. Great shot calling from Jay. Great feather airstrike just to zone the members of Alchemy out of the way. Alchemy, I don't know how they can come back from this. This loss is unprecedented for them.
It's really tough to watch, right? Especially when you're Alchemy SG fan. Yes, they come so far, right? Like you saw Growth Spurts coming back in, but it feels like they're falling back to old ways.
Falling back to old ways, but it was also kind of, you know, it seemed very disjointed. There were moments they were deathballing, especially early.
Yeah.
They were trying to make rotations when the opportunity wasn't really right for them to do.
Correct.
So it seemed really, the strategy that they had was kind of all over the place, and it wasn't really like synced up properly.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think the name of the game right now is action reaction. And Alchemy, they want to be a little bit active in that sense, but every single time that there is a team fight, it sort of strays away from the main bulk of the damage, which is basically from Exalt.
Yeah, I think now we all ask the question, where is Zookeeper? Because his decision, his macro decisions are actually on point to basically take one game away. But now it feels like, you know, Alchemy SG is walking in like the lost children looking around, walking around the land of dawn. But before that, let's take a look at the items for now and take a look at the item differences between these two teams.
I mean, it's snowballing, right? When you're up 20-7 and you're just in complete control, it didn't really seem fair. But, you know, let me talk about Cram God here, because his hooks were on point. He made himself look like a hook god, so to speak. He was always hooking the right places, but it was also one of those moments where if you look at the replay, Alchemy, their positioning was in very obvious positions. Like, they were in the bushes, and they're like, yeah, I know he's going to be there, so I'm just going to hook blind, and I'm going to hit it. And Cram God got, you know, he was the benefactor of that.
I mean, Jay as well. Jay with his macro decisions, just pushing all of them out of the way. Take a look at his itemizations as well. He went for that Genius Wand, knowing that once the magic resist is lowered, he's able to deal a significantly much more amount of damage, especially to Exalt.
Okay, but Vanix 709, I mean 12,000 gold. Like, Carry, you just were near him, you would just get blown up, right? And I mean, his gold per minute is 809. I mean, they did so much damage, but they were all over the place, plus his 80% kill participation.
Yeah, but they played around Vanix, and this is what they need to do going over to game number 2, is just to continue playing around Vanix, have a protect composition, try to turtle up, and try to get Vanix to get his power spikes as fast as possible. And this is where Team Flash really excels in this kind of synergy.
I think right now it's not about going to game number 2. I think Team Flash, the performance is actually quite well. They kind of, you know, complement each other a lot more right now. It's not the 3 teams I see in one team problem that I see in week 1. But now it feels like, you know, they managed to reduce it down to 2 teams instead. Of course, we'll be taking a look at the MVP for Team Flash especially, and it will go to Cram God.
Yeah. Again, the masterful hooker, the hook god. I mean, he was. I don't know where I'm going with it, but 12, he had so many assists. He was just completely controlling them. Like, you isolate that one guy, all of a sudden team fights 5 versus 4. It makes it very easy.
Yeah, I actually do like the fact that he plays the Franco sort of like a Kadita, but like, I'm gonna side with Jays in this one. I think it is so much better than a Kadita, because once you're in that position, your stun is. It changes the course of the battle, right? It becomes a longer 2 to 3 second stun sort of thing. But for the side of Kadita, it doesn't get that same potential.
I think what Alchemy SG wants to really do is just to hit the ground running, right? With the Brock with the early advantage, and then of course with the Kadita once he hit level 4. Frenjin, right now, yes, I mean his damage is nerfed a little bit, but he's quite tanky in the front line. They really want to pop off in the mid game, but they didn't get there because Team Flash is just picking them apart one by one.
Okay, why are you saying that you're going to go with Jace? I never said like a Kadita over a Franco on that
point.
No,
but
you
made
it seem like we're... No. You made it seem like I didn't say that.
He's just starting drama on the desk right here.
Yeah, but like, Jace is more passionate about his hatred for Kadita, much more than you. But let's go to the highlights. Holler, can you break this down for us?
Okay, it was pretty much the Team Flash show from the minute 1, right? Yeah. Alchemy here trying to take the fight. They had a slight advantage, or they were trying to force the issue here. Not able to do it. This team fight turned out really poorly for them. I mean, it was one of those things where Ashiro went in, tried to start things off, not able to do it, and pretty much from here on out, Team Flash snowballing. Feathered Airstrike almost every single time it was off cooldown, they would do it. They would zone it out, get the kill. Got the hook, now you got the free tower, right? It's just a matter of simple kills that turned into objectives, and it just, came out in spades for them.
Yeah, I mean, Cram got blind hooking anyone out of time. He hits it 8 times out of 10. This guy is just insane with just his setups, his single target setups, and getting veg as well. I want to commend this guy. He's just going straight to that back line, trying to keep Exalt and Pooski out of reach from the rest of Team Flash.
Like, I mean, that hook again, just catching out of Shiru, it's like, okay, that's all she wrote because the Lord is already pushing. You have to deal with that. Alchemy, now you have to deal with the rest of our heroes. I mean, it was just very difficult to hit, but you talked about 8 out of 10. I would say it's 4 out of 5.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow. But okay, to be honest, right, a Shiru on that Grok getting hooked, it's a little bit awkward, right? Usually you would drop a Grok to counter the Franco hook because you do have that immune CC going in. But you know what? It's game number 1. Alchemy SG has taken L's, but the most important L, like I like to quote Mirko right here, is learn. Alchemy SG has shown that they can actually learn very well, and I hope, Zookeeper in between games, give them a bit of a pep talk.
Okay, Alchemy, you need to slow things down. You gotta get on the same page.
Coach
more than
Caller
anything
going
else,
there.
right? This is just for everybody. Actually.
Oh, okay.
It's not just for you. Even for my pub mates. Okay, let me be honest. They have many things to learn, and I could be here all day just coaching them. But in this case, this is one of those situations where, hey, you took a loss.
Yep.
Blank slate, right? Look at this as the best of one. What can I do better, right?
That's right.
Some things in the initial part, the early movement, not so great. Let's clean that up there, okay? Look at the first 10 minutes. Let's get better in that stance, and then we'll deal with the mid, late when we get there.
Remember the 5-1-5 as well? We're going to make it even better. Right now, we got an All-Star bonus event happening on the game right here. All-Star last encore is available. Now select the limited skin you want and redeem it for free. From 31st, I'm very bad with these, 31st of March all the way to 30th of April, 1 month, complete task and collect all the wish skin fragments and redeem one of the skins as all below. The Gato are Hurt King, the Natalia Deadly Mamba, Esmeralda Poison Bind, the Martyrs Death Rock, Terizla, Hammer Giant, Alpha, Crimson Warrior, and Harif Fashion Expert All-Star events, of course, coming in full screen. Log into game right now. Enjoy exciting events with all your friends as well. Don't forget to hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Star, and of course, hashtag Be the Superstar.
There's one day Alchemy will rise to the top and be an all-star in their own right. Because this is only a stepping stone. They're pretty new into this. What they need to do or learn is basically controlling the tempo, controlling the macro game. They do have all of this micro mechanics that they mastered, that they honed. This is why they are in MPL SG in the first place.
Also, I want to just add on, don't be discouraged.
Yeah.
Right? It's a situation where some of these teams have been playing for years. Like, you're kind of, the new blood on the scene. You need to just take these, lumps, so to speak, and just get the experience and you learn, and just get yourself into a better position. Because all it is going to be like, if you turn on your teammates, it's just a disaster at that point, right? This is a situation where, again, get better. Understand what you need to do so that you can get to that next level. It's just a matter of just making sure that next loss doesn't kill you.
Thanks, Daddy.
You're welcome. You're welcome, son. You're welcome, son.
I feel like this daddy and son relationship is getting a little bit awkward. I'm the odd one now, becoming a little bit uncomfortable.
The adopted brother.
Okay, well,
would you adopt me? That's the issue.
No.
With an instant rejection.
No.
Instant rejection on the dash. But of course, we're going to game number 2, right? I think, Holler, you broke it down really, really nice. I feel like they shouldn't be discouraged. Take every game as a stepping stone. But the question is, we're going to the end of week 3. Week 4 is only 1 day. The stepping stones are getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't look at stepping stones as just in this league, okay? I mean, don't get me wrong, nobody's eliminated. You still have a chance in the playoffs, right? It's getting to that point, right? Getting whatever sort of experience, information, intel, all of these things to get yourself set up for success in the playoffs. That's the biggest thing. That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, but let's get into that draft. Alchemy going on to their bare basic fundamentals, just ban out Yawn as much as they can. So you know that Yawn only plays Assassins, to just take out Assassins off the table once and for all. Fanny is getting banned out. I'm not surprised if Hayabusa or Ling is going to be on that second ban. It will be that Jory though, but Flash on the other hand, they're going for a different approach. They want to take out all those aggressive heroes that make Yawn suffer in that jungle.
I feel like you need to just, targeting is one thing. Maybe if you have this strategy in mind of what you're trying to do, it makes a little bit more sense. If it's just targeted bans, you're going to get punished in other ways, right? There's still top tier, heroes still out there, and putting yourself in a bad situation because you didn't, you were just targeting Yawn in this case, you might have a problem.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But the fact of the matter is, was Yawn was Yawn a threat in that previous game that Alchemy wants to just, hone down and ban him out?
Okay, if I was a Yawn fan, which I am, and all of the other fans out there is how dare you question Yawn's, participation and how much he contributes to the team, because he's done quite well, Churros.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he did. I'm not doubting him, but like...
It seems like you are, son.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dad. But okay, glue left wide open. They're going to pick it up. Veg is masterful on this glue, so Alchemy really needs to hone down and try to control him as much as they can. I want to say this. I'm going to go on a limb and say this. Esmeralda just had a buff, just a little bit. It's sort of like going back to Season 3, where it's like immovable force versus an unstoppable object. Try to have something that, glue cannot counter against something that is able to just mitigate the damage from glue.
Okay, but it looks like Edith's going to be picked up here. Apparently that's the counter. Your thoughts on that against glue?
It's a flex pick, right? Like Edith might go into the roam position as well. It works very well with how Jet plays the Farsa anyways, because the roam capabilities of Farsa is immense. You're able to use wings by wings. You cut down the time by at least 50% going into lane to lane. But the fact of the matter is, you need someone to open up the brushes, and Edith is a very, very good brush opener. Because of the fact that she's so tanky, she's able to sustain herself.
Your team
Still swords run
back to
deep.
basics, picking up that Ling. Jay Cho.
Jay Cho.
Jay Cho is coming back online.
Let's call him in.
And Yong Ling.
And Veg glue. It's just literally Team Flash picking everything they can. And Alchemy right here. I feel like
Dexter.
this is a
It's our
drop that
showtime.
Alchemy
Team is banning.
should expect. Now they have to try to make use of whatever they have to deal with this first 3 picks.
Is this just more of a flex at this point?
It is.
Like we can pick our signature heroes. They might not be the greatest or whatever, but we're comfortable enough to play it here.
I don't know about the Claude pick coming in from Alchemy. Because of the fact that Claude needs a lot of time and space to farm up, you can have the Avarice, which might make the late game come a little bit sooner, but the fact of the matter is, you need a lot of babysitting, right? So
The southern seas are my domain.
Gives a lot of lane pressure in that early game, so that late game might never come for Alchemy. They will ban out that Kadena in phase to ban
for the
well.
ultimate
Flash is
answer.
going to take out the Hilda. This is what I was thinking though. They should have picked up the Hilda first.
Yeah, probably would have been, round out their draft a little bit, but, it's been banned now, unfortunately. But let me talk a little bit about Claude, because we've seen it a lot in MPL SG, but it's been picked 17 times, but it's lost 12 times. It's got a win rate of 29%. Is that still something that, you know that your backs are on the wall, this is game 2 at this point, you're down a game. Is it really something to bring up now?
It's down to synergy, right? It's down to how you play well with the rest of the other heroes. It's sort of like chess. Claude works exceptionally well in that late game where he just melts off a lot of tanks with the Blazing Duet. Okay. But he needs to get to his power spikes fast. At least
I've been waiting for too long.
Staff and at least level 14 to be able to pop off, because he does have very high damage scaling.
But you need time, right? And I get the Edith and Farsa are great just in isolation, but you're talking about synergy. The fact that you can get the laning and create enough space for Claude to really get to that next level.
Yeah.
I mean, the next 2 picks are super important of dictating the pace of the game, especially early.
I think there's a lot of threats that Claude might face. If Flash goes out on a limb and picks up a Franco yet again, it will be a roaming duo of like Cho and Franco.
Yeah.
You have a suppression just to shut that Claude down, and then they're just going back to basics and just relying on jet
man,
Your
but I
team
do know my trades.
Ban out a lot of the sort of like jungle heroes that secure objectives, that try to have a lot of zone out potentials, but the fact of the matter is, Alchemy, they know that the marksman from the side of Flash, they know that Vanix is a problem.
Yeah, definitely a problem, and I mean, we're going to go into this one. I think, it would be interesting seeing them do the Franco one. You said it, and it was kind of like, oh my gosh, this seems terrible for Alchemy.
Yeah, it
But
does.
if they do that, and then what sort of what's the counter pick for Alchemy then?
Oh man, I don't know. It's really tough. They are lacking in terms of the EXP lane. Arlott is wide open. I don't know why Arlott has not been picked up yet. They are going for the Lancelot right now. Just thinking of more of the meta heroes. I don't know if Icon is going to play this Lancelot in a tank or a semi-tank like we see how Bray did in RSG, right? But man, it's just going to that back line. Right now, Alchemy, they're a little bit more mobile. They have 3 very, very mobile heroes. Flash just needs a lockdown. Franco does really look good on their Happy Meal, right?
Okay, well, but Alchemy, if anything, their heroes have the best hair in the game. Okay, that's without a doubt, right?
Oh, that's true, though.
I mean, Lancelot,
True.
look at all the
miracle.
flow. I mean, all of that. Okay, it's great for them. But Brody going to be picked up here by Team Flash. Is that the right counter pick for you?
In lane, Brody does win Claw. Like,
It's time to go to the R&D show.
Skills a little
Your
bit
team
faster
is
in
in.
early game, but this might be one
Sand
of the few times that
rises
we
when
see
I give
Lydia
the
getting
word.
picked up. And this is it goes down to rotation and conversion of all this early game kind of stuff, right? Lilia, best mage hands down in the early game due to the amounts of damage that he provides, able to just rotate from lane to lane very, very quickly once she clears her lane. So Alchemy really has to watch out for that. They are going to one of their comfort heroes in the Khalid. Uski is going to pick that up.
I think you've got to call him by his formal name, DJ Khalid. He's got the pick, but it looks like the game is about to begin.
So we got Jay Chow, we got DJ Kali. It kind of seems like a music festival right here, but we're midway through the game to the Land of Dawn. It's up to the teams to decide who makes the best music, right?
Feels like an all-star team going in again, right?
Yeah.
Of course, you know, I feel like Alchemy SG has to prove even more. Team Flash, on the other hand, I think I've seen what I need
till
to
the
see
enemy
from them.
reaches
They've already
the
started,
battlefield.
suss out all these
Smash them.
communications, KZB coming in as the coach to basically guide them throughout this drafting phase.
Welcome
and I feel like
to
this
Mobile
team is kind of
Legends.
solid, but ladies and gentlemen, let the execution do the talking. We're going to game number 2, boys and girls.
Oh, right off the top of the game, though, Buski and Ashiru just cutting the wave, proxying the wave just so that they can help out at that top side. So this kind of seems like a pretty new rotation.
A little bit low right here. That's going to be a first blood. The amount of
has
damage
been
that
slain.
DJ Khalid can actually do right off the bat in the first minute is starting to show. But can he actually transition this into Elite? We have to see. Right now, Veg going in as well. That will be a revenge kill going over to Team Flash. 2-4-1. Right here is the score.
Oh, Flash is just punishing Alchemy for being a little bit too aggressive into their own lane, right? But it kind of seems like there's a new movement strategy from Alchemy, just cutting the waves on the EXP side so they can roam down into that mid side earlier and then get a 4-1 kill on top of that top lane, on that gold lane. So this is a very, very interesting movement strategy from Alchemy right now. Take a look at this. It's just 4-on-1. Whether or not Ashiru can just control Yon and just seize him down, then Alchemy can just convert all this little small kills.
The Churros, I don't really know what's the fascination about the EXP lane, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Veg was a big problem, but you really need to send 4 members
hero
down,
has been
3
slain.
members down all the way to limit that.
I guess so, because the turtle is right up. Like, you want to control the turtle lane as fast as possible, but this leaves that top lane open. Take a look at how Exalt is just struggling to stay afloat with 4 members of Flash, just trying to diving
Blue
straight
team
into
turret
Exalt
has been
himself.
destroyed.
Wow, that's a bit of focus fire right here happening.
hero
Yon going
has
in,
been
Tempest of
slain.
Blades, taking down the Claw all the way up
Whoa.
top. And Alchemy SG, well, that's the method of the madness right here. Sending 3 members, pushing Veg all the way down, taking down the turret, and then, Team Flash, 1 turret down. Alchemy SG, on the other hand, always has the fastest turret takedown in
Red
MPL.
team has slain the turtle.
That is 2 minutes, and the bottom turret is taken down. That leaves Veg a little bit far behind in terms of farm, and we see Khalid already moving into that fray, going onto that top side. All they need to do is just outnumber their opponents, right, in that middle of the game.
Slicing and dicing. Basically, Puski now have free reign around the map, but he has to go back and be guard duty. Now the first turtle will be still given over to Alchemy and the turret as well, but let's take a look at the emblems.
Killing spree onto Yon as well as Vanek, so getting a snowball and getting a momentum is very important to Flash's keys to victory. But on the other hand though, Alchemy, they have a magic worship and they have the Demon Slayer on top of Icon. So this means that objective is what they need to do.
Yeah, especially when you go in the land slot right here. You can see the multi-core around Icon right here. That's going to be a tank land slot that, you know, is the same thing that we've been seeing all across the regions as well. It's been, you know, spiked up in popularity, but hold on a second. Team Alchemy SG right here, focusing up top. It's going to be Vanix getting thrown all the way back into the feather airstrike. Cram God now taking a bit of damage, but Vanix returns fire. Ashiru will be the victim.
Oh, that was a very, very good outplay from Vanix, surviving on a pixel of health. But the fact of the matter is, Ashiru doing a good job in this game, setting up for kills for the side of Alchemy. But right now, Flash is punishing their close contact onto themselves. Jay supposed to use that flicker.
Yep, Jay's flicker as well. Not in time to use the ultimate as well to get out of dodge. Puski right here will pick up that kill at the same time. Yon will come in for revenge all the way up top. Exalt will get assassinated, but now Cram God kicks Ashiru all the way back. That's another pick composition going in for the side of Team Flash. Ashiru desperately trying to survive, but Torn Apart Memory tears him apart into pieces.
Oh, that was a very, very good kill from the side of Flash. And right now, they are up ahead and go. Lead Veg still low though.
The game as a Hydros, it's like, feels like Alchemy as she's just walking around, just, you know, I'm just this Omega Death Ball, come fight me. I take down bottom lane, then after that I start ganking around. Team Flash on the other hand, you know, I think they should have smelled that kind of strategy coming out, but Alchemy SG, they're going in and they don't care. They have a suicide bomb in the best and they're gonna go. Ruski will get kicked by Cram God all the way to the back line. Jet coming in with the damage. Cram God will be able to get on away. Jay will lay down the doom and gloom right here, but then again, Alchemy SG, they will walk away for now. Gold lead still in on the par.
Alchemy had the early game, but right now they're a little bit too overconfident. Every single one member of Flash that they see, they want to go and take them down, but at what cost? You're going to be losing out on a lot of gold farm. That top lane is exposed. You have a lot of objectives that you want to take down. And right now, Icon really down low. Yon just waiting for the right time.
Yeah, Yon just hanging on, chilling on the wall right here. Ashiru goes into human form, but will get kicked all the way back. Panic will be able to pick up that kill at the same time. Icon used the ultimate to dash away. Yon will be on the chase right here, but the members of Team Flash is focusing on the turtle instead. No way that Alchemy will be coming in to take the turtle away from Team Flash.
Oh, this time Exalt is at that top side, just taking down that turret, trying to farm up as much as possible.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Okay, that's Puski starting to come online as Khalid. Now all eyes on how Puski will gank the lane, or coming in for the flank with the Raging Sandstorm and of course the Slash. Vanix right here, I don't feel safe.
It's going to be a little bit tough for Flash to defend, but what Alchemy needs to do is try to maintain this momentum, this small little lead that they have, and try to feed Exalt, try to funnel him as much as they can, because if the late game comes earlier, which they already took down a turret in 2 minutes, they can't afford to make that late game come sooner.
Something interesting coming out from Alchemy is the way they talk is just unorthodox. I don't think Team Flash fully knows what the game plan is. In fact, truth to be told, ladies and gents, I actually don't know. Because Alchemy SG, they're just being unpredictable, and Team Flash, they're slowly getting caught in it.
Well, this kind of seems to me like a typical ranked game where you just go for kills, try to maximize your economy just by all this small little kills. Yon though.
Yon a bit greedy right there. Goes into Temples of Blade at the same time. Batch is coming here. Will try to go in on the split split, but Shiro throws him all the way back. Split split coming in. Will not be able to possess on anybody. He will be running away as a jelly ball.
Oh man, Puski did a very, very good job. I don't know if he bought his Bloodlust X yet, but it's sort of like soft counters onto Veg though. Icon!
Team hero has been slain. Hero has been slain.
What's going on? A lot of action at the bottom side, but of course a lot of action all the way up top as well. Yon will be able to, will not be able to punish Exalt. BMI all the way out, I bet. But Puski though, you gotta respect his damage right now.
It's a push and pull for both teams, right? Their economy is sort of like up and downs every single second, every single minute. They are very, very close. It's no telling whose game it is just yet. And right now, Flash trying to get that last turtle going on first, but Yon on that top side easily takes down Puski. He is a threat coming down.
That's a trade as well, and Jet picking up the shutdown goal. Hopefully it goes into favor of Alchemy SG for now, but look at how Team Flash is stepping in all the way up. Icon is still alive right there, but Team Flash though ignores the Icon and just literally take down the turtle for himself.
Flash. I don't know if Lilia is a good pick coming in from Flash, but they do have a game plan. They want to seize out vision on those brushes. They want to be able to identify and give intelligence to the rest of Team Flash. And right now, Alchemy, they're just very unpredictable right now. Like you said, Jay, they're just moving all over the map.
Yeah, they don't really care. They're just gonna see someone and Hooga Uba. And hold on a second. There's a Hooga Booga coming up from Cramgod and be giving Vanix a kill as well. They're really funneling into Vanix right here. Icon using the Thorn Rolls right now, try to wave clear, but the turret's a little bit too low. One knock from Vanix should be able to do that trick for now.
Okay, Windtalker already built by Yawn. This guy is going to be able to take down and split push as much as they can just to help Flash stay afloat. But Pruski is still going to be a threat for the side of Team Flash. Taking a look, Veg down low, one more. And he goes down.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Team Flash really focusing on the turrets instead. Alchemy SG, they're just making it unpredictable for Team Flash to basically do whatever they want. And now Alchemy SG is like those kind of guys that was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to trade. I don't care what the outcome is. Even if it's a bad trade, at least I know I trade.
You know, they're just playing their own game. They know that they want to take down as much objectives as they can, but they're always fighting 5 to 5. So they're always trying to outnumber their opponents. And right now, Jet is at the ready. The Shiro with the flip.
Flipping coming in, but will not be able to flip anything for now. Icon coming in for the flank at the same time. Will get stunned by Vanix. The Thorn Rose will be able to get into safety. Pooski still hiding in that brush right here, attempting for the flank. Alchemy SG, they're not going to pull that trigger for now.
Taking a look at the level advantage, it does look like Flash is way ahead of Alchemy. Level 13 onto that Yawn. Icon also level 13, so it's pretty much neck and neck still. Flash is up ahead in 2,000 gold lead. They need to be able to single out one.
Yeah, but Alchemy SG, you know, they have a very hard scaling marksman. But hold on a second, Jet will get caught out. Flicker will be activated at the same time. Cramgod will be kicking Ashiro right back into the damage of Team Flash. Yawn coming in for the flank at the same time on top of Assassination on top of Jet. Yawn will be able to get on out with the Tempest of Blade. And he's going to go back in with the perfect 4 Blade at the same time, leading all the damage, of course, aboard of Alchemy SG, killing 4 members from the side. And Team Flash, you know, they have the lead right now.
Oh man, Yawn just woke up. This guy is screaming. But hold on a second right here. Exalt does not get away into safety. Vanix has come online, 8-1 and 3, but Yawn, this guy is a threat right now for Alchemy.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Team Flash, Yawn, my god, that Ling is like very fast hands. You suddenly see him jumping all the way back in, picks up 4 blades, assassinates, and just get on out of dodge. Of course, Team Flash, you know, they took the Lord, they took a lot of structures because Alchemy SG, technically speaking, that's a unofficial whiteout.
I get why they want to ban Yawn out because he is such a threat. But speaking of threat, Veg
in bit of trouble. They activate at the same time. Jet still looking for a good position to go into the feather airstrike. Right now, Veg has his sights on Pruski, but Pruski will lead him onto way. Hold on a second. The real target is actually Ashiru. He jumps away. Jet coming in for the airstrike, but will not be able to reach out to any. Pruski coming in for the engage. Vanix gets stunned all the way to slash and dies. He's desperately trying to stay alive. A Cramgod kicks Pruski right on back. Vanix unfortunately will lose his life. Alchemy SG finally. This is a good trade in the favor, but hold on a second. Looking at Yawn. Look at Yawn. He comes in. The Blazing One will not be able to do anything. All the damage as well. And Yawn comes in with a perfect double kill with 2 9s on. Team Flash on a roll right here.
Oh, Yawn the janitor. He's just going at it right now. He's come online. Flash up ahead 4K gold lead. Taking down all T2 turrets from the side of Alchemy. Flash is just killing it right now. Take a look at the emblems, items real quick. Berserker's Fury, Endless Battle. Windtalker already built up for the side of Yawn. This guy is here, and he's here to deal a lot of damage. On the other hand, though, it does look like Icon, War Axe, Guardian Helmet, Thunderbelt. Now, we talked about Thunderbelt being buffed just a little bit in terms of the mana regeneration capabilities, as well as the sustainable impact that it brings.
Nah, I just have a 200 gold discount.
Fair. And the 200 gold.
That's huge, by the way, but Cramgod will be able to pick Icon once again. The punching back from the side of Alchemy SG. Yawn looking for the flank. We'll be able to find Exile, though. Just one more dash to do the trick, and there you go. Tempest of Blade, this is escape mechanism. He gets away.
Oh, I should have doubted Yawn right now. Yawn is just proving me wrong again and again. But Cramgod and Veg zoning out the rest of Alchemy. They have no choice but to hunker down, turtle up, and just defend as much as they can. Now, with that Barca, they are able to have a better defense, especially with Pruski there as well. The defense from
Jay jumping back with the ultimate, but of course, you know, Jet's damage is something that Team Flash had to start to prepare already. Because if you notice, some of the members from Team Flash already starting to pick up their Athena shield.
Oh, Yon actually picked up the Corrosion Cypher himself. So building up the Swift Crossbow to a Corrosion Cypher, they just slow down any one of them. It does look like Icon got the better of it. He gets that orange buff, but the Lord coming up, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, he used his Retribution. Both of them did, actually.
It doesn't really matter right here, right? Because, you know, Team Flash has opened up bottom lane for the side of Alchemy SG. All the trades that happened for the past 30 minutes went back into Team Flash. Alchemy SG was super aggressive, super greedy right now, but, you know, it gives so much time for Yon. Just take a look at the player go. Yon is just rolling it.
Oh, Yon. This guy is just killing it right now. He's waiting for the right time, the right setups from the rest of his team before going in. Take a look at where CramGod is. Alchemy doesn't even know. Ashiru left to his own devices, though.
I don't think this is a very good spot for Ashiru, though. Okay, jumping into the human form.
Red
But look
team
how
hero
much
has
damage
been
he
slain.
cannot sustain. Vanix just shreds him apart.
Oh, Vanix is starting to come online as well. So for the side of Alchemy, though, they really need to control Vanix and Yon. Once you take two of those guys out, and there's your window of opportunity just to get into the fray and try to fight front to back. But the fact of the matter is, Alchemy, they won't contest for this Lord because judging by their composition, they're much more of a defensive type kind of synergy. So they're able
Blue
to
team
defend
has
a little
slain
bit
the
better
Lord.
than to fight in the jungle.
Nothing that Alchemy SG can do, but watch the Lord goes over to Team Flash right now, right? Up to Team Flash to basically overextend just a little bit. We've seen Yon doing that before. Remember in game number 1, Hayabusa? Alchemy SG looking to punish instead.
Alchemy hunkering down, just turtling up. They want to wait for that Lord crash on that bottom side. Well, not crash though, just a little bit too close into their
Just
base.
a nudge, you know.
Yeah, without walls though, like Yon pretty much does not have a base fight. What do you think though? Like, how will Ling play this? The conceal play comes up, Lord marching in. On that top side though, CramGod already far ahead in enemy territory.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
But hold on a second. Ashiru flicker all the way in. Yon focusing on the back line instead. Jet will be no more. Exile coming in. I think that's the Blazing Wind already activated, but the damage will be a little bit overwhelming from the side of Team Flash. And they will be turning to a sweep and picking up game number 2 for themselves.
GG, well played. Team Flash has secured a 2-0 on top of Alchemy. That was so well played, very well structured. Like Jace, we were a little bit lost in that mid game where Alchemy, I didn't know where they were going, I didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
It kind of like, it's not even textbook. Like, it's just a typical ranked game where like all 5 members were just playing their own game.
You know what, Hala? I feel it's really bad to watch this, right? It feels like, you know, Alchemy SG, I'm not good to sugarcoat it right here, right? They're walking to the Land of Dawn without a mini-map. And it's looking very blue.
Yeah, and I thought going into this one, into game 2, was the right strategy banning out and targeting Yon. I said no. I watched that game, and they should have targeted him.
Yeah,
right? Like, Yon completely popped off. He was just a menace throughout. He was the type where the fights were happening where they kind of even, and then Yon would swoop in and just clean up everything.
I mean, he's on his signature Yon Ling, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's
Ling.
just so masterful. And right now, I understand why teams are so afraid of this guy. Like, he had a very shaky start from this from the early game, but on that late game, though, he really started to pop off. That smooth 4-blade transition in.
Yep. Let's take a look at the items before we go into more deep diving about the strategy, guys.
Oh, actually, what I noticed is Yon actually sold his jungle boots. So it's back to normal retribution. So he gave up the retribution, the ice retribution that he did just now, just to get that immortality for that final fight. So this is very interesting coming from me, because usually jungles don't sell their jungle boots.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But, I mean, he didn't really need it. I mean, he had Tempest the Blades. He can get in and out of the fight whenever he wanted to. I mean, he was just cleaning up everything. He had so much damage and so much burst that Alchemy really didn't have any, you know, sort of answers. Like, they were trying to split push. They would get blown up before they could do anything. It was just an all Team Flash the entire way of Game 2.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, take a look at the goal lead from Yon and Vanix themselves. They're just way up ahead. They're just funneling these 2 guys. Jay, his only job right there is just to be a menace, using the Ice Cream Wand, slow them down. It's a utility Lilia from there.
Expert Wingman Lilia, if you ask.
Expert Wingman Lilia.
19 exists, but of course, let's take a look at the damage dealt from both these 2 teams. Still in the favor of Team Flash.
Of course. I mean, when you're snowballing like that, 25-11, the damage is going to go your way. I mean, damage taken in this case. Also, Veg did a great job of that. But total assist, 19. We see you. I mean, if you're getting close to the 20 assist mark, you're having a great game. Jay really set them up.
Yeah, and not to forget, like Pruski on the side of Alchemy, he has 91% kill participation, especially in the early game. I would like to remind everyone that 2 minutes, the bottom lane turret plating and turret was down. That is a very, very fast turret from the side of Alchemy, but the only drawback is they couldn't capitalize on the situation, couldn't capitalize on that net pressure that they put 2 minutes into the game to be able to let Exalt try to, exalt his way up.
Yeah, feels like going back into basics, right? I think what Alchemy SG need to re-look back into their past games. What allowed them to snowball out of control, what allowed them to take different games. But I feel like, Team Flash, they've proven themselves this time around. But with that said, let's take a look at the MVP from Team Flash. It is going to be Vanix. He is almost untouchable. He has self-peel, and he just does a lot of damage.
He did so much damage. I mean, him and Yan, the combination, you could have had a toss-up in terms of MVP. I would have picked Yan myself, but I just like that play style, that in and out, just the bursty type, just destroy
Flashy.
everybody. The flashy one, right? I like to show off, but I'm not very good, so I can't really show off. So you know what I mean? But nonetheless, Vanix, great game.
Actually, I do like the fact that the Brody Ling combo, Ling goes jump straight to the back line, clears up, clean up on IO2. Brody just right in that front line, fighting front to back. Brody doesn't need to kill anyone. He just needs to bring them down low for Ling or Yan just to clear everyone up.
Yeah, I think that concludes the battle of the qualifiers. Team Flash is the one that triumphed, and of course, they already have 5 points. They're going to escalate all the way to 8 points as well. But apart from that, I also want to highlight Team Flash. The communication this time is a lot better, and we'll be able to see it in the highlights.
Okay, let's go into the highlights right here. I mean, it's one of those things where if we're looking at it, I mean, the kickback was on point, no real chance. Ashiro just kind of had a rough go at things,
this was
so to speak. But this is the tempest of play. It's like, look at Yan. Dashing out, okay, goes back in, blows them up. I mean, Icon, like, they didn't really have much of a chance. Look at, he's waiting in the wings again. He's going to deal with the minion wave. But every single time the team fights are happening, even the Feathered Airstrike, get out of the zone. Let's look to fight this one. Veg, maybe get blown up. But look, where's Yan in all of this? He's going to come in, swoop in like a superhero a little bit later. Cramgod somehow staying alive. Ashiru thought he was safe at this point. And there we go.
Oh
Yan coming out. Okay, he ended up taking Exalt instead. And he has to use everything. I mean, Pruski gets blown up as well. No real chance. Yan, again, you talked about him being a janitor, but he did a great job.
He did. Like, I am sorry that I doubted banning out Yan's assassins because this really showed a lot of impact. Take a look at the small itemization right there. Knowing that he needed to stay alive in the midst of all of that battle, Fast Fingers sold his boots, got the immortality just to stay alive and took down that throne.
Yeah, I feel like Yan is definitely in the contenders. One of the contenders of fastest fingers in MPL Singapore. But we're going to go into the host interview very, very soon. But of course, Team Flash really proving themselves, and I'm very glad that we get to see improvements from these two teams. But with that said, any final thoughts about these two series?
No, well, I really want to say that it's really nice to see how Team Flash has improved in terms of camaraderie with Jay's sort of like presence within the team. It's sort of like fighting as a unit. It's no longer like 5 little chickens walking around aimlessly and all that, right?
Yep, at least. With that said, we're going to throw it over to Cheryl to, kind of just talk to the players and then provide us with a lot more deeper insights. Over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, casters. What a flashy play right here from Team Flash. And guys, we're so very excited. I really don't know what they did, but they came back and they came back strong. Right here, I had Vanix right beside me. Very impressive, really. Like, I don't know what changed, Vanix. Tell me. Last week, we have seen less than ideal kill participation, but this week you doubled down hard. What happened? 0 deaths in your carry, and right now MVP for game 2. What happened? Tell me.
So basically we changed our coach from Hazuli to KCP, and he did most of the things for us, like the review and all. Yeah.
I see. Wow. So that changed, and then how does that change actually fit the dynamic for the team?
Cause KCP is the one that watched our game as well, and Hazuli basically did nothing. Yeah. And the draftings and all is all KCP do. Yeah.
Right. So you feel that KCP understand the teams better? Is that it?
Yeah, he understands the team better.
I don't know what's going on here. It seems to be some tea, but wow, very, very interesting. In fact, but I don't know what changed. You say it was due to KCP, but if that's what works, rinse and repeat. Am I right? Just rinse and repeat. Let's use that. And we're so very excited for you. So with this win, it's really an upward trajectory when it comes to Team Flash. You guys had a rather rocky start, and right now it seems like you guys are on the up and up. So moving forward, we have one more game left and then into playoffs already. What's the game plan for the team?
2-0.
Sorry?
2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
All the way. All right. And then what about for playoffs? Like, what are you guys going to do based on what you have seen in the regular season already?
Champion.
Can we have anything more than one word? Champions. We have 8 teams vying for champions, but what are you guys going to work on to make sure you get that championship?
Boot camp before playoffs ends. Yeah, more skins.
More schemes. All right, we sure hope. I don't know, maybe it's some little strategy that you can't share, but rinse and repeat. We sincerely hope so. And we are very, very proud of you. I don't know what happened. Is it KCP? But we are looking more of you, Vanix Online, shining bright right here at Flash. Thank you so much for this kind interview. Fantastic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was Vanix right here with us. Now, the man of the hour right there with his Carrie and Brody earlier on. Now, later on, we're going to have our final match for the day, closing the show. We're going to have Revival going head-to-head against Evo. Will Evo prevail or Revival rise to the challenge? Stick around and join us later for match 4 happening at 7 p.m.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Him. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to match 4, the match that is closing off today, MPL SG Season 5, Week 3, Day 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a game not to be discounted as well. It is one to watch. Why? We have Revival going against Evil. What makes this match so interesting is because Revival is just sitting right at the edge of that upper bracket right there. Do they really want to secure the upper bracket spot? We'll have to see. Whereas the other team that's contending Revival is gonna be Evil. Now, Evil is it's a team that's really unpredictable, and as of right now, they have nothing to lose, and probably they're gonna go guns a-blazing later on at the Land of Dawn. We shall see. Now, meanwhile, right here, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, as our live audience right here today for joining us here on this wonderful Sunday. Now, any videos or photos that you take, remember to hashtag us at hashtag our pride, our passion to show support for our boys, and tag us at mpl.sg.official to get souped up really nicely with courtesy of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you online can get lovely treats as well. All you guys need to do is just pay attention to all of our wonderful info that our casters have to share. Now, meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the team, shall we? Presenting to you, Revival. As Revival's getting comfy right there at their battle stations, let's meet the team that's gonna go head-to-head with them right here from match 4. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Evil. Now, fans and friends, right here at MPL SG Season 5, this match is one that's going to be very interesting. Why so? We're going to see two distinct play styles, which will prevail right here and take the match. Let's find out. We have Revival, usually holding out perfectly, shining brightly at the late game. And of course, we have Ryan to thank for that. Whereas on my other hand, I have Evil, which is just absolutely explosive in the early game. However, they do have some issues with the lore dance as the game progresses. What will happen? Who you have your coins in game on? I'm gonna hand my time over to the casters. Take it away, friends.
Thank you very much, Earl. Of course, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 5. My name is Jace. Joining me right here is Kin and Churros at the Vertigo seat. Will be your casters. They'll be bringing you this particular series, and oh boy, Evil going up against Revival.
Again with the Vertigo seat. Again with the Vertigo seat.
The spear against the shield, right? So the shield, obviously Revival, they're a very defensive team, and Evil, a very offensive team. What do you think about the two of them?
Oh man, this is going to be a very interesting match. I mean, like Cheryl said, it's all down to play styles. Very, very distinct. The sword being Evil, they can be very aggressive, but then we know the turtle style that was pretty much made by Revival. It's going to be really interesting how Evil plays to this.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's about how Evil can maintain composure, try to crack into the defenses of Revival. Revival, on the other hand, you know, we joke about this in last season, right? They like to revive throughout the ranks. But before that, let's take a look at a team lineup for both these two teams. We're starting from Evil first.
Yep, Evil going to be fielded with Coconut, Melon, Twist, Powerful, as well as Carrot. The familiar faces that you guys have seen from last season all the way until here. So the Evil fans are definitely going to be packing the arena today, waiting for another victory.
Yeah, I actually like this team being in the underdog position, but really, they have to play around Powerful, right? Because the fact of the matter is Powerful can be aggressive, but the rest of the team has to back him up. And this only shows that their aggressive playstyle goes with the fact that they can and they need to work on their communication just a little bit more.
Yep, communication is definitely key for Evo. I've heard some good news from Carrot starting to step up in the communication, but on the other side of the aisle, Revival.
Well, we have the GOAT lane played by Sammy, mid lane Swirled, EXP lane Ryan, which is, is a really good player right there. Nan in the jungle, Kirby in the roam position. I mean, my name's Ryan, so
yeah,
like,
I'm gonna call you out right there. Truel's name is Ryan. All right,
but yeah, let's go back into this. They are. They coined the term turtle style, right? So Revival, I don't know if they're going to be playing in a turtle kind of position because it's who sets the tempo first in this game.
Correct. Like if you're ahead, I don't see why you need to turtle up. But Revival known to turn around games when they know they're going to lose and they just turtle up and wait for your enemy team to be impatient. When Evo becomes impatient, you bet Revival is gonna just jump up. But we're gonna take a look at the keys to victory right now for both of these two teams. What do they exactly need to win against each other?
Yep, that's right. Starting out, we are going to take a look at Evo. Definitely, they want to find that chink in the armor, right? So they make sure that Powerful and Carrot can control the early game. This is definitely what we are expecting out of Team Evo. And they need to make sure that they funnel all of this advantage and farm into Coconut's lane as well. We know with the correct farm, Coconut can really pop off and blast away at that armor that Revival is going to offer. And of course, that last portion, we're talking about it, the spear and the shield, they need to be very careful of Revival's turtle style. And, it's a test of a team's patience, and it's a test of a team's understanding of how Revival wants to play their users against them.
Yeah, but that's also because Evo, Powerful, they have a fixed strategy in the early game. They will rotate accordingly. And then after that, they'll puncture. But once they hit the later part of the game, they can get a bit shabby. And that's why Revival, they can draft late game heroes, and then they can climb back. Take us through the key to victory for Revival, Ryan.
You messed up my name yet again.
I don't care.
But right now, let's take a look at keys to
I
victory.
don't
8
care.
Kirby in picking off Alchemy. Now, Kirby is very, very instrumental in being in the roam position. What he needs to do is try to give a lot of intelligence to the rest of the team. But for side of Revival, they really need to contest Powerful's comfort picks. Just to help Nan secure that early game, because we know that both these guys, they play pretty similar heroes, pretty tanky heroes. They try to go in slow. They want to be aggressive at the same time. And trust in Ryan to keep Jaces or Twist in check. I think it's going to be Twist who's going to be playing this game. And what I see, and it's interesting to note, is that the EXP lane is always contested first. So you always see the roamer going up to the EXP lane, trying to deny the opponent's EXP from getting level 3 in time for that first turtle dance, which is going to be snowballing their way through to that late game.
Yeah, but of course, before we head into more theory crafting, right? Let's also theory craft based on the statistics. I believe Holler was going geek mode in the previous analyst, right? But let's take a look at the stats, ladies and gentlemen. What are these, nuances that these players may go to? Evo, on the other hand, just taking a look at these comfort signature heroes, man, they literally scream Evo to me.
Yeah, they do not exactly have the best result in the table standings, but if you take a look at their average assist and KDA, it's pretty much pretty good, I think, across the board, right? And of course, Carrot taking up to close to 1 million damage here so far across the entire season. And one thing you need to note is the signature heroes that they have across the board on Evo. There will be some similarities with the side of Revival as well.
Yeah, actually, if they pick all of their signature heroes, they make a pretty strong team. They play around Twist and his ability to set up plays, and then Melon on his signature Valentina, able to identify which heroes are able to change the tide of battle, probably give an Uno reverse as well.
That's right. For Coconut, while his average GPM is 627, most of the time you will see some instances where Powerful and the rest of the team actually help to funnel a much higher gold accumulation rate from Coconut. But of course, we have to take a look at their opponents as well.
Definitely. Now you see a very hard and aggressive team, with the Melissa and stuff like that. But okay, Sammy actually likes the Melissa as well, so expect that to be hot commodity. We've seen Kirby with the Kaja and Powerful with the tank, jungle Kaja as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen Kaja, we've seen Fredrin on both sides of the table. Fredrin is going to be hot commodity for these two teams as well. Fredrin has a little bit of a slight nerf based on his damage, his early game damage, so I don't know if both of these teams want to rely so much on this tank jungle.
Yep.
I feel like, Nan can always go back to that Kai jungle. There's a lot of choices for Nan, but at the same time, Swirl on the other hand, that signature hero, the one thing that was keeping this turtle strategy alive is unfortunately banned. So are they going to have to look at an Estes or even a Yeet or even a Farsa?
Well, this is interesting because the fact of the matter is they like to play as a team fight composition. And the thing that beats team fight compositions is dive compositions. And dive is something that Evil is very, very fond of. They like to go straight to that back line. They like to dive onto one singular target. And that is what basically they do very, very well.
Yep, of course, with the last match of the day, right, it is very critical that they must keep their minds clear. I think they need to, perhaps they will ban out the Fredrin altogether.
Yeah, but you mentioned about the last match of week number 3. I would say, the regular season is going to end very soon.
Yes.
And this is one of the last few chances that you are able to get points. And remember what Cheryl was talking about. Revival is at that clips going into upper brackets. I think with this win, with this 3 point, they're gonna solidify the upper brackets, whereas Evil struggling to look up top.
I mean, it's definitely we're voting on an underdogs in this one. We know that Evil desperately needs this win, desperately needs to stay alive.
Like the Wii is just these two kids.
Look who's in the Vertigo seat right now, Jace. Look who's in the Vertigo seat right now. But to be honest, I am in love with the fact that they are really down to earth people outside of the game. They have been working on their communication as well. So I want to see their growth throughout the entire regular season. This is something very interesting to note as well.
I like the fact that you mentioned about growth, because personally, in my opinion, in order to grow as a team, you need a coach. You need that third-party perspective that allows you to see even wider in the game. Don't forget, Evil, like we always say, right?
Yeah.
It's a community team that doesn't have a coach right here. I think it's starting to bite back because their regular season, unfortunately, unable to produce result. But we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. Going to game number 1. Evil first pick, Revival in second pick.
Yep, just to clear up the air, Evil was 3rd place last season, right?
Yeah,
so here's the justification, right? I think Evil, yes, they may not have had the best regular season so far, but we know they have this late regular season buff. That's where they actually come up with new strats, new styles, and of course aggression is their #1 priority. So you can see they understand how Revival is going to work out with those strats. So with that, we are going to take a look at the first few bans. It's going to be an Arlet, Eve, as well as a Farsa.
Now, I really like what Evil is doing. They're taking out all the artillery mages.
This land is a thousand worlds, and it will soon be a battleground. Single worthy foe.
They want to take that out the way. They want to just secure that Valentina. So leaving Revival pretty much tied for options in terms of that meta mid lane heroes. Revival on the other side is going to be picking up that Martis and Lapu Lapu, both very, very strong dive-heavy heroes. So expect a lot of early game aggression coming from Revival.
Yeah, this is weird though. As in Revival, we know them to be the turtle team, but perhaps this time they're going to try and turn it around and say defense is the best offense. When the shield's being pushed up against you, it's really hard to start a fight, right? So Martis being aggressive from the get-go could be one of the win conditions they're trying to turn on Evo as well.
Yeah, it's like instead of using the shield to protect yourself, you're basically using a shield to pummel someone's face.
Shove it in.
It's basically like a box, thing
Yeah,
going
it's
on.
just very annoying to deal with, especially in the early stage of the game. And Revival desperately needs
Time
to set
and
that
tide
momentum
wait for no
moving
man.
through
Your
that
team
late side.
is good.
But Evil, on the other hand, they pick up the Akai, so the turtle dance will be easier for them because of that heavy spin alone. Coconut on carry, I really like that carry. So if you notice, Fredrin is not picked up at all. Yes, it is still a flex pick. Yes, you can play in an EXP lane, but I don't know if they're gonna do it. You can't write that off just yet. Carry is there. They will shut down. Carry has an easier time in the early game as compared to Beatrix.
No, I would disagree. Beatrix really can shred through carry in the early game, especially with the recent nerfs, right? But apart from that, this is a different MO I'm expecting from Revival. Look, it's a very aggressive team. I want to dive with the Martis. I've got my damage reduction. I also
Your team
dive
is
with
there.
Warrior on the Lapu Lapu. Hex can go very
It's time to go to the R&D show.
Your team is
Revival
banned.
coming out.
Yep, I'm gonna favor Revival's draft just right at this moment because the Mortal Coil offers much more utility compared to the Heavy Speed. The cooldown is much faster as well. It's not an ultimate skill. So yes, Powerful can set up the situation where he can kite members of Revival away from getting access to Coconut, but it's gonna be difficult in comparison to cooldown timings, because
I would rather betray the world than let the world betray
well, you know,
me.
this is just interesting to me. Evo banning out most of the mages. There's 5 mages right there. They might ban out Kagura right there for all we know, but Revival is targeting Twist. It's targeting the EXP lane. So what seems to me is that Evo wants to limit the amount of rotations coming in from Revival, but from Revival side, they want to limit the amount of like that tempo setting that EXP lanes is able to provide. So what else can counter Lapu Lapu?
I think at this point, besides countering the Lapu Lapu, is also to make sure that they have an extra entry point for Coconut while he's being protected. Because if you take a look at this lineup, when Powerful and Coconut actually go all in,
The southern seas
essentially they have found that
are
chink
my
in armor. There is a
domain.
small gap of entry, right? But right now, they're not too survivable. They could get Coconut shredded right away. I mean, Coconut tastes nice when it's shredded, right? And that's what Revival wants. But end of the day, I think Carrot needs to pick someone else to back them up. In this case, I presume a Lolita will actually do pretty well as well.
Well, I mean, if you pick up a Lolita, you have the Valentina to deal with. The IMU could easily take the Numen on blast, and it's basically a nice Caesar salad with 1,000 islands dressing. You coat that up very, very well.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
This looks like easy picking, so I don't know. Yes, I voted for Evo on this one, but Revival has a more well-rounded draft.
I feel like right here, right, just looking at how Revival, yeah, we mentioned the fact that they've got no choice but to pick up the offense, because take a look, Evo, Churros, you mentioned it, the Eve is gone,
The end of one
is gone,
thing is
a
the
lot of waves
beginning
left for
of
the Lilia is
another.
gone, now the Kayla is getting gone, is already taken away. There's not a lot of mages in the meta right now, but a Lunox coming up from inside Riva to shred through Akai, to shred through the Grok, or even, to a certain extent, the Esmeralda.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. But I know I have some reserves about Esme itself. You know, there's been a big nerf on her shield capabilities as well.
A long time ago.
So with that being said, while they have very good setup on the side of Carrot, I think Melon at this point is going to be limited by a bit. Yes, they have none. Perhaps, you know, the IMU could be used to steal the Earth Shatter as well, a good setup, and that can be comboed together with Carrot. While
am
charged
more
along with,
than
Esme's
a weapon.
Falling Star Moon, right? So it is interesting, but the setup's pretty hard.
Actually, I do like the Esmeralda pick because of the huge early game damage buff. So you expect a lot of early game rotations coming in from Twist. But then again, Julian off the beds for all this time. I think what Revival is lacking a lot of is crowd control. Layering in the right crowd controls at the right time. Julian, once he hits his 3 combos, that is the window of opportunity that Evo can capitalize on and take the rest of Revival out. But it's all down to execution, execution, execution. The draft is set. The game is set. We are minutes away from the Land of Dawn.
Minutes away. I would say seconds away, ladies and gentlemen. A different Revival that we have seen. A very aggressive one. You top that up with Julian. This team comes scream kills. Whereas on the other side, you see Evo on the other hand, they've got a wall, they've got like a panda that can spin away. Slightly
5
defensive
seconds
draft,
till
so
the
it's a bit of a
enemy reaches the
switcheroo happening. But ladies and gentlemen,
Smash
we're
them.
talking about adaptation. We're going to game number 1 between Evo and
Welcome
Revival.
to
Will
Mobile
Evo
Legends.
triumph or Revival revive even stronger into the week number 4?
Yeah, with the last game of the day as well as the last game of the week itself, points are very important for both Evo and Revival.
Right.
Evo definitely wants to get out of that bottom half, while Revival wants to stay in that upper half for sure.
Yeah, Revival, remember, this is the game where they solidify their standings. Don't forget, Revival was the team that taken down Bleed in a 2-0 fashion. A lot of hopes is being ridden on Revival to make sure they take down Evo and then secure the lead. However, Evo, they need to scrape any points at all, because after that, you know, it's all about, you know, staying, like, just pure survival right now.
That's right, and here we see, you know, Kirby not exactly surviving too well in this early game stage, but that's to be expected, right? We know that Evo's lineup, early game, they do have some significant advantage against the side of Revival. But now the question is, we know that Revival is a team that is very adept at surviving. It's not a real problem for them, and that's where the challenge for Evo comes in. Can you deal enough pressure to really crack them mentally so you can set up good plays for your team?
Yeah, but looking at Evo's lineup, right, there's a very heavy team fight. There's a lot of CCs in the heavy spin. They've also got a wall charge. Revival, on the other hand, yeah, I think Churros was talking about this, right? The reliable CC Bravers worry about hold on second. Flies in the air by Kirby. No follow-up coming out from Evil for now. They're looking at the turtle instead.
Yep, they have to be very careful at this early stage about the skills that they throw, right? Every missed skill is an opportunity for the other team to really just ramp up the gears and really jump in.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's just counting cooldowns. This is basically down to the micro. Now, both these two junglers, they're going to meet at the turtle pit. I'm going to say hi a little bit and forcing the turtle to the side.
Yep, it has to be a standoff here because the teams need to make sure that their waves are properly accounted for before they start their rotation.
Yep, so already at level 4 right now. Melon actually took down the decimation away from Nan. But technically speaking, hold on, Kirby was the one that pulled the trigger first. Twist will get flown in the air for now. Nan with the multiplier will try to spin around, but the turtle gets forgotten right here. Swirl coming in, looking for a pickup at the same time. Karen finds the wall charge on top of Kirby. Kirby flickers away. First one goes over to Melon. The heavy speed going in at the same time, trying to push Revival right underneath the turret at the same time. Nan coming in. He does have the decimation, but he's actually underneath the turret instead. Melon just spams recall just for show.
Yep, in the first battle of the skill and the shield, you know, gets chinked down. And right here, it looks like Swirl is not having a good time as well. Now, saving grace is while they have given away 3 kills, the turtle is still available for the taking.
Yeah, but that's big momentum going into the side of Evil, right? Like, Melon's already 2 kills. The first skill is going to do a lot more damage. And on top of that, Twist on the Esmeralda. Mind you, in this particular meta, it's a very damaging Esmeralda. So Revival's got to be really careful going into this. But Revival seems like even though Evil's the one that won the fight, they still take the turtle.
Yeah, it looks like the pacing of Revival is a bit faster than what I've expected out of them. I expect Evil to be the ones making a big phase here and making sure that they slow down Revival instead.
Yeah, it's just the fact that, Revivals, I feel like they have a more efficient path. Like Evil, on the other hand, they're just trying to look for, kings in armor that we're talking about. Just trying and stab every single part of the armor and making sure that there's some little hole right there and just penetrate through. Revival for now, they're actually technically equalized that early game.
Yeah, and I want to mention the emblem so far. Wait, Kirby.
No way for him to run. He gets wall blocked right there.
Yep, that's a fast one from Evil, but that's to be expected, right? But the thing here is about the late game. That's what I'm concerned about, right? So Sammy, he has the Weapons Master on his hands for that emblem. And, Sammy on the Beatrix, 15% additional damage from the items. That's going to be quite a big one.
Speaking about Sammy, he's getting shoved all the way back to first here. Karen's like, no, you better stay right there. But now coming from the flank at the same time. Melon's already here. I'm not too sure why Melon holds on to the Martyr's ultimate. Looking for the execute. That's kind of cute.
Yep, to be honest. But at the same time, if he can offer a kill onto Sammy, right, this may actually go much faster. Now, the one thing I want to highlight is this tenacity on Kirby. Kirby is going to do so much for the team with this tenacity, right? Once he drops to 40%, additional physical defense as well, and it reduces the damage, right? And you can see you mentioning that this is a very fight-heavy composition from the side of Revival.
Yep.
And I think I'm going to cut myself there on the top lane. Quest is just being nuisance.
This is a good old Esmeralda that we all miss, right? Like, the fact that I just going to go ahead and cut the waves. I'm going to spin to win. Now, this time around, I do a lot of mad damage. I'm going to cut the waves in the fast. But hold on a second. Fight happening in the mid lane. It's going to be powerful, pinning down Revival. Swirl is going to be the first casualty for now. The wall will be built. None just having a bit of damage. And this is not looking good for Revival for now. Evil, 2.5k gold lead. They have the total priority.
Yeah, but Nan is still alive, right? That's the most important thing. He's a very tanky jungler at the same time. Powerful. This time, they will force Revival and prevent them from actually
Blue team has slain the
so
turtle.
One apiece. Right now, there is a slight lead for Evil, around 3,500 gold ahead.
I'm just getting away. Members in the mid lane for the side of Evil. Powerful stepping forward. And it's a mid lane that's really cracked over. Revival just have to destroyed.
Yep, but good job by Evil, right? They've already slowed Sammy down. Sammy actually just got his blade on his back.
Oh! Wild charge right into the wall at the same time. But here comes the bomb from Sammy. Not a lot of damage for the side of Revival for now. Powerful will spin, but he's going to get melted down by Sammy with the Reviru. But Melon coming in with the Bravest Warrior is his version of the Lapu Lapu. But he's not a chunky fighter. He's going to fall. And now Revival is trying to look for well punish. 3 members go down for free, but Evil still ahead in the goal lead. Coconut will trade that for turret.
Yep, just as I was saying that they managed to slow down Sammy, Sammy gets, that Weapons Master put to work. 3 assists for him. No kills, of course, but it's still a good one because they recover so much economy.
Yep. Now, this weird scuffle happening. Evo does have a bit of goal lead. Tell us, what kind of items, whether Evo's ahead in the items?
I think Evo at this point, they're not exactly too far ahead, but the carry is.
Oh, the Coconut, I think that's something already blown. Kirby, the nasty is keeping him alive for now, but it's Revival looking at the target. The objective's already taken, but they need to sacrifice the jungler.
Right, so both very good plays by both of the marksmen from both teams here. Evo, right, with carry already has the hands on the Golden Staff along with the Corrosive Scythe, and this time with the addition of the Electro Flash, that slow is going to be very, very good for him to start by end it really fast as well.
That's a very fast golden Staff and Corrosive Scythe, like, because maybe Coconut is just like running out of control, and this spell's problem, right? You don't really want your carry to start picking up these items. It's going to shred through everybody quickly now. Revival, what is the way to get back? I'm looking at Sword. He has more responsibility right now. Find carry and end him at all costs.
He actually should go to look for that whole group of Evo. Let's take a look at his skill set, right? He actually chose that Petrify, and it's going to work very well with his chains as well. Enhanced chains, if you land it with the whole team, it gives you about 1.5 to 2 seconds of total immobility for the team, and that's the time where Revival should pounce.
Yeah, but Kin, you're training in your survivability with the flicker, right? But hold on a second, the turret will dance around. It's a little bit low right here. That's an unsiphoned slot already used, so there's no follow-up from the side of Revo, no punishment. Evo will step into the enemy jungle. For now, Revival has to give up the turtle.
Yep, in fact, they're going to push them back a little bit further here. The tier 2s are going to start being exposed by Evo, and this is expected of Team Evo. We know they're going to take the lead, but I didn't expect the lead to be so small. It's only 3.5 at this point. 4 kills right in between the teams.
Yeah, but Evo, I would say, Melon will start to melt Evo. Coconut will start to melt Evo. On the other hand, Revival is the one that has the early game advantage as well. But hold on a second, it's going to be Kirby throwing Carrot all the way up back. The wild charge right into the wall. Kirby gets stunned all the way back out. Goes into human form. The wall will be built, but Melon comes into play. Will not be able to find Kirby at all.
Yeah, this decision by Evo is much better, but the Beatrix is getting chased Sammy.
Oh, Quiz. This is classic Tom and Jerry happening. That's definitely right there. But hold on a second, there's more fight happening. Nan has to get on the way. The wall will be built once again, but powerful. Oh, he pins his Nan right underneath his turret at the same time. He had butts all the way out. Quiz coming in for the re-engage at the same time. So try to throw damage in, but your damage dealer is already dead.
Alright, so here is the late season buff, right? The fact that the synergy between,
No, I would call the playoff season buff coming earlier.
Yeah, coming earlier, right? It has arrived earlier. That combination by Powerful and Carrot, really smart. And I think Nan wasn't expecting to be caught right under his cover as well.
Definitely, like, would you expect to be caught right underneath, wedged in between a Grog wall and a spin? I wouldn't expect that. And the fact that Powerful is tanky enough, no pun intended, powerful enough to tank through all that turret damage.
Yep, and of course Melon supporting the team in the best way. He's now on the top of the damage dealt chart as well. 32,500 damage across the board for the Team Evo.
Yeah, but now, you see, Revival, this is a spear kind of composition, which is supposed to be welded by Evo. Revival, this is the cracks that Evo is already starting to take advantage. Melon's doing a lot of damage, and it's just slowly getting picked apart now. There's a concealed play going. What are you going to try to accomplish? Are you trying to gang a Esmeralda coming in? Not too sure whether. Okay, wow, that's good enough. I was doubting that just a little bit, but that doesn't convert into anything. Evo would trade that for a Lord.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they're able to really chunk down this Esme is because Sword actually has access to the glowing one as well, so there is percentage damage at play. And here we go, Nan is going to get caught out again.
Yep, going in, will be spinning out of dodge, but then again, they need to stay alive because they need to defend against the Lord.
Yep, I think the point here for Evo is they recognize how they can influence certain usage of utilities. So Powerful wants to make sure that if a fight breaks out, they do not want Nan to have Mortal Coil. They do not want to have that NTCC, and that will allow his heavy spin to really come into fruition.
Yeah, the NTCC is something that you expect on top of. Now Powerful is going to stomp onto the purple buff. No contest right here. Revival has to let that go.
Yeah, really liking the fact that Melon actually stands in front of Powerful instead, right? This is... if you see Melon in front of you, you definitely want to get a bite out of him.
Yeah, the damage that Melon can output right here. Revival is starting to pay a lot of respect, but hold on a second. back line for the Pirate was a little bit out of position right here.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
The turret, but then again, Revival unable to defend. There's not a lot of long-range damage except for the side of Sammy. He needs to turn into the bombs, but then again, they still need to defend against the Lord marching down bot.
Yep, Evo known for this early aggression, and this time they're much earlier.
Yep, much earlier, everything going in. We'll be pushing Revival away from the defense. It's going to be the Lord that's uncontested right underneath the turret, and now the fight ensues. Swirl coming in with the damage at the same time, but it's going to be Kirby that falls. Spender coming in, shotgun Swirl right on the bat, and now it's going to be Revival trying to punish the damage from Evo, but Evo, they're alive, and they will be triumphed.
Yep, I want to just highlight this Valentina, my goodness, Melon, making sure that this Arcane Shade used to the optimum usage here. Making sure that he's in front, and when he's being chunked down, he actually just uses the Arcane Shade to draw them even deeper into the backlines of Evo, and that's when he pounds on them.
Yeah, but now your turtle strat is gone. Revival has an open bottom lane, but taking a look at items, is there anything that Revival can use against Evo?
I think it's really difficult because if you take like Evo, right, they already have 2 Radiant Armors. Essentially have nullified that magic damage. Yes, he has the glowing one, but the amount of magic resistance they have on the side, on the Grok, and as well as... Let's take a look at the fight first.
Kirby flickered all the way to safety. That's good news for now. Any person that survives us is good news. But Evo, 6.7k gold. You're talking about the Radiant Armor, right? Not only just it counters Swirl, it already counters Kirby as well. So now it's all on Sammy to shred through Evo's side of the draw.
That's right, but Sammy is so far behind in terms of gold, right? Sammy now only at 8.2k. 8.3 with the updated. Coconut is about 1,000 plus gold ahead already, and Carry with Farm, he should have the trifecta. Later we'll take a look at the items again. Coconut should have the trifecta already, and that's a difficult thing to deal with because you have Powerful who is able to sit on the front lines against Revival.
Yeah, Revival needs to fight front to back with the flank of Sammy, right? But Evo, on the other hand, if you fight front to back against a Grok, one wall charge would be the end of you. Sword unable to find Assassination on top of Coconut is starting to cause Revival. But now, it's like game thrown out. I don't think there's nothing Revival can do. Evo will be able to take the Sword uncontested.
Yeah, we have to keep our eyes on Kirby as well. Kirby needs to farm up more, but he needs more magic resistance. At this point, he's unable to stand up against Melon, and that's a problem because Kirby is the initial setup. The Earth Shadow will allow the team to really compose themselves to have a good position to get the fight started and bring it across to Evo as well.
Yep, 8k gold lead with an enhanced Lord marching down, and open wound for Revival to stem that bleeding. No pun intended. They're the ones that managed to stem the bleed. Evo, on the other hand, there's like, yep, that's our old nemesis. I'm going to show you how to do it.
Yep, this is one knee on the floor for Revival. They need to have both feet on the ground, but the Lord is going to make that extremely difficult as he marches down that bot lane.
Yeah, now Evo is going to send the Lord all the way down bottom. The main focus actually on the top and mid as well. Look at how Evo has synced up the waves right here. Powerful headbutts right into the wall for now. The Bruce pattern will be used to clear off the creep. Nice defense in the mid lane. Now what? How are you going to respond to the bottom lane push? Now it's going to be a concealed play happening for Revival for now. The wall will be looking for any pickup right here. One wall charge could easily change the tide in the favor of Evo for now. Revival, they need to try to hold.
Yep, there's another wave coming crashing in, and here we go, Evo setting it up.
Wall charge going in. Ryan Bravers Warrior into safety as well. Powerful will be pushing Revival all the way out from the defense of the core, but Ryan will be able to give out his life right now. Evo on the roll right here, but not enough minutes to secure the fight to continue this onslaught on.
Yep, safety line provided for Revival, but they are really backs against the wall at this point. The next wave is going to start crashing in already.
Yeah, backs against the wall. It's do or die for the side of Revival. The Bruce Passion right behind the wall for now, but look at the damage coming out by Melon. Kirby getting chunked all the way down low, but not only just by Melon, but also by Coconut at the same time. And now Evo, it starts to come in and slowly, but luckily Revival, the defenses hold, the AoE damage coming in to save this clutch.
Yep, just one glass panel separates them. They're staring each other in the face, but Evo very patient. Oh, the wall charge!
Wall charge going in at the same time. Kirby will not be able to toss anybody. Nan will get shredded by Coconut right here. Coconut focusing on the core in the same time. But Revival, they're not actually trying to do this. They're actually trying to go for the backline in the same time. The core is hanging on the thread, ladies and gentlemen. Evo, powerful spinning all the way away. But Melon coming in will be able to use the death space. Oh, it's a swirl. And Revival, they will crack. And they will lose game number 1.
Yep. Spear against the shield. The spear makes it out in this first round.
Victory!
Evo proving too much for Revival to be taken away.
Oh man, I mean, Evil, this is a pretty much different Evil from what we've seen in previous games. They punished Revival for their early game aggression, and this is what I love about how Evil is able to adapt to different kinds of situation. You said during the cast that Evil, this is their playoff buff coming in early, and this is pretty much an understatement. The fact of the matter is, all of them layered in their crowd control abilities, layered in their attacks very, very disciplinedly. They're able to just melt everyone down.
A lot more communication. It feels like Evil is walking in as a team. Revival, you know, because they don't really have those critical mages, this is where Revival's defenses start to crack.
Yeah, and this is, I think this is something very interesting to note as well. They banned out artillery mages for the side of Revival, and Revival, known as a very defensive team, they couldn't defend from that skirmish up top lane.
That's right. They actually limited not just Sammy, it was Kirby who was, you know, kind of the kryptonite for the side of Revival, because if you take a look at the itemization, they are about close to 10k ahead. And they are already well equipped with both physical and magical defense on the side of Evil to deal with Revival's up-and-coming defense. And you know, the immortality added the difficulty even higher. Even if they won that defense the first time, they had 3 immortalities to play with.
You know, the moment when Ken, you mentioned the fact that Coconut has already got the golden staff and the Crows' side first, I think, right?
Yes.
And I was like, wait, what? He already got the golden staff?
And that's at 7 minutes.
Yeah, he was farming like a boss. And Revival cannot fight Coconut at all because Evil was creating so much havoc all across the map.
Yep, at one point of time, actually, Sammy was at the bottom of the gold table and Coconut was all the way at the top.
Yeah, that was something I want to bring up as well. And then they tried their best to desperately try to funnel Sammy into Oblivion, trying his best to get his items up as well. But Swirl, I mean, you said it during the cast as well. You want to trade in Petrified with the Flicker. I don't know if it's worth it, especially when you want to pounce onto a single target hero. But taking a look at the post-game statistics, Evil having so much damage down onto Revival. Damage to tower favoring the side of Evil completely. So every single kill, you said it first, right? They convert it into objectives. Every single fight has a reason for it. Every single kill has a reason for it. When the carry, take a look at Melon, dealing a lot of damage, 77,000 damage. Gold permit, Rich Guy, Coconut, Sandbag, Non, I mean, definitely taking a lot of hits.
Alright, so who's your MVP, boys?
Man, I feel like it's really hard because Evil, at least this time
It's
around,
a team effort.
yeah, it's a really big team effort. Remember, I kind of teased a little bit, right? There's a lot of communication coming in from the side of Carrot, and all of a sudden, you see the main four trio, Twist, Carrot, and Powerful, and Melon as well, they start working as a team. This is the Evil that we wanted to see during playoff, and there we go. Carrot, definitely the man of the hour.
I like his KDA though, 1-1 and 11. This guy is just playing out of his mind every single time he goes in. I mean, we talked about this during the drafting phase. If Carrot goes in, the rest of Evil has to follow up, and they did that excellently. They did that to the T.
Yep, his emblem on the Pull Yourself Together definitely worked out wonders for them. The Guardian's Barrier that's set up right under the tier 2 tower where he allowed, you know, Powerful to just go ham with the spin. I mean, that was insane. And this is without taking too much damage, right? If you take a look at his itemization, he had the Dom Eyes, he had the Radiant Armor, he had the Anti-Cuirass. So even when he was caught out, he was tough to kill.
Yeah, I think it's Swirl getting checkmated right there.
Yep.
Right? Now you're forced into a Julian. Now you don't really have a big AoE artillery mages. The Lilia was like one of the last few mages I would have thought, but Powerful is there to take it away. But let's take a look at the highlights and see how this whole fight evolved into this.
Now this is really interesting, and I'm excited to just break down everything. You see how Carrot goes in, and then the rest of the team immediately follows up. And this is what I talk about dive composition. Twist, having the Esmeralda, having the Falling Star Moon, just go straight to that back line, go straight to all of the priority heroes in different stages of the game. Carrot goes in, and then Falling Star Moon quickly follows up. This is no time wasted for Evil at all.
Yep, that combination was very beautiful.
Heroes, I keep seeing people flying all over the place. Right? Carrot's just like flinging like Revival like rats.
Yep, exactly. And I just want to mention that Esme, right? Falling Star Moon didn't exactly look very flashy, but it was very important because it continued that composition itself and that combination. See, Twist comes in at the important times, also to allow them to get away, and that was not an offensive jump.
Yeah, it's sort of like a utility Esmeralda, where it's like either I go in and secure a kill, or I defend Coconut with my life. You just take a look at the scoreline, Coconut still 5-0-2. Just basically a perfect game for Coconut. No one is basically untouchable. No one can touch Coconut. They know that they need to take Coconut down in order to win. That's the win condition, but they can't.
Yep, I was a bit concerned here. You know, you were talking about Coconut going for the tower and the crystal itself, but nobody else was fighting the crystal. They were just, okay, let's just kill them instead.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, right? Coconut has gone from like the bottom side, walked all the way. He's like trying to kite back and forth, expecting people to come in, but no one's going after Coconut. Why?
They're just waiting for the minions to come in because they cleared out the minions very, very fast with Bennett, with the Bennett ultimate from Sammy. So just Coconut was just waiting for that right time for the rest of the team to just back off and then refight. So they stayed there for a very, very long time, 2 minutes to be exact.
Yep, they were so comfortable in that position. All right, it's all around the base. I mean, for Coconut to be able to just circle around and have no care in the world, it's really a joy for him, and it's a very big pleasure for him to end the game in such a way.
I like the fact that you literally prepared that segue for all of us. Of course, if you want to be as comfortable as Coconut farming out of your mind, get yourself a OSIM U-Throne B gaming massage chair. Yes, massage chair. And yeah, guys,
you want to turn it on.
You can turn it on, but of course, but it's the main thing that it has a built-in massage system. It's built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body, level up your performance with its patented V-hand massage technology, ergonomy features designed with, of course, all of you comfort in mind. Gaming comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformers Edition designs, the one that you see all of us sitting on. And remember, OSIM is here to provide you for your well-being, even if when sometimes, pups in-game.
Yes, it gets very stressful, right?
Your backs are heavy.
Now, the question you should ask yourself is not whether I should buy one of these. The question is, which one should you buy? Are you an Autobots or are you a Decepticon guy, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. Optimus Prime or are you a B?
Actually, it would be quite cool if they have like a Megatron version of this
Sorry,
right
we're
here.
quite
It's
evil
pretty
here.
cool.
I mean, you guys are the evil ones. I'm the revival one. But of course, this is looking kind of dire for Revival because Evil has finally managed to crack Revival's draft.
Yeah, the next match that Revival has to face is up against Stellark, and that's not going to be an easy match as well. But right now, it is their do or die situation. In order to stay afloat in the upper brackets, they need to take down Evil. They need to find a way.
But I don't think you should count Revival out. Yes, it's been a tough game one, right? Revival, there's a reason why they're called Revival in the first place, guys.
I feel like that joke has been cracked so many times.
It's not a joke, it's not a joke. I mean, we have seen them in Season 4. They have come back from the depths of despair, right? They were having a horrible season, and all of a sudden, when it came up to the playoffs, they really brought back that menace that they are known for, this OG turtle style that they're doing.
Correct, but that's with, the old players like QD, you also got level 4, you also got Peace as well. Now Peace, if I'm not mistaken, he's also taking a bit of an army kind of thing, so he's kind of busy, so that's why Sammy's going in. But of course, we got to take a look at the draft in game number 2. I feel like the most important people that from the side of Revival they need to secure is at least some form of artillery mages.
Yeah, actually 100% agree with you. Right now, Evil, everything's in your hands right now. Valentina is taken off the table. If they ban out that Yve and the Farsa, it does look like both teams will be starved of mages. But I want to bring back SMG because they sort of like changed the meta, changed the mid lane meta. You can play a non-magic damage mid laner. Oh, Team Flash, sorry.
A different orange.
Yeah, different orange. It just keeps confusing me. But it doesn't look like Evil, as of now, is going to be banning out both the artillery mages. Knowing that Valentina is off the tables, they do have a game plan. They want to give Melon the advantage of range.
Yep, the real question now is because now
And
Revival
to drop
has
the
first
beat
pick, what
of
do
the
they
flag
focus
is
on, right? Do they want to secure that MM role for Sammy first, or should they secure it for Sword in the mage role?
Well, it's really difficult because if you ban out either the Farsa or the Eve, let's be sure that Revival is going to take out either one of them. So this leaves Evil spoiled for choice. I think banning out Sammy would be the best option right here. Leave out both
Among the planes exists the equilibrium,
back-to-back kind of
which I was made for.
Ban out the Eve. So Revival might be picking up that Farsa. If they don't, Fredrin is still open, Kadi is still open, some
Payback.
Your team is coming in, but the Farsa is going to get picked up by Revival.
Yep, with that, it is going to be a 42.3% win rate so far. Not exactly the best, but placed into the correct hands. Example, Swole.
This land is
our
our
going to be a
homeland,
menace to deal
and
with.
it will soon
with
be
the
our
Feather
burial
Airstrike
ground.
itself, I mean, they could open a door. No, they're going to shut it down actually. They banned out the Valentina as well. So Evil, they not exactly spoiled for choice, right? Because he
See
is taken out as
value
well.
in me?
Your team is picking.
You
Reliable
should.
on that Fredrin. Twist is going to be taking out that Lapu Lapu. I think what would happen in Revival right now is that they have an artillery mage. They can play that turtle up defensive composition that they're so very, very used to. They might pick up a Melissa right here because the Protect Me Cuddles is able to just protect Swirl as well and just fight everyone from range. So then Evil needs to be able to find a way to dive straight into the backline. So again, it's Evil with the dive composition, Revival sort of like looking towards a team fight heavy composition.
Yeah, good point. I mean, they couldn't really survive that dive style by Evo in Game 1, right? I mean, this is granted the fact, number one, they were out-farmed, number two, they were out-leveled. So with that in mind, they have to take care of
Time
how
and
are they
tide
going
wait
to
for
deal
no
with
man.
this
Your team, no
strange
girl.
dive style by Evo. And the answer to them looks like it's going to be a Terizla as well as a Beatrix.
Terizla, I understand. It's sort of like a 50-50 within the early stage of that game, but Lapu Lapu does have a little bit more mobility, a little bit more rotations coming in from Twist. We see how he's basically the off man, playing the off position, and just disrupting the flow for Revival's gameplay. But Evil, with that Fredrin pick, something with a sustainability, giving Powerful a little bit more tankability and being a sponge, soaking up a lot of damage. Evil might be looking to fight this front to back.
Yep. Interestingly, I just want to talk about the EXP, right? Ryan against Twist.
The
at
southern
this
seas
point,
are
you have the
my
revenge,
domain.
execution strike, sorry, by Ryan, and you have the glaze by Twist as well. So they have very good wave clear skills. Now the question is, who is going to be able to clear the waves, number one, and number two, who is going to be able to deal damage to each other in a way that will allow them to rotate first?
Oh man, I actually hold that thought just for a little bit. Melon picked up that Kadita 63.6% win rate on that Kadita alone, and this is across the board, right, over all the different teams. But going in, that is basically one of the heroes that can reach that back line without getting caught or without getting seen. So Revival, they need something with a frontline tank ability.
Malachi enters the
Frontline
scene.
to really seek out the bushes, check for intelligence, and give it to the rest of the team, because Vision is going to be the downfall.
I've been waiting
They
for
need
too
to make
long.
sure that, I mean, it's really hard to stop Melon from reaching on the backlines, right? That's the whole strength of Kadita. She offers good burst, she offers a lot of mobility as well. So the Breath of the Ocean is definitely going to be important if they're trying to stop Swirl during the Feather Air Strike as well. So like you mentioned, Revival definitely needs someone to scout this information first, because I don't think the composition here is, can we stop Melon? Or in this case, maybe it's going to the hands of Kara as a roam as well. But the thing now is, if you can't stop it, then either you burst, this Kadita down right at the start of the fight, or you find a way to really counter the utilities that she offers.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's like, find a way to seek out and use Kadita's off positioning.
Your team is
3,000 worlds,
that you know that
and not a single worthy foe.
They will turtle up, they will play a front to back approach. So something with a strong tank ability in that front line. Marlis is taken out, Akai is taken out. It does look like the tank meta for Revival seems a little bit limited in terms of options.
Well, I like the fact that Evo is trying to take away they want it to be an honest fight. Well, they're called Evo, right? They want it to be an honest fight because they've taken away the Martis, they've taken away the Archive as well. So no displacement skills, right? There's no Mortal Coil to get out of the NTCC, there's no Heavy Spin to really displace any of the members on the side of Evo as well. And of course, with that being said, the Headbutt, Heavy Spin Headbutt is a good combination as an escape tool as well. So they want to make sure that, hey, Revival, if you're going to fight us, right, you're going to fight us all the way.
Yeah, I think
Need some
the
stitches?
fact of the matter
I can
is,
help.
Your
Your
is
team
very, very
is
strong in displacing enemy heroes and leaving them out of position, which is what Revival likes. Revival loves structure, and loves is pretty much an understatement. As long as they stick together, they can win team fights, but it's going to get disrupted by Coconut. Picking up that Melissa, once a well-placed Muddles is in their hands, is able to melt very, very tanky heroes. And I've been testing this out. Sea Halberd has been so phenomenal in the mid stage of the game. So having a Melissa building up a Sea Halberd and a House Claws is able to just melt anyone that comes your way.
Yep, whoever gets their hands on this Kadita is going to be a very integral part of the fights for Team Evo. I believe this Kadita is going to be the game changer. While of course that does not mean Revival has to just draft purely to counter this Kadita.
Friend,
they have
fighters, countrymen, allow me the honor
try
of
it out with a challenge of Lancelot and Franco as well. To be honest, I like this thought process from Revival. If they get the hook in, it's great, right? Together with the Bloody Hunt as well. but the problem is it's really hard to hook the proper targets on the side of Team Evo as well.
Well, I mean, I do like the Lancelot because not as an assassin slayer, so the Lancelot is pretty much a 50-50. You can play Lancelot as an assassin, but build him as a tank. But the side of Kirby, he does pick up the Franco. You don't need to hook anyone. You just need to blindly hook, check the brushes, because that is where Melon likes to hide. That's where Melon is. So this is probably like a retaliation to the Kadita pick. Kara's going to solidify the last draft into Kufra. And from what I know, Kufra is pretty much, they didn't have much success with Kufra. Every single time Kara jumps, he likes to go very far. It's up to the side of Evo whether or not they're able to back up his setups.
Well, with the dive comp, I presume this Kufra is going to be important on setting up the fight as well. But, you know, what do you think about this game? Is it going to be a 2-0 or is it going to be a 1-1 with Revival coming back?
Well, they do. Revival has taken their comfort heroes. They have taken their comfort strategies. So I think I'm going to be siding onto Revival for this game.
5
but
seconds
it's all down
till
to
the enemy reaches the
I'm going to have to
battlefield.
agree with that,
Smash
Trills. Ladies
them.
and gentlemen, it's all about that execution. In game number 2,
Welcome
Revival
to Mobile
going
Legends.
up against Evil. Will Evil finally go in with a solid 2-0, not them getting swept down? Or will Revival come in and say, no, we're going to fight you all the way into a game number 3?
The potential match point here, and Evo definitely want to win this. They have not won a single game in this regular season yet, and this will be a great way to start their campaign for the
Well,
playoffs
a
as
single
well.
match, right? A single series of the realm. But of course, you know, I always have my doubts with a Kadita, but hold on a second, that's Kadita healing all the way, coming in super clutch.
Yeah, perfect situation to make Melon make use of his skills as well. Continual stun as Swan and Kirby gonna be a nuisance to the side of Evo as well.
Yeah, this roaming duo coming up from the side of Revival is gonna do a lot of damage, right? You got Kirby to pull people back, and then you got Swirl. There's also in the built-in innate CC, but I'm liking what Evo is doing, right? This kind of wave clear coming up, but hold on a second. All these hooks are coming really good, and Swirl will pick up first blood.
Yep, that's not exactly what I expected. Revival getting the first kill. This is a different kind of aggression this time. And if you take a look at the EXP lane as well, Terizla against Lapu Lapu, it looks like this Terizla, Mr. Ryan, is having a decent time as well.
Yep, definitely winning in the EXP lane. That's very good, crucial, right? Nan coming in to help to clear the mid lane for now, helping getting Swirl getting to level 4 because in the mid lane it's getting cleared very quickly. A lot of fights are being centered around the mid lane for now.
Yep, it's very important. You know, the way that Kirby is playing his Franco now, he's waiting for the commitment of skills before he lands that hook.
Yep. Powerful dashing all the way back out. 7 seconds on the turtle clock. Evil, on the other hand, does not have the turtle priority.
Oh, definitely. But of course, with that being said, they will try to scout information out and they want to make pressure happen on this bot lane as well. Evo will have their licks on this turtle. It's going to be a turtle dance, but Ryan is the first one to rotate for his team.
Yep, Nan coming in already, dragging the turtle all the way to their side. Ryan is actually providing so much front guard vision at the same time. Kara charges but Ryan coming in and cancels the charge instead. The Feather Extract coming in. Quiz will come in with the Bravest Warrior at the same time. Well, Nickers all the way to safety. The turtle is actually forgotten and he goes back. A reset happening. A flop coming in for the side of Revival. 4 men already going down and that turtle fight.
Beautiful from the side of Evo. They thought they had it on the end of Revival. That was a beautiful 2-man penalty zone, but it just didn't work out. Let's take a look at the replay itself. And I mean, this was looking great. They had the Feather Extract as well, but Twist coming in to stop Swirl from that final damage of Feather Extract, and they couldn't secure that turtle all the way, which allowed Melon to jump in and for Twist to finish the job as well.
That's like just one basic attack away. Even if it's from a main
21 health.
And the turtle just literally walked back. I'm done with this. Everybody here. I'm just going to walk all the way back. I'm going to regen both these two teams forgetting. And I think during the replay, Ryan actually fell down again.
Yep, and with that being said, Evo, back in the game plan, they have a 5-3 start here. Bonking Ball
at the same time. Bloody Hunt will go in. Sammy taking a lot of damage from Coconut. Muddles at the same time. Coconut with the Protect Me Muddles is actually wrecking a little bit havoc for Revival to just basically go all the way up. But Evil, on the other hand, you know, it's just... I feel like it's gonna be a bit, but here we go. Kirby lands on the hook at the same time for now. Kara is charging all the way. That's a 4-man right there. Evil, it depends on how Melon goes. Kirby will be able to spot out Melon for now, but no Bloody Hunt at the same time. Melon will be able to buzz Kirby all the way down. No way for him to run.
Yep, this is a good defense though by Evo. They may have lost one of their Coconut members, but in this case, they could get a return kill, and Nan is going to be the one that is responsible for that death here. He will give away a kill to Evo, and so the lead still continues for Evo.
Yeah, like Evo, after that solid total fight, right? Revival, on the other hand, is basically scratching for scraps, right? Anything that Evo can allow them to get. Coconut is part of them, but Revival, right now, they just need to go back and focus. This Lancelot tank jungle needs some time to grow. Revival needs to nurture it.
Yeah, but of course, with all of that being said, it doesn't look like it's a good situation for Revival, but I want to focus on Sword. 3-1-0. Evo needs to be careful about the way they itemize. They need some magic defense as well. Sword is with that badass strike, could set up something super painful for his team to win over this advantage.
I like how Carrot's not overextending. This is not their MO. Don't forget, Evo this time around is a very different Evo. The upper bracket buff, no, not upper bracket buff. The player buff is actually coming a lot earlier. They're starting to, dot their I's, cross their T's, and take a look at the items.
Yep, a lot of steel leg plates here, a lot of physical defense going to the side of Revival based on the draft that they have on Team Evo. I think only Melon offers some magic damage at this current point. So, I mean, it makes sense. They want to have some survivability. They need to push and stretch the limits of their heroes at this point.
I don't think this is one way you want to stretch your limits, though. Nan gets blown up into pieces by Melon, and that's 5 seconds away for the total fight.
Well, definitely nonetheless here, as Revival going to be caught again.
Oh, once again, Carrot bouncing around. It's going to be swirled right in the bush. Will not be able to do any better airstrike, but will be able to pick off Coconut at the same time. Revival will desperately try to wave clear for now to buy some time for Nan to get to the turtle pit.
Yep, Melon with the Ocean Oddity definitely doing some work against Kirby here. He actually stopped it.
Oh, Kirby! You cannot be landing all these hooks! Carrot jump in to try to rescue him, but it will be a little bit too late. Powerful coming in, the appraisal ramp will be delayed to Kirby right off the map. Now Twist coming in, Bravest Warrior, Sammy and Swirl gives all the way back, but Flicker is already coming to, but Twist at the same time. Ryan is actually trying to buy some time, and then he will not be able to find his target. 4 members will now collapse on top of Twist instead. Carrot charging all the way up. Nibiru smash him, but Carrot will not be able to find anyone, and Revival disengages.
Yeah, Powerful actually landed a very beautiful energy eruption there, catching out all 4 members on the side of Revival. But at the same time, he's buying so much time. You can see Nan is trying to get this turtle started, but Carrot is going to be trying to slow things down. Probably wants to get the reset, wait for Powerful to reach this turtle pit.
Every brush is very scary for Revival right now. Look at Melon. Just going in. Whoa, that was so close. Whoa, just sidesteps. Did not even commit to that flicker at the same time. He knows from arm's reach. Powerful takes down the turtle, while Revival is tunnel vision on top of Melon.
Yep, offering them a choice, right? Melon purposefully used that rough weights right in front of them to say, hey, maybe you can come chase me, because Powerful is just about to get the turtle already.
Yep, and spot the trouble right here. Melon is already coming on the scene. Melon's everywhere on this map. Revival needs to start to open up this map, especially using Kirby, but Kirby cannot afford to walk into Melon because he knows that he's going to get melted.
Yep, it's a difficult one for Ryan now. A 2-level deficit from him as Melon shows up as well.
Bravest Warrior going in. There's going to be a dive. Ryan with the penalty zone knocks up to a member from the side of Evil. And now it's going to be the rough waves looking for Ryan. Ryan nowhere to run. Melon will take that kill.
Unfortunate for Revival, and they're going to try and make a consolation prize happen on the top lane as well, but it's not looking too good.
Yeah, better airstrike has already come in, but Carrot's taking a look of damage. The bombs coming in for the side of Sammy is doing some work, but their main concern right now should be onto that turret.
Yeah, for now, they're very comfortable with this Evo. They are okay to give that T1 on the top because they've already taken a T1 from Revival on the bot, and at the same time, Nan may get caught out. Powerful, gonna be forcing him back.
Yep. Right now, it's just an assassin tank jungle. Going up against an actual tank jungle, right? And Nan right here doesn't really provide a lot of CCs, unlike a Fredgen. He doesn't really have the tank ability, but he needs more time to grow. Remember, it's a late game that Revival is looking at, and they're more comfortable with Melon. Oh, taking a bit of damage. The bad airstrike doing God's work. The passive comes in.
Yeah, and this is a very important timing for Revival, right? In the next 25 seconds, you're probably going to see, right? When it hits that 5-second timer, one of these teams is going to start getting super aggressive.
Yep, lockdown going in. Twist nowhere to run. Unfortunately, I don't think he can do a lot of things, but hold on a second. Oh my goodness, the survivability, the Festival of Blood coming into play. And now it's going to be Revival trying to punish. Members of Evo is desperately trying to get into the front line. Twist is actually desperately trying to survive. He manages to walk away. Evo, what is that?
And that's what I was talking about. Swirl committing and will
Oh
get
my
killed at the same
God.
time. And this is the
kill.
perfect timing. Evil, they can choose to take this turret. After that, the Lord is
team
open
turret
for the
has been
taking as well. They chose to take this fight at the perfect time.
We've twist bought so much time for Evil to apply reinforcements and also pick up, I believe, Swirl right underneath the turret at the same time. Man, Evil is rolling right here. Revival needs to try to find a showstopper, but oh no,
Blue team
Coconut
turret
will be
has
able to
been
take down
destroyed.
Kirby. Unfortunately, that's not really good for Revival.
And the signal is going to be late. Nan is going to be lying in wait, but Melon spots him out immediately, going to force him and kite him away. Just 4 members left on the side of Revival.
A level 9 Mage Kadita pushing away a level 12 jungler, but here we go. It's going to be the Mothers actually spending the damage all the way about. The Thorn Rose coming in. Nan would not be long for the world at the same time. The stun coming in. Vanity Zone committed by Ryan just to get out of dodge, and it's going to be a free lord over the side of Evil.
Yep, this time it's even faster from the side of Evil. 9 minutes and 40 seconds only, but Revival already so much more on the back foot compared to game 1.
Man, this is tight, man. Like, Revival needs to find a solution, and they need to find a solution fast. Evil is trampling all across the map. This invisible pressure that Melon has output is actually getting into Revival's head.
I have to say that Revival is very confident. The fact that they chose Weapon Master for Sammy means they are very confident they can reach the late game. But that is looking like it's a very bleak future because Evil already far ahead. They're making that Weapons Master absolutely useless at this point.
Right now, 6.2k gold lead. Don't forget, there's a lot of standing gold for the side of Evil right here, right? They can start to crack open turrets. They're going to escalate their gold even further. The Lord will march all the way down bottom. Look at Melon's positioning, looking for anything to pick off. If Revival dares to face check that brush, you know he's going to die.
Yep, Thornmail going into the hands of Powerful as well. That energy eruption going to be even more painful and even more irritating for Revival to deal with.
Members from the side of Evil all the way in that rush. But look at Nan, he's taking a lot of damage right here. He tries to make a play, but will not be able to stick. Evil, on the other hand, they're focusing the efforts elsewhere. Mid lanes are already cracked open, and now the Lord is marching all the way down bottom. Powerful and Twist is only setting it up. They're looking for some cracks, but don't forget, it's all about how Carrot's setting up. Speaking about Carrot charging it up, and now it could be time to execute, but luckily Revival, they pull it back.
Yep, there is a ray of hope here. Sammy actually got his hands on the Malefic Roar at
That's
11 minutes, so there is some saving grace so far. They just need to hang on for a little bit longer, right? Once they hit that 48k mark on the side of Revival, that's where they actually start that actual turnaround.
Yeah, now this is Revival's comfort zone, right? 3 turrets in my base. At least it's not a wide open base like game number 1. Evil, remember, if I'm not mistaken, the first Lord actually cracked open the bottom lane already. Revival, at least with the help of Swirl, will be able to defend for now. Now, it's all about managing resources. Evil slowing the pace down. They know they have the lead. They don't want to throw it away to Revival.
Yep, it's going to be a different kind of game for Kirby at this point. It's going to be a game of fishing. Can they stay long enough in the base and close enough in the base to be able to hook someone in?
Nan, okay, punctures all the way out. That's safe. Nan cannot afford to basically just give up just like that. Kirby's using the hook just to face check, and that's not really good for Revival right now. They just need to stay in base, wait it out, maybe wait until COVID ends or something.
Yep, it's still very far away from the late game finance here. 31,000 on the side of Revival, and you know, the only thing that they are going to be looking for at this point is maybe Kirby waiting for the cooldown on that flicker and hopefully getting a hook flicker back into the entirety of their lineup.
Yep, but they don't have information. Revival right now, they don't really have a lot of information. Evil with Melon, he, as a mage, is actually kind of outstanding. You can just walk in the bush and everyone gives you a lot of respect. Carrot can also open the bush. Evil has full control of the map. It's a very dark map that Revival don't want to venture out.
And to add things that will make it worse, Melon actually just bought the Conceal. So right now, that was all without Conceal and no surprises per se. Now if Melon gets away, we could be looking at Revival getting smacked in the face with an uppercut.
Now Lord has spawned. There's a dark jungle right there. Revival's not going to venture all the way out. They prefer to hunker all the way down safe. And this is exactly how Revival used to love to play, right? Evil right now will be working on the Lord. Now we take a look at the items.
Yep, the trifecta almost complete. Oh no, already complete on Coconut. He has the corrosive sword along with that golden staff, and adding on to that, it is going to be the Wind of Nature as well.
Yep, Sammy's going to be not doing any damage for Coconut if he activates the Wind Chimes right now, right? Like, it's going to be looking very tough. It's going to be, you know, Sammy hopefully using the AoE bombs to try to hunker it down, but don't forget, this Lord can actually charge. Revival needs to make sure that they do this Lord fight in front of the base before he charges, but that's easier said than done. There's always a Kara jumping on you, there's always a Melon that can jump on you.
Yep, so right now, Dire hit, there's no more gold gain on that, so it's no longer viable for them to really play around with that. So Kirby now, he has this very important thing to do. He needs to land his hooks, right? So at this point, with the Lord marching down, is this the final stand for them?
Final stand. Lord charges all the way up. It's gonna be House of HP already gone. Kara charging in all the way up at the same time. At the same time, it's gonna be a bit of a prong attack happening. Evil is already starting to leak and they started to break through the floodgates. Now the conceal play coming out from Revival. The Lord is actually working on through the core. Look at the damage coming out from the Lord. And the members of Revival doesn't even have enough damage to deal with it.
Yep, same situation from Game 1 Revival. This is very tense for them.
Yep, this is very tense. Just bouncing it around, just waiting for the waves. Evil focusing on the crosshairs all the way down bottom instead. There's need to make a play right now, and this could be it! Twist coming in with the stun at the same time. Bloody Hun will be on top of powerful, and the Melon will not be able to connect with the damage for now. Swirl going in, will be able to wave clear just a little bit. The Fatty Airstrike providing for some form of cover. Sammy will be able to defend. Evil will take away 2 turrets.
Yep, successful defense so far, but now Powerful actually just got his hands on a Winter Truncheon. And you know, if it wasn't so difficult to really chunk down the rest of Evil, now it's almost impossible.
I don't know what to feel, kid. Like, this Evil is devilish. They are looking for the 2-0 clean sweep. Not on them, they're back with a vengeance.
That's right, Revival, known for their turtle style, is not really working out at this point. Evil looks to be very strong with their offense so far. The armor is not holding its own so far.
Yeah, and this just Evil, like these commitment, twist, flicker play all the way in. Melon is providing so much pressure. Revival is slowly respecting him, and just take a look at the goal lead. 11k goal lead. How long can Revival hold?
Not sure, because Powerful actually just changed one of his items into the Curse Helm. And now this might not seem like a lot, but here's the concept behind it. He actually wants to make the wave clear even faster for the side of Team Evil when they spawn, which will allow them more life, more health pool on the side of their own creep, which will allow that onslaught to be even longer.
Right here, don't forget, Twist does have the immortality. If Revival jumps into it, you need to use and commit a lot of resources just to take Twist down. That's when Lennon can come in for the re-engage. And now the Lord has spawned. They have to make a play. Conceal play will be activated. Look at Twist. He's just running it away. Revival will not be able to catch anyone for now.
Yep, right now Revival, they just need to catch any singular member. They need to relieve this pressure, and they are not going to even try to contest this Lord, because that would be a losing formula. Any point of time now, you need to fight that team over for the side of Revival.
Holy Crystal, a Malefic Roar, 12k gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. Evil, this Lord fight could be it. And Revival, I think they need a miracle from everything above just to defend against this.
Well, we know that Revival are miracle workers, looking at last season, how they have come back from the dead. This time, can they actually do it? Revival, this may be the last stand. The Lord is marching down the center lane already.
The Lazarus Pits must work. Revival need to find a way to enter. They need to try to clear this as quickly as possible. Evil is slowly clenching in. It's a very slow Vice grip. The Sword will already come in with the Feather Airstrike. Twist will be jumping all the way into Ryan. Ryan is desperately trying, but Powerful gets a presence instead. Now we'll be able to take down Kara at the same time. Sword already used the Feather Airstrike, so not a lot of damage. Coconut looking a bit low. The Lord is actually one chunk, and Evil will finally get the 2-0.
Real buffs here for Team Evil, and with that, they secure their first series of the regular season. Well done to them. I mean, the boys are not even sweating at this point.
Oh, they're just looking so happy. They needed this win. It's just not, it's not like, leave the schedules out of it. Leave the upper brackets, lower brackets out of it. This is a confidence boost. All through the regular season, they've been doing less than optimally, less than favorably, but this time, this is their time to shine.
This is the time where they start to climb the ranks, ladies and gentlemen. We teased about this. The playoff buff coming in early, like Christmas coming in early, man.
That's right. I mean, that was a good present to open as well, but that was a horrible experience for Revival.
Yeah, I just want to break down the game just a little bit for you guys. Just take a little break. Just hear me out, right? So Revival had everything going for them. They had that Beatrix. They want to push that Beatrix to that late game on Sammy, right? And they also have Swirl on the far side. This is a very defensive composition. They want to give up the Lord. But the fact of the matter is, Evo, they identified that they need dive heroes. They need to go straight to that backline, disrupt Farse's ultimate, disrupt all of their incessant crowd controls, and then just clear them out.
Yeah, and the fact that you have the Kirita to just help it out, but let's take a look at the items, man.
I actually have a lot to say. Like, Ken actually pointed out that Melon, at 12-minute mark, bought the dire hit. So at 8 minutes, the roam gold deficit is not viable anymore. So you buy that dire hit boots to play for that late game. The longer the late game goes, you basically have like 2 roam items in 2 roam sort of like active items in the side of Evil. So this is small little optimizations really starting to show like a really pro team now.
Another thing that I don't see from the side of Revival is that there's not a lot of Athena shield except for Kirby. I was expecting Nan to kind of skip the Thunderbelt or even down to the War Axe, right? You need something to survive against the Melon Omega Burst. And not only just that, Ryan as well, going in for the Dome Eyes and Oracle. I think Oracle could have been swapped over to Athena shield.
Yeah, it's all about the magic defense because Melon has been such a nuisance in their back line. Sammy should have sold their brute force leggings into either a silenced robe just to have a little bit of magic defense.
That's right. So with that, let's take a look at the other stats for Evo. I'm sure the damage dealt is probably super insane. The carry, Mr. Swole, though, he dealt majority of the damage from Revival. He did 56,000. And Ryan, he did his best, right? This Terizla, he got a very nice penalty zone at the end. He had a couple of nice penalty zones as well. But unfortunately, they was too far behind. Sammy could not make full use of that Weapons Master. And they had to go a little bit too defensive for their nature as well.
Now, Revival has been putting a lot of eggs into Sammy, right? They want Sammy to get fed. They want him to deal the damage that he needs. But they weren't able to bring this to ultra late game because Evil, they're always there and Melon always disrupted them.
Yep, so who is your MVP this time? I mean, personally, to me, it looks like Twist because I like the way that he played around, right? He was pushing it to the limit.
It's either Twist or Melon because I feel like Melon's putting up so much invisible map pressure. It's like a Natalia all over again. Every brush is unsafe. There's no way to check it out, but surprise, I guess. Thank you very much, production. It's going to be powerful.
He was actually very phenomenal. I mean, he soaked up so much damage. Probably not as much as Twist in that bottom lane. That was pretty much a game changer, but Powerful has been so phenomenal with this Fredrin as one of his comfort heroes. He's been playing it so well, so masterfully, and giving Evo a lot of space and time, especially for Coconut to go in and deal the damage.
Yep, I like his itemization here. The Curse. So many helmets. Cursed helmet. They have the Guardian's helmet as well. He
2 heads better than 1.
Yep, exactly. 2 heads better than 1.
2 shields better than 1 too.
He offered so much space for Coconut to really just go ham and, allowing Carrot to really make the plays as well. Carrot didn't really have a lot of involvement to the fights till the later half of the fights where he really jumped in with the Tyrant's Rage as well. But it all started with Powerful.
Man, I think really the leadership starting to show. Powerful. I think someone's actually mentioning it to me, right? He started to pull out his magic notebook.
Yeah.
And this start to happen because maybe it's just the fact that he starts to really focus in. They start to, screen through all the VODs. But speaking about bots, let's take a look at the highlights. How did it went so well for Evil?
Now, Evil always takes fights, and they want to convert it into objectives. Now, Twist, he knows his win condition. He needs to take down Swirl, because Swirl is a menace to that back line. As long as Swirl gets taken down, that is it. They open up a window of opportunity for the entirety of Evil to fight front to back. And the fact of the matter is, they always layer in their attacks well.
Yeah, and not only just that, there's a lot of secondary engages coming off of Melon, right? Just take a look. Kirby opened the bush, and he got blown to pieces.
It's like a slam dunk, but like an alley-oop over to Melon, and Melon always catches the right thing. His passive always procs at the right time, and this is the one. This is the part where like Twist survives all the way through, buying so much time, soaking up so much damage, and he walks away scot-free. This was the play that I was so hyped about.
Yeah, but very interestingly, if you take a look at the fights, right, most of the time, they just ignore Sword. You see, Sword was having his feather airstrike all the way, but they just cleared out the entirety of the front lines for Revival. And I mean, that was a win condition, right? When you have no one left to protect your backline, it's a buffet, it's a free-fall.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, like, Powerful even had that quick fingers to swap his immortality to a Winter Truncheon on that fight. And this one, they targeted the throne directly. They secured that game. Macro aside, strategy aside, this was a really fun game to watch.
Man, this is like Evil finally hitting the power spike, right? It's like, for marksmen, you and I, you should know,
Fair,
right?
fair.
You pick up a golden staff, you pick up a demon hunter sword, go on, wind of nature. Oh yeah, let's go and fight. This evil going on and fight. But all in all, this is a wonderful match to watch. And of course, I'm looking at their counterparts. Remember, the lower bottom two, Alchemy and also Evil, I need to pull them back because if Evil can do it, all hopes of Alchemy to also do it as well. But Revival, on the other hand, the fight's not over yet. They have a lot more to go. They still have another day to go. Hopefully they can regain their losses. And with that said, we're going to talk to the player that will make this happen. And of course, over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, guys. I really need to take a seat. This is just too much, my friends. Now, guys, what I feel watching this match itself, I feel like it's a villain origin story. All throughout regular season, we have seen Evil, other teams taking one game, one match from them, taking and taking, and now Evil has had enough and they doubled down on Revival with a clean sweep 2-0. I just can't. And right now, I have MVP right here, Powerful, right beside me. We're just so proud. I'm so proud as well. I have so many questions for you, Powerful. Powerful, I waited 6 days for you, Oh my. Okay, so first off, the question I have for you is, what happened? I feel that the main turnaround was, I don't know what happened to Carrot. Did you slice him, juice him? He just came back, full blown.
I guess I have always been watching Carrot gameplay, and I told him that he have to be more daring because he always hesitate because he always wait for us to be ready lah. But I told him that just go for yourself. If we didn't follow him up, it's our fault. So don't need to ask if we are ready or not. Yeah.
Right, and it's very evident because right now, once he gained that confidence in that Hilda match that we actually saw yesterday, he really opened up the map, giving you guys so much room for initiation. So will we be seeing more of this aggressive gameplay that now you guys are synonymous with?
Of course. I think we are gonna be a lot more aggressive in the next few games because we gain back the momentum.
Right, we are looking forward to that. And you guys are known for a reason. I don't know why, but you climbed all the way from the lower bracket last season to the top 3. So we all know you had it in you. And honestly, I right now on stream have to take my word back. Because before I introduce you guys, I actually mentioned that you guys were great, explosive in early game. But you guys lose out to Lord Dancers. But this is not what we saw today. What is this new Evil? Tell me more, I need to know.
We always watch back our own game and we figure out where we are lack of. Yeah, and because we have a new lineup now so a bit shaky at the start But now I think we call back the momentum I think we are ready for playoff.
So proud. And I do have another question for viewers that are watching right now that doesn't have any context. Evil is a very, very special team. All the players you see there, that's all the support that they have, of course, other than their fans. This is, if I'm not wrong, coach, analyst, everything, all in one. MVP for so many different reasons. And with that, how do you approach the draft? Rather, online friends that are viewing on all the different platforms, I myself feel that somehow you have managed to outdraft Revival. Even the Lancelot couldn't do anything about that Melissa right there. Tell me more about your thinking, your thought process.
So the first few games, I guess, is my fault since I'm the one that draft. I didn't really prepare and wrote down. So at some point when I was drafting, I was quite lost. I was like, wow, what should I do here? What should I do here? So I think the drafting for the first few games is my fault. And after that few weeks, this is the first week I bought my book. I bought my book, I do my homework. Yeah.
So what happened for today's draft is whatever I wrote down is exactly the same. That's why the draft was working. It was exactly the same.
Right, so we're very excited for that little book of yours. I believe other teams have that little book, and now you have your powerful book as well. We're really looking forward. Now, what's gonna happen next? You're gonna have one more game. And what's really exciting as well is you guys actually denied, or rather halted, that Revival's comfortable position in that upper bracket. Because I don't know what you guys are powering on. Vengeance? I don't know. So, how do you feel knowing that right now you guys denied that comfortable position of Revival?
I think normal. I mean, like no hard feelings lah. But it's just we have to win lah. We can't just we have to play our own way to keep climbing up also lah.
Right. And so, just another question, perhaps moving forward into playoffs, right? You guys had a very rocky start, and it's not easy because it's just the 5 of you. So, who is the one that says like, hey guys, this is just another day in the park. We still have more matches coming up. Who's the one that recalibrates everybody and pushes them on?
I think most of the time is me or else Carrot lor. Because always we train, then it's like very shaky lah. I mean, players are tired also lah. So we need to try to make their brain wake up lah.
Right. Yeah, you guys definitely woken up from your deep slumber right here today. Now, I do have a final question for you. I'm sorry there's so many because I've been holding in for 6 days already. I have to let it all out. So, the final question is, you guys are a community team. You are an inspiration to so many of the players that are watching right now at home in the live audience today. With a team with no coach and no analyst, and you're doing so well, brilliantly. What do you have to say to all of our young budding players out there who might want to go pro?
Don't give up lah.
Just one sentence. Don't give up. 3 words. Come on, give me more.
Keep working hard lah. Yeah, you must keep working lah.
Keep working hard, and I guess don't believe on your dreams. Don't give up on your dreams. Right. My gosh, I'm too excited now. All right, so thank you so much, Powerful, for sharing with us so much. We're really excited to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. What a good feeling, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic stuff. And that was Powerful right here. First time interview right here from Team Evil. And we're very excited to see them. If you know their track record, there's nowhere but up for them from here. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our day today right here at week 3, day 2. Now, without further ado, just in case you have missed out on all of the action today, these are the current standings. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, with just one more day to go, take a look at the current standings. RSG, Slate SG, undefeated titles. Absolutely crazy, with 18 comfortable points putting them in the first position. Whereas tied now neck to neck, we have Team SMG SG with 12 points to their name, and of course Bleed Esports with 12 points to their name as well. Whereas for Revival, they are stagnant, not moving, and of course it really depends what would happen on week 4, day 1. It depends on them if they get that upper bracket. Contesting Revival, right behind their tails, we have Team Flash SG with 8 points as well. And let's not forget Stellark SG with 7 points. And right now, catapulting them to the 7th position, making that gap even further from Alchemy SG. Evil with 5 points to their name, while Alchemy SG has 2. Wow, what a shift, isn't it, friends? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, what an exciting day that we had today. So without further ado, I can't. All right, next week is going to be our very last day right here at our round robin cycle. And with that, let's take a look at the match schedule. So So yes, ladies and gentlemen, for week 4, day 1 to end of the regular season, for match 1, we're going to see Stellark going head-to-head against Revival at 10 a.m. Can Revival cement themselves in the upper brackets? This is the match to watch. And of course, we also have match 2, where Alchemy SG is going head-to-head with Team Evil at 1 p.m. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the match that you all have been waiting for. Match 3 is going to be our highlight match right here, happening at 4 p.m. That's going to be our defending champions, RSG Slate SG, going against Bleed Esports. And of course, closing off the show of our regular season, match 4, that will be happening at 7 p.m. That's going to be Team Flash crossing swords with Team SMG SG. Wow, what an exciting lineup to actually close off the regular season. So yes, remember to join us on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, especially for those of you who have joined us online, thank you so very much for spending your Sunday right here with us. We really appreciate your support. Remember, any photos and videos or even clips that you have taken off of YouTube, remember to tag us at hashtag #OurPride, to show support to all of our boys that are playing right here now. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, MPL SG Season 5 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moonton and Zangwei Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Garnier Men. Our partners in esports, My Republic, OSIM, and Suntech City Mall. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, our final day closing up the regular season and cementing the overall standings is going to happen next week on Saturday, 1st April. So yes, tune in on all of your favorite platforms, or if you want to find out how to get live audience tickets, remember to check us out on mpl.sg.official. It's me, Cheryl Yao, your host. I'm signing off, and I'll see you next Saturday.